Chapter 765. Type 6 Giant Snake Aremando. Hearing Yu Zhong's words, Biesna immediately sunk into her thoughts. The snake race was one of the newer mutant species that evolved, possessing terrifying fleshy power. However, they lacked weaponry and technology. Aerial combat was their weakest point. The moment the Snake clan employed any aerial technology, they could only face it helplessly. The snake race had some influence around these parts due to their strength, but if they wanted to face the Snake clan, it was still far from enough. As she was still thinking, Yu Zhong waved his hands and a seemingly endless number of cannons emerged from the side of the spacecraft, firing madly at a building in the ruins. Under the barrage of bullets and cannons, the entire building crumbled and came crashing down, turning into a pile of rubble. Biesna looked at the rubble and her pupils narrowed. She could see for herself the destructive might of the airship in the skies. If the floating fortress was to unleash all it had, even a Type 4 Divine Warrior would be killed. Biesna was a powerful Type 5 Divine Warrior, but she could not fly. If faced with such an aerial assault, even she would be forced to flee. She fell silent before saying, "It's not that an alliance is impossible, but your strength is too weak. When you have a Type 5 Divine Warrior, come talk to us then." The snake race valued the strong, they simply did not hold the human race in their eyes. Although they knew that it was beneficial to be in an alliance, they would not do so. Even if the Snake clan city's airships were to arrive, they would not be worried. After all, they could slither and hide in their underground hideouts. This was more than enough to deal with the harassment from the Snake clan. Since this is the case, let us meet again in the future. I hope we can cooperate then. Yu Zhong replied a little wistfully before returning to the floating fortress. The fortress then flew towards the distance. The rest of the fleet, helicopters and RH-2S also silently left. On the ground, Biesna watched Yu Zhong and his subordinates leave, waving her jade-like hands, causing Cetiosaurus's corpse to be dragged towards her hand. "Let's go." With a single order, the horde of mutant snakes immediately slithered towards the depths of the ruins. As they entered the ruins, Biesna quickly entered a deep and dark tunnel. "Little sis Biesna? Have you dealt with all the intruders?" Deep within that underground hole, there was a great beauty of about 60% resemblance to Biesna. Behind her, there were 20 snakehead creatures guarding her. Biesna caught sight of the great beauty approaching and replied blandly, "Sis Annie. They have been dealt with. They're experts from the Snake clan." Annie's eyes brightened as she smiled out with an alluring charm. "Oh, the Flesh-Eater clan? Such a huge movement, there must have been a Type 5 Divine Warrior among them, right? Let me see his corpse." Biesna immediately rejected, "Sis Annie, no." This beauty in front of Biesna was the third Princess Annie. Although she was incredibly beautiful, she was also a terrifying Type 5 Divine Warrior. To them, to be able to consume the corpse of a Type 5 Divine Warrior would push their personal might up a couple of notches, helping them to evolve further. As long as any biological life forms were to attain intelligence, they would start to develop tears and fight for the sake of power. There were a total of 9 Type 5 Divine Warriors of the snake race, and they were all constantly fighting for power, and their relationship with one another was not good. Annie then put on a pitiful expression as though she was a wounded animal. "Biesna, do you not trust your sister?" Biesna replied coldly, "That's right. Sis Annie, the moment you see a corpse of a Type 5 Divine Warrior, you will swallow it immediately." Annie laughed lightly and was about to say something when suddenly the earth trembled beneath them and her face changed. "Father is summoning us." "En?" Biesna replied and quickly brought her subordinates deeper into the caves. Deep within the ground there was a large space of about 200 m wide. Over 200 snakehead creatures stood solemnly, every single one of them a Type 4 Divine Warrior. At the forefront of the area, 9 snake people waited respectfully, the women beautiful, the men handsome. These experts were all looking forward with reverence, towards a being with 6 heads. The aura of the being was extremely oppressive, every single head at least a few dozen meters tall. This incredibly gigantic behemoth could almost be considered a divine being if it appeared on the pre-apocalypse Earth, receiving the prayers and worship of humans. This huge snake was the single progenitor of the entire snake race, with the strength of a Type 6 Divine Warrior, Aremando. Biesna, Annie and the rest of the Type 5 snake people were all his descendants. He was the true overlord. Biesna, who was the invader this time? On the square, Aremando's voice boomed out like thunder, causing the entire square to shake. Biesna kneeled in respect and took out Cetiosaurus's corpse, placing on the ground, Father, the invaders this time were from the St. Clan city. They had come to wipe out the human race. Their deployment this time consisted of a Type 5 divine warrior, Cetiosaurus. He had already been killed by me, this is his corpse. The six-head snake opened his mouth and sucked in the corpse into his mouth. Aremando's voice then boomed out once more, not right. This corpse's life force had already been absorbed by more than half, no longer the vibrant size of a Type 5 divine warrior. This sort of feeling, it feels like it had been absorbed by the God and Devil imprint. A human? A human with the God and Devil imprint has finally appeared. Finally. After waiting centuries, a person with the God and Devil imprint has finally appeared. Who is it? Who is that human? Aremando became extremely excited as he muttered to himself, and grabbed Biesna towards himself with a gust of wind. Tell me. Who was the human who killed Cetiosaurus? If you don't speak the truth, I will kill you directly. As a mutant snake with a vicious and savage personality, throughout his evolution and exposure to radiation, it only served to increase his violent outbursts and terrifying nature. Even if Biesna was his own daughter, he did not have much familial love for her. The moment he got excited, his enormous body started to twitch, and the entire square rocked, causing fear to arise in everybody present. Biesna suppressed the fear in her heart, solemnly replying, "It was a man called Qiong. Qiong. I want to see him. Biesna, Annie, Mangadala, Casey. The four of you shall go catch Qiong for me. Alive if possible. If you can't capture him alive, I want his intact corpse. Lie if you have to, do whatever you have to, get him in front of me." Aremando's roar resounded throughout the entire space. Yes. All the snake people did not dare to go against Aremando's orders. A look of regret flashed in Biesna's eyes. Damn it. I should have agreed to his alliance proposal. Qiong did not know that he had caused such a huge commotion in the snake race, as he continued to gather all the scattered resistance members, before leaving the ruins. Since he knew that the masters of the ruins were the snake race, he did not dare set up the headquarters here. Otherwise, if the snake race were to feel like it, they could easily wipe them out as well. Saint City was situated at the center of this world, a large city occupying about 270,000 square kilometers. It was the largest region with the cleanest land, fresh air, lush greenery, clear water, not a hint of radiation at all. Throughout the entire Saint City, there were many tall skyscrapers with a hint of a modern touch and men and women smiling on the streets. The entire city was like heaven compared to the rest of the world. One was the epitome of clean and green living with a high quality of life, while the other was trash, ruins, and backward. Saint City was the capital of the Saint Clan, harboring about 5 million Saint Clan members and 50 million humans. Most of the Type 4 and Type 5 existences of the Saint Clan chose to stay here, forming the most powerful force of Saint Clan City. At the center of the city, there was a lavish tower that seemed to come right out of a fiction movie, built entirely with alloy, its surface glaringly white. This was known as the White Tower in Saint City and was the living quarters of the highest echelons of the Saint Clan. On this day there was a sudden ringing of a knell. That was the knell. Did a Type 5 Saint Clan member fall? Inside a room, a naked blonde man sat up, his face drained of color. He released the two girls beside him, their necks with bite marks. He then disappeared from the room, moving towards the White Tower. That was the knell. A red-haired beauty was currently carrying heavy weights training within a gravity room, her forehead and body slick with perspiration. Her eyes flashed with a strange glint when she heard the knell, and with a wave of her hands the weights came off, and she quickly left the gravity room, making her way towards the White Tower. Many idle Saint Clan members who were in the middle of their break moved out at the same time towards the White Tower. Chapter 766, Saint City. Inside the White Tower, within a magnificent, sacred-looking court, there were two white seats set side by side, where a young man and woman sat. Their looks were exceptional and they had a terrifying aura to them. These two youngsters were the peak overlords of the entire Saint race, sitting above millions of the rest of the people, both of them possessing Type 5 divine warrior strength. These life forms that evolved from the zombies over thousands of years ago could live a long time without a hint of the years that had passed them by. Most of them were the survivors of the Great War between the humans and zombies. One blonde, handsome young man caught sight of another man with black hair and slightly yellow skin and greeted, "Hi. Gumu, where have you been all this time? I haven't had the chance to go on a hunting party with you in forever." The black-haired man had his locks in a braid, with a glass of fresh virgin blood in his hands as he laughed. "Ventus, you always hunt those weak little girls, that's no fun at all. I'm now currently hunting human mercenaries. They have plenty of battle experience and it's a lot hard to kill them. Now that's what I call a thrilling hunt." These evolved zombies were extremely brutal and bloodthirsty by nature. Killing and combat were in their blood. Even Yin Shuang under Yu Zhong was of a similar existence, numb to killing and quick to violent outbursts. If it wasn't for Yu Zhong's control over her, this girl from the mutant-infected womb would have been one of the deadliest killing machines back on Earth. To these Saint Clan members, humans were equivalent to pigs and dogs. This was a common perception. To them, killing humans posed no difference from killing chickens and livestock. Sick perverts. Just as Ventus and Gumu were in discussion, the cold voice of a woman sounded. Gumu turned towards the voice, noticing a red-haired beauty dressed in combat uniform looking at them coldly. Gumu's eyes brightened as he laughed. "So it's you, Winnie? How has your hunting of Type 5 mutant beasts gone? When can we go hunt them together?" Winnie was a peak-stage Type 5 divine warrior. Together with her extremely good looks, she was the goddess of many Saint Clan members. Even among the other experts, there were many who were chasing after her. Gumu was one of them. After all, Winnie was on the same level as the 4 Saint Kings of the Saint Clan. She was one of those with the highest potential to break through to the next stage, reaching the terrifying level of a Type 6 divine warrior. If it wasn't for her attitude towards the humans, she would have long been conferred the title of 5th Saint King. "No need. I'm not interested in teaming up with perverts." She coldly rejected him before staring straight at Ventus. "I know you're currently collecting young human girls for a hunting party. Hand them over." Ventus's expression turned furious as he sipped some blood, coldly retorting, "Based on what? Winnie, you're of the same rank as me, not a Saint King, nor the great Saint Emperor or Empress. Why the fuck should I hand those girls over to you? They are my private property." Winnie's gaze turned incredibly dangerous as she threatened, "Based on the fact that my fist is bigger than yours. If you don't hand them over, I'll challenge you constantly." There was a combat challenge within the Saint Clan. Any experts of the same tier could issue a challenge without any means to back out. If the person who was challenged turned it down, he or she would be looked down upon. If Ventus were to be constantly challenged by Winnie, and if he did not accept, his standing among the rest of the upper echelon would plunge. Yet if he accepted, he would likely be beaten and pummeled. Regardless, it would be a loss of face to him. In comparison, those human girls were not worth much. Hearing her threat, Ventus's countenance turned green as he shot back coldly, "Winnie, for those lowly humans you're really going against me?" Winnie continued forcefully, "That's right." Gumu wore a smile as he tried to mediate, "Forget it. Ventus, let me purchase those girls from you for a 100 Type 3 crystal horns, how about that?" Ventus's expression turned slightly better when he heard that, "Fine." Gumu then chuckled, "Winnie, since you like them so much, let me gift those human girls to you. Don't keep picking on Ventus, after all we're of the same race and we're survivors from that sacred war so many years ago. It's not worth falling out over these humans." Winnie replied indifferently with an impassive face, The Saint Clan were life forms evolved from zombies after all, and many of them had the habit of eating humans. Winnie knew this. Although she hated it, she could not change everyone's nature. However, she hated seeing them discussing it so blatantly in front of her and despised the very nature of the hunting party activity. Winnie was still a life form descended from the zombies, and her personality was brutal and bloodthirsty. However, what she liked most was to hunt her enemies, powerful mutants and mutant beasts, not slaughtering those who were weak just for the fun of it. Her existence among the Saint Clan was a special case. It was similar to being a vegan among other humans. As the many upper echelons continued in their own discussion, everyone suddenly settled down. 4 Saint Clan experts swooped in, their silver capes fluttering in the wind, seating themselves on the 4 gold seats slightly higher than everyone else in the room. All of them looked towards the 4 of them with a gaze of respect. These 3 men and 1 woman were the highest authority, second only to the Saint Emperor and Empress, the 4 Saint Kings. They were peak-level Type 5 divine warriors and were the commanders in the previous sacred war between the humans and the zombies. Before the Saint Emperor and Empress were born, they were already peak-level experts. One of the 4, a blond man with a muscular physique and extremely good looks, spoke out softly, but his voice traveled. "I've gathered everyone to announce something grave. Cetiosaurus has died in battle." "Cetiosaurus is dead. How did he die? Who killed him?" Saint King Wayland, how did Cetiosaurus die? A number of the Saint clan members began to break out in a discussion. They had all heard the knell and knew that one of their Type 5 brethren had fallen. Even then they were still extremely shocked. In this world, Type 4 divine warriors were powerful existences, few people could take them on. As for the Type 5 divine warriors, they were practically invincible, even other life forms of similar levels would find it hard to defeat them or even kill them. The Type 6 experts had stopped appearing due to some strange reason unknown to everyone. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for a Type 5 divine warrior to fall. In the centuries before, the total number of deaths of the Type 5 divine warriors had only been 5. Saint King Wayland spoke. Friday, who had managed to flee back, gave his report. The one who killed Cetiosaurus was the leader of the humans, Qiong. He has gained the treasure of hope, Super A.O. And any electronic device would be controlled easily by him. When they heard his words, everyone's expression turned grave. This Saint clan-led world was extremely advanced in technology, and every weapon and equipment they had was hard-fitted with some form of computer. If they were to go against the treasure of hope, not only would these machines be of no use to them, instead they would become a threat. Saint King Wayland continued, based on our newest intelligence, this human is the leader of the China faction back on their world called Earth. Since he can come to our world, it's likely that he possesses the God and Devil imprint, which puts him as a powerful threat to us. The God and Devil imprint. My goodness. We cannot let him off. The moment they heard that Qiong had the God and Devil imprint, their faces all fell. After all, they had obtained victory over the humans over centuries ago, and at that time, the human leader was also someone who had the God and Devil imprint. He was incredibly tough to deal with. Although they had obtained victory in the end, they had suffered numerous casualties on the battlefield. Anyone with the God and Devil imprint was a huge threat. At the same time, humans with the God and Devil imprint represented a chance for a breakthrough, helping them to evolve to the next stage. Both sides had an interchangeable predator and prey relationship, either not letting the other off when coming into contact. Saint King Wayland then spoke, very good. Let me announce then, all of the Saint clan is to prepare for battle. Battle Protocol 23 is now in effect. Battle Protocol 23 is in effect. Awesome. Ah, this is great. I can finally enjoy myself. The moment those words were uttered, almost every Type 5 Saint clan member revealed a sadistic and excited grin. Only Winnie had a dark look, however, she could not change their decisions. Although she pitied the humans, she was still from the Saint clan. Winnie sighed, forget it, I'll just try my best. Inside the deep parts of the ancient ruins, the barren place where clean water flowed had now become the human base. Many structures were building up, and due to their close proximity to water, there was a chance to grow agriculture, and the people were thriving. Many of them wore smiles on their faces. Chapter 767, Returning to Earth. In this region with water, there was no radiation nor any immediate threats. At the same time, with the rules and laws that Qiong had laid down, there was finally some semblance of security in society, bringing an end to lawless behaviors and crime. Within the community, there were no more people who went unpunished if they killed, there was no more rape, robbery or burglary. Everyone's private belongings were protected under the system that Qiong had set up. The people here started to have renewed hope about the future. Sima Bing was currently walking around, taking in the surroundings. Everywhere she went, she would see a hustle and bustle of activity, with people being busy with their own responsibilities, their eyes filled with excitement. She took in all these and her eyes flashed with a strange glint. This Qiong truly is capable, not some slaughtering oaf. With everyone carrying out their duties, abiding by the rules and laws, Sima Bing could fully appreciate the sense of peace and vitality here. Just having a place with laws and a form of society in this world was actually remarkable. After all, while the technology of this planet far surpassed Earth, the humans here were life forms of the lowest caste and had no education. Many of the mercenaries were youths who had handled their first weapons at the age of 11 or 12. Many of them could even disassemble them with their eyes closed. However, simple mathematics and logic would be beyond their heads. It was hard for them to grasp. Furthermore, the situation in most of the cities that were controlled by the Saint clan was chaotic. Without any security, only the inner citizens or regions where the Saint clan resided in would have a system running. To many citizens, such places of law and order were simply heaven-like. In their own hometowns, Many of them would be constantly fearful of being dragged away to be raped or even end up as food for the Saint clan. They did not even have the capacity to worry about their own belongings. That was why they were all the more appreciative of this bit of paradise. Many of them were grateful to Yu Zhong. Having laid down the rules and plans, Yu Zhong standing within this base reached a high level. Adding on to the allure of the prophecy, Yu Zhong became even more mystifying and grand in the eyes of the people. Sima Bing came up to two soldiers standing guard in front of a structure and asked, "Where's leader?" One of the soldiers replied, "Chief Sima, the leader is over at the training grounds." Sima Bing then turned and made her way towards the training grounds swiftly. She arrived not long after. The training ground was a vast expanse of ruins. The natural terrain and complicated structure of the various dilapidated buildings made it easier for Yu Zhong to conduct his rigorous training. At one side, hundreds of soldiers were currently going through a series of training, including off-road tactics, push-ups, scaling of high-rise buildings. 20 RH-2S were engaged in intense battles in the middle of the ruins. Bai Yi could control multiple RH-2S, to even thousands of them, but there was a disadvantage. If subjected to a large-scale jamming attempt or interference, it would be hard for Bai Yi to control those robots smoothly, hence, it was important for the pilots in control to be well-versed. Furthermore, Yu Zhong was well aware of a fact that while Bai Yi might be a Super AI, it was not improbable for the enemy to have their own Super AI as well. If he were to just rely on her for everything, he might have to pay a painful price in the future. Sima Bing observed the entire place and discovered Yu Zhong on a hilltop after a while. Currently he was sitting with Floxinia, Xiangma Yiming, Duanmu Sheng and Qi Qinger. His eyes were both shut, his right hand releasing a golden radiance. Sima Bing hurried over. Floxinia took one look at her and immediately barked out coldly, "Brother Yu Zhong is currently at a crucial stage of his training, hold your tongue on your matters first." Sima Bing halted, her gaze on Floxinia while a chill crept up her heart. Floxinia's mind-reading abilities were no longer a secret among the upper management. Towards her, few dared to get close. After all, who would be willing to have their secrets revealed? Currently, Floxinia was conferred the director of the Central Intelligence, with authority over 100 intelligence officers. Few could escape her supervision. When she took on the mantle, she was extremely efficient, quickly weeding out dozens of spies and traitors. At the same time, she sourced out all the greedy and scrupulous people, rapists and even murderers among the newly formed Crusade group. After she pointed them all out, other than Yu Zhong and a few others, everyone in the Crusade group was filled with fear towards this young girl. No one dared to stay too long with her, even her own subordinates were filled with fear and respect. If it wasn't for the good treatment of the Central Intelligence, no one would dare work alongside Floxinia for long. Within the Crusade group, people were more afraid of Floxinia than Yu Zhong. Of course, to protect her, Yu Zhong had assigned the Type 4 Anya to guard her personally. With a Type 4 Divine Warrior as a personal guard, no one dared to have any thoughts towards Floxinia. Sima Bing had a similar heart-crawling fear towards her, but she still proceeded over. Floxinia continued to stare coldly at Sima Bing but did not say anything else, turning to look at Yu Zhong, full of reliance. Within the Crusade group, her only friend was the pure and innocent Qi Qinger, and the only person she could count on and respect were Yu Zhong, who had accepted and treasured her greatly. As Yu Zhong's god and devil imprint continued to glow, his consciousness was in the Evolving Temple. The Evolving Temple was currently filled with people who were intending to get their job change. Yu Zhong had set up a decent foundation back on Earth, and with the various powerful leaders and their guidance, the Evolving Temple was utilized efficiently. Every day there would be ordinary people becoming enhancers, coming over to do their job change. With a thought, the Evolving Temple began to radiate, revealing Yu Zhong's hologram. "Who are you? What's going on?" The enhancers inside the Evolving Temple caught sight of Yu Zhong, and their hearts turned cold as their bodies tensed for battle. Yu Zhong might be the biggest leader over at Guangxi, but many still did not recognize him. "Leader. You are Leader Yu Zhong." At this moment, one fully equipped soldier came up to Yu Zhong and let out an excited cheer. "Yu Zhong. This is Leader Yu Zhong?" The moment they heard his name, the entire place was rocked. After all, Yu Zhong's fame had spread far and wide. Many of these enhancers that could get a job change in this Evolving Temple had been reinforcement soldiers that were trained up and assigned here to become stronger. Many of them were filled with respect and veneration towards Yu Zhong. This man was the person who had conquered the capital with his people. If nothing went wrong, it was possible that he would reunite the entire country and re-establish order. Many of the soldiers who had already undergone the job change quickly came over, their gazes filled with idolization as they looked at him, awaiting instructions. Yu Zhong glanced at that soldier who recognized him. "I'm back. Go get Hu Yi Jing Ming He Zhang Shui Wang, tell them all to come." "Yes, leader." The soldier replied and swiftly left. Soon after, a number of elite soldiers quickly arrived, ushering the other reinforcements and supplementary soldiers out. These soldiers could only wait helplessly outside the evolving temple. After a few hours, many assault helicopters descended from the skies, as a number of big shots walked out. That was Regiment Commander Hu. Regiment Commander Zhang. Mayor Zheng. Oh my goodness, that man truly is Leader Yu Zhong. The soldiers watched the characters alighting from the helicopters and sucked in a breath of cold air. Hu Yi Jing Ming He and Zhang Shui Wang were all people with high authority. Each time they appeared, the entire Guangxi would be sent into excitement, and yet these people actually gathered at a single person's order. They could not help but be shocked. All the important people within Yu Zhong's administration appeared, entering the evolving temple to see their leader. "Leader. Boss. Leader, how are you?" Seeing his holographic image, many of them were emotional. This was the man that had led them to conquer the capital, creating miracles one after another. Many of those who still had some ambitious thoughts saw Yu Zhong and reigned in their ambitions. His influence and control were expanding at a crazy pace. Even if they tried to stage something, there would not be much room for success. Instead, failure would definitely be a consequence they could not bear. Everyone has gathered. Very good. I'm now in the second world on the other side of the gates of hell. Let me introduce the current situation. This time what I'm about to say has to remain a classified secret. Anyone beneath the rank of Major General is not to be made privy to this information. He then proceeded to update them on the situation of the other planet. Upon hearing his words, everyone was beyond shocked. After all, before entering the second world, Yu Zhong's might was already terrifying, and yet he was only comparable to a Type 3 divine warrior over there. In comparison, the Saint clan had over 100,000 Type 3 divine warrior, which was equivalent to 100,000 Yu Zhongs that had not yet entered the second stage. They even had more terrifying existences beyond that, like the Type 4 and Type 5 freaks. If they were to act, none of them knew how to deal with it. Chapter 768, Fury. The situation now is extremely dangerous. We only have about 10 months to prepare. I have obtained data on a few things here, quickly manufacture them. He then sent over the information and blueprints of the items he obtained from the second world. When those in the research fields received his items, they were filled with excitement. This time, the reason Yu Zhong made his presence known was to ensure the stability of his people and to bring them up to speed. When the gates of hell opened, the battleground would be on Earth, not the second world. After finishing his delegation, Yu Zhong retracted his consciousness and returned to the second world. He opened his eyes and immediately saw Sima Bing, and he asked, "Chief Sima, what's the matter?" Floxinia was a pretty lowly, but with her mind-reading ability she was truly a terrifying existence within the Crusade group. Sima Bing would not come close if she could help it. She replied, "Leader. Right now, the Saint clan has launched a widespread massacre of the human race everywhere. Please advise on our next step." Yu Zhong was taken aback. "Slaughter? A widespread slaughter? Is this for real?" Those from the Saint clan were evolved from zombies, and while they might view humans as livestock, treating them as food, hunting them from time to time through their hunting parties, there had never been a large-scale slaughter. After all, while humans were livestock to them, they were also some form of personal belonging of theirs. Killing the humans like this would just deprive them of their future pleasures. Sima Bing continued in anguish, "Yes. Other than Saint City, all the other cities are currently participating in their own hunting parties, as countless flesh-eaters and vampires have begun to slaughter the humans within the cities without constraint. Those who have been spared are already taken in as slaves and sent to the quarries and factories to be worked to death. All cities have already become hell for humans. In the past, although the Saint clan had been unbridled, they had never been this cruel. This time their actions caused a chill in everyone's hearts." "What's the current death toll?" Yu Zhong asked. "It is estimated to be over 100 million already." When Yu Zhong heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. This was 1/3 of the world's human population. Just like that, they had already been killed by the Saint clan. He had finally understood just how cruel and sadistic the Saint clan was. He had initially hoped to make use of the humans under the Flesh Eaters to grow his crusade group. Now that they had carried out a large-scale slaughter, he was thoroughly shocked and enraged. Unable to suppress his anger, he lost his mind and roared, 100 million humans had been slaughtered. And we didn't get any inkling of what was happening before? What is your department doing? There were two branches within the intelligence department of the Crusade Group. One was the Central Intelligence headed by Floxinia, the other was made up of the original web of ears and eyes on the ground from the Resistance. After Yu Zhong had reorganized the entire thing, he had left the web of intelligence and sentry officers on the ground alone, using the same people, while the chief of the division was Sima Bing. To Yu Zhong, the value of the Resistance had been their network of intelligence. Only by continuing to use the old people was it possible to maximize their efficiency. Had Yu Zhong tried to reorganize them and deploy some other people, he might have caused the entire network to crumble. The central intelligence that Yu Zhong set up for Floxinia was a newly established one, and in the future, once things were stabilized, he would then take over the previous network. However, as for now, they operated separately. Sima Bing lowered her head when shouted at by Yu Zhong, gritting her teeth while holding back her tears. There was no prior warning. They had started killing last night. All the cities had sealed their gates, and almost none of our eyes and ears out there made it out alive. This news was brought by the lucky few who managed to escape through the water tunnels to bring to us. When Yu Zhong heard this, his fury subsided slightly as he calmed down and apologized. I'm sorry. I lost my head there for a second. I was too agitated. 10 million people were killed mercilessly. Each time he thought about this, his heart would boil with rage. He had seen his fair share of slaughter and massacre, and even the slaughter of 100 or thousands was enough to send him into a rage. This time, on this planet, the Saint clan had actually culled the lives of 10 million in one go. He was beyond infuriated at this point. At the same time, he felt an immense pressure. He definitely could not allow the Saint clan to conquer Earth. Should that happen, then the fate of these people here would be repeated back on Earth. Sima Bing wiped her eyes and faced Yu Zhong resolutely. Leader, you don't have to apologize. It was my mistake not discovering their decision to act sooner. I will not shirk my responsibilities. From now on, I swear that there will not be a second time. Her heart ached as well at the thought of having lost 10 million fellow humans. She looked at him and asked, Leader, what do we do now? Yu Zhong suppressed the boiling fury in his heart and spat out coldly, For now, let us go teach those beasts a lesson. Red Rock City was initially a bustling city, with a clean water source within its area, attracting countless merchants and vagabonds. Currently, it was littered with human corpses as numerous human heads were pierced through and stuck on the wall. Every single one of those victims had fear and despair at the point of death, the entire thing looking extremely grim. Within the city there was death everywhere. The streets were empty save for the corpses on the ground. Compared to the outer parts, the inner city was a lot less desolate, although the humans there felt nervous, afraid that they would be next. Inside the castle of Red Rock City, 10 Type 3 flesh eaters were gathered in a room, sipping virgin blood out of boredom while chatting. One of them, a black man, laughed at the city lord Annette. Annette, when are you going to open your inner city to us and let us have some fun? Annette laughed back. In another 2 days. We just finished our hunting party in the outer parts. Those lowly humans aren't feeling too good now. If we act now, most of them will just escape. Within Red Rock City, many strong humans had been bought over by Annette to serve as guards. This was one of the measures the flesh eaters employed to divide the humans, causing them to fight among themselves. One blonde flesh eater licked his lips while smiling cruelly. I heard that Changwei Girls' School contains the best quality girls you have. When the hunting party starts, I want to have a good taste of those delicious humans. Annette, you won't feel reluctant, will you? Annette laughed casually. Honestly, it does hurt a little. However, I've already kept 20 exceptional stock. The rest of the goods in Changwei Girls' School are yours to enjoy, gentlemen. Since the Sacred War is about to begin again, I do not know if everyone will survive. So let's just enjoy ourselves. If we make it out alive, rebuilding the school is no issue. One short and fat flesh eater praised, Well said. Those that have not reached 12 years old belong to me, Koizumi Shizaburo. No one is to fight me for them. Haha. Within the manor, the sounds of laughter rang out. Honk, honk, honk. At this moment, loud explosions rang out in Red Rock City, causing the manor to shake as well. The moment they heard the explosions, the 10 Type 3 flesh-eaters got up explosively and punched through one of the walls. Although they had powerful flesh bodies, they would be unable to defend against cannons and missile. Thus, they would not stay idly at one place to be bombarded to death. Spaceship. It's the spaceship, isn't that from the higher-ups? How come it's here? Annette and the rest looked up and surveyed their surroundings, their hearts feeling a chill. They discovered that there was a single spaceship which they knew only the Type 5 Divine Warriors could pilot, and on the ground, 100 RH-2s were currently marching towards them in an orderly fashion. Seeing such a terrifying scene, Annette and the other Type 3 flesh-eaters suddenly felt fear and despair. Scramble. We can't hold on here anymore. Annette was also a decisive man as he quickly gave the order. Still thinking of leaving? You beasts can go to hell. Following a cold voice, 2 electromagnetic beams shot out, blasting the heads of 2 Type 3 flesh-eaters to the sides of Annette. Annette and the remaining flesh-eaters turned around to see Zhong holding his electromagnetic gun, alone. Annette frowned as he fixed his gaze on Zhong. Who the hell are you? The black flesh-eater beside Annette scrutinized Zhong carefully and became agitated, yelling, Zhong. He's the leader of the human resistance, Zhong. He has the god and devil imprint. Kill him. And will be elevated to the upper echelons of the Saint clan. Chapter 769, Consecutively Destroying 11 Cities. Upon hearing that it was Zhong, the remaining 8 Type 3 flesh-eaters immediately got excited. If they could hunt this man in front of them, they would elevate in status, position, and even their own bottleneck, reaching the Type 4 Divine Warrior level. In the entire 1,000-year history of the flesh-eaters, only one person had relied on radiation to break through to reach the Type 5 Divine Warrior level. Many had contributed to the cause of the Saint clan and had been elevated to the Type 4 Divine Warrior level. Ha ha ha, you are my prey. Give me your heart. Following a piercing laughter, a gust of wind blew past as one of the Type 3 flesh-eaters appeared in front of Zhong, sending a powerful fist towards him. Zhong raised his right hand to block. As the fist of the flesh-eater slammed into him, it caused him to be knocked back a dozen meters. Strong, these Type 3 flesh-eaters are not weak at all. Zhong felt his hand go numb. Had he not enhanced his body of steel to reach the second order, his hand might have been shattered by that single impact. Haha. Seeing Zhong being forced back, the rest of the flesh-eaters laughed savagely and gained more confidence to charge right at him, their claws stretched out to tear into his heart. In terms of body constitution as a human, I'm still incomparable to these freaks. With a thought, Zhong's eyes narrowed and a powerful devil flame dragon soared into the air, enveloping all the Type 3 flesh-eaters around him. Ah! The devil flame dragon coiled once, wrapping around the Type 3 flesh-eaters near Zhong, causing them to scream out in misery, as they hurried to channel their radiance of life to withstand the burning. However, the Type 3 devil flame was like a leech that stuck to them. No matter how much they struggled, they could not shake it off. Within 2 minutes, 5 of them had been burnt into ashes, their life force absorbed by Zhong through the god and devil imprint. What a fearsome flame! Annette and the remaining 3 Type 3 flesh-eaters stared at Zhong with fear. Currently, dense sounds of gunshots were ringing throughout Red Rock City, as the soldiers and flesh-eaters of the city took up arms to meet the invading robots. At the same time, hundreds of soldiers were grabbing their laser guns and rushing towards Zhong in the manor. Retreat. Annette and the other 3 exchanged looks and hurried to flee towards the center of the city. They had come to the conclusion that they could not face Zhong, and wanted to preserve their lives. There was only retreat. As for Red Rock City, they couldn't care less. Humans were at a constant disadvantage in this world. Even if they had conquered a city, they would not be able to hold on to it for long. The flesh-eaters would usually send an army to reclaim it. Furthermore, out in the wilderness, there was no clean water nor enough food. It was hard to fight a battle of attrition using guerrilla warfare, which relied on sufficient resources. You want to flee? Today will be the day you die. Zhong watched the 3 fleeting flesh-eaters, and his body was immediately shrouded by his dark Do Chi. Under the enhancement of the 3rd Order Dark Do Chi, his body had reached the Type 4 Divine Warrior's level. With a tap of his foot, the roof he was on split apart. At the same moment, he appeared beside Annette. Impossible. How did your speed become so fast? Your speed should not be above mine. Annette could not help but scream in shock when he saw Yu Zhong. He had ascertained that Yu Zhong's speed could not have been this fast from the earlier exchange. Yu Zhong laughed coldly in response, whisking out his flame blade and directly sliced the city lord in half. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere, and this demon who had killed millions of people had finally died at Yu Zhong's hands. The other two had terrifying speeds, and in a blink they had escaped out of Yu Zhong's vision. Suddenly 2 bursts of blood-colored light shot through the skies, and the 2 of them were directly slain by Duanmu Sheng and Shashi. The 10 Type 3 flesh-eaters might have been killed by Yu Zhong and the experts he brought, but the rest of the flesh-eaters were still as vicious and cruel. Knowing that they were losing, they quickly began to slaughter the rest of the humans in the city. Those humans barely had time to defend themselves, and many were instantly killed or heavily injured. At the same time, some of the human experts had been wary of the madness of the flesh-eaters, and begun to engage them in battle. Yu Zhong brought his experts and quickly joined the fray, slaughtering the low-level flesh-eaters. They were simply no match for Yu Zhong and his subordinates. When the army of RH2S joined the battle, they quickly suppressed all the chaos. When everything had settled down, the once bustling and radiant Red Rock City had been largely damaged, with plenty of broken buildings and dead bodies everywhere. It resembled a ruin with casualties of both humans and flesh-eaters. The original number of humans had been 80,000, after the slaughter and crazy battle in Red Rock City, there were only 4,000 left. Having conquered Red Rock City, Yu Zhong swiftly mobilized his people to gather all the resources and working equipment out of the city. He had gained a large number of resources and a few thousand people in this attack. At first, most of those people in the inner city had been staunch supporters of the flesh-eaters, but after the massacres carried out, witnessing many of their friends and families killed, they were filled with hatred towards the flesh-eaters, and many took the initiative to join Yu Zhong's crusade group. At the same time when Yu Zhong invaded Red Rock City, at another side, Gong Chang Tian had led a large fleet to attack Black Crow City, a city also under the control of the flesh-eaters. Jess was also leading another force to crush yet another city elsewhere, gaining resources. Having successfully concluded the assault on Red Rock City, Yu Zhong handed the cleanup to Luo Chen, before he led his own elite troops towards the next city. With Bai Yi in control, Yu Zhong had 3 troops all attacking simultaneously, bringing 11 cities down, saving about 100,000 humans and gaining a large number of resources. Retreat? What? Gong Chang Tian stared at Yu Zhong's image in the display, asking unhappily. Currently, Gong Chang Tian had just taken down 3 cities and was feeling invincible. He had not expected Yu Zhong to call for a retreat at this moment. Yu Zhong replied solemnly, "We have already brought down 11 cities of the Flesh-Eater clan. They're likely to respond any time now. If I'm not wrong, they've gathered a large army to deal with us. If we don't retreat now, it'll be too late." Gong Chang Tian fell silent before replying, "I got it, leader. Let me get White Maple City first and I'll retreat then." Yu Zhong felt a sense of unease and he barked, "No. I'm ordering you to retreat now." Gong Chang Tian looked at Yu Zhong resolutely, "Apologies, leader. We're now only about 10 li away from White Maple City. There are 30,000 of our brethren waiting for us to save them. Bai Yi's net has not yet discovered any Saint clan members nearby. With such circumstances, I definitely have to go to White Maple City to save our fellow humans." After that, he cut off the communication. Yu Zhong's army had been split into 3 to take down 11 cities in one fell swoop. Of which Yu Zhong took 4, Jess also took 4, only Gong Chang Tian had managed to take 3. He truly wanted to continue, otherwise, it felt like he could not even compare with Jess. Fucking bastard. Gong Chang Tian's forceful cut of the communication caused Yu Zhong to frown and curse. As of now, while Yu Zhong was considered the highest leader, Gong Chang Tian's authority was not any lesser than before. He had plenty of loyal subordinates and good buddies. In order to utilize the entire force as a whole, Yu Zhong had no choice but to use Gong Chang Tian, as long as he did not think of betraying Yu Zhong. However, he did not expect that Gong Chang Tian was so stubborn as to try and rack up merit, that he overstepped his authority. Gong Chang Tian quickly ordered, "Convey my command, everyone is to march forth, the target is White Maple City." Under his orders, the armored fleet began to move forth swiftly towards White Maple City. Soon they arrived. With over 100 RH2S marching in formation, they quickly charged right through into the city. After breaching the walls, they began to sweep out anyone who took up arms against them. Be it flesh-eaters or humans, whoever fought back would be killed on the spot. Chapter 770, Gong Chang Tian's Death. We took down another city. Gong Chang Tian looked as the RH-2S tore through the city with little resistance. The corners of his mouth arched in a satisfied smile. Every time he attacked a city, he would use the RH-2S to charge right in, quickly ending half the battle. The leftover would usually be dealing with those flesh-eaters on the streets who were unwilling. One RH-2 was patrolling the streets of White Maple City, its guns and cannons extended out, sweeping the area for enemies. Suddenly, it twisted and with a loud roar, the cannons and guns fired madly at one shop, directly killing a Type 2 flesh-eater hiding within. At this moment, a shadow charged over from afar. Under Bai Yi's control, the RH-2 swiftly adjusted its weapons to aim at the new enemy. However, it was too late. The shadow appeared right in front of the RH-2, a long 6M laser blade in his arm that came slashing through the RH-2 right down the middle, separating it in two. The man was dressed in black, tight clothes, looked at the two halves and laughed coldly. What presumptuous humans! Do you think our Saint clan is for decoration purposes? At the same time, a number of shadows charged out from the various dark alleys at the speed of sound, employing all sorts of means to attack and destroy the RH-2S. Bai Yi's clone in the handheld display of Gong Chang Tian began to warn loudly, "Warning! Warning! There is an indeterminate number of experts attack the RH-2S. Preliminary investigations suggest that there might be at least 10 Type 4 Divine Warriors. There's also the possibility of a Type 5 Divine Warrior. 36 RH-2S have already been destroyed, please pass an order." Bai Yi had sent her clones to be controlled by Jess and Gong Chang Tian for the sake of the three-prong attack. Without her help, they would not have been able to take down so many cities in such a short time. Yu Zhong would not intervene with their command as well. After all, he was not God, he could not be omnipresent, and thus could only trust their judgment. A poor command would just send their elites to their death. What? How did it become like this? Gong Chang Tian turned pale when he heard this and could not help but shout, "What have you been doing? How come so many high-level Saint clan members appear without you know? You're a super AI. For goodness sake." Facing his outburst, Bai Yi spoke quietly, "I might be a super AI. There are many things beyond my control and supervision. As long as the enemy is not employing any tools or equipment with computer mainframes, I am unable to hack and obtain intelligence. I'm not an invincible existence." Bai Yi's ability was extremely overpowered. As long as there was a computer-based machine, she could hack into it and bring it under her control. However, there were limitations as well, as she would be helpless towards anything that does not require a computer. Gong Chang Tian had fought beside Yu Zhong before and watched how Bai Yi had brought so many types of equipment and weapons under her control, together with the RH-2S, to defeat the Type 4 flesh-eaters. This caused him to have a misconception about Bai Yi's power. In fact, while Bai Yi might be extremely powerful, there were ways to counter her. He roared out anxiously, "Retreat! Retreat!" The RH-2S in White Maple City were part of the Crusade Group's main combat force. Currently, they had no way of manufacturing these powerful robots. If lost, they would suffer a drop in their might. Yes. Under his order, many RH-2S began to swiftly retreat out from White Maple City. As they fled, they would fire madly at the Type 4 flesh-eaters with the help of Bai Yi. However, the Type 4 flesh-eaters exploded out with their terrifying strength, chasing after the RH-2S relentlessly, destroying one after the other. Even with Bai Yi's control, the combination of 100 RH-2S could at most suppress one Type 4. Now there were over 15 of them. Such a force was not something the RH-2S could handle. The number of RH-2S lost is now 45. The number of RH-2S lost is now 51. Bai Yi continued to report the current status of the RH-2S. Almost every second, there would be an RH-2 being decimated. Gong Chang Tian was not an inexperienced fighter. He quickly recovered from the shock and issued a flurry of orders. "Heed my command, Team 6 and Team 7 is to rush and kill all low-level flesh-eaters and city guards. Team 8, go find a way to slow down the enemy's advance. Team 9 and 10, quickly flee from this place." With his orders, the RH-2S that had all been fleeing quickly changed formation, some attacking, some fleeing, while the others focusing on the slaughtering of the low-level flesh-eaters and human soldiers. Like this, the speed of the Type 4 flesh-eaters slowed down drastically, with no choice but to send some to go and take on those going on a rampage within the city. Gong Chang Tian led the remaining 20 RH2s to flee towards the distance. He was beginning to regret not listening to Yu Zhong, although he was now focused on getting away. Hong, hong, hong. After a round of explosions, a number of RH2s were destroyed as a handsome man stepped through the destruction, his hands holding a whip. Had this person been placed anywhere on Earth prior to the apocalypse, he would be chased by plenty of girls. This handsome man walked towards Gong Chang Tian while smiling. "How do you do? I'm Gu Mu from the Saint Clan, am pleased to make your acquaintance." On the display of the central computer in the command center, Bai Yi warned, "Warning! Warning! Based on the scans of the life form in front, there is an 80% possibility of the person to be a Type 5 ancestor type, a survivor of the Sacred War." Type 5 ancestor. Hearing this, everyone in the vehicle command center, everyone's face fell. The Type 5 ancient were experts who had survived the war centuries ago and had an unimaginable power. At the same time, their battle experience was practically unmatched. There were no games to be played before such existences. The remaining RH2s began to fire their lasers and cannons at Gu Mu. He remained impassive, dodging within the rain of firepower, some of them barely brushing him by, as though they were all purposely avoiding him. Gu Mu continued walking forward while smiling, while the RH2s exploded mysteriously, turning into balls of flame. Seeing this, everyone turned ashen. Attack! Do not cease attacking. One resistance soldier had despair written across his face, as he roared out and began to fire madly at Gu Mu. He had just stood up when his brain split open mysteriously. Gu Mu chuckled, "You guys aren't being nice. Stop the fire. You guys aren't my match. If you continue, only death awaits. I'm not interested in killing you. Where's your leader? I want to meet him." Hong, hong, hong. At the same time, the last 4 RH2s combusted in balls of fire, and the RH2s that had successfully conquered a few cities under Gong Chang Tian were all wiped out. All of them eyed Gu Mu with pale expressions, many of them trembling. The disparity in strength was too vast. Even though they had 60 soldiers in this fleet facing Gu Mu, they were no different from ants. Their lives could be snuffed out just like that. "I'm the highest in command here, Gong Chang Tian." Gong Chang Tian walked out from the command center, speaking brightly in a tone that was neither submissive nor arrogant. Gu Mu continued to smile warmly. "Very good. Gong Chang Tian, I admire you. Let's become friends. I'm sick of the war between the humans and our Saint Clan. I do wish for peace. Are you willing to become my friend? Let's work together for peace between the humans and Saint Clan, all right?" Living in peace. That's impossible. You bunch of sadistic freaks are not worthy of living on this planet. I, Gong Chang Tian, would never live alongside you. Brothers, everyone charge onward. Let's kill this motherfucker. Even if we can't, we must at least bite a chunk of meat. We humans will never bend our heads. With a roar, his Do Chi enveloped his body, pushing himself to the state of a Type 4 divine warrior. His eyes turning bloodshot, with a tap of his foot, he shot towards Gu Mu. Lance also activated his ability as bright light radiated from his body, shining like the sun, causing everyone to be blinded temporarily. Even Gu Mu had to shield his eyes from the intensity of it. Chance. Gong Chang Tian's eyes flashed with a glint, as he sent a fist towards Gu Mu's head. Pum. Just as his fist was about to connect with Gu Mu, his head exploded mysteriously. At the same time, Lance, as well as the soldiers beside him, suffered the same fate. At least you've got some backbone. Gu Mu opened his eyes coldly and muttered as he stared at the corpses, before turning around to leave. Chapter 771. Type 5 Mutant Beasts Battle. The wipeout of Gong Chang Tian's 3rd unit by Gu Mu and his 15 Type 4 flesh-eaters caused a huge wave among the Crusade Group soldiers. The force was an elite troop of the Resistance, most of them of Type 2 divine warrior strength. After they were killed, for a period of time, everyone was nervous, and Yu Zhong had no choice but to remain in the base to keep them settled. The moment those flesh-eaters acted, they had demonstrated their overwhelming power. After the 3rd unit was destroyed, no one dared to go against Yu Zhong's opinions anymore, insisting on killing all the flesh-eaters in one go. Although it was possible for Yu Zhong to harass them with Bai Yi's ability, it was far from really causing any substantial damage. the advantages still belonged to the Saint clan after all. Within a meeting hall in the ancient ruins, Yu Zhong and his subordinates of this world gathered together. Yu Zhong asked, "Bai Yi, according to Radis's information, there should be stronger equipment and weapons of war compared to the RH-2S. We have taken down 11 cities but we haven't discovered anything. Where would those equipment be?" Bai Yi had previously experienced the First Sacred War and was clearer about the combat than Yu Zhong. Bai Yi swiftly replied, "The Saint City? Based on the analysis, it is likely that most of the human weapons had been sealed within Saint City. The air fortress that you possess now was one of the strongest weapons utilized by the human forces back then. The Saint clan had decided to use these as well in order to take down cities." Yu Zhong eyed everyone present and asked, "Saint City? Who has been there before? Can you please fill me in?" Everyone fell silent, their expressions falling. Hearing this phrase, Yan's mouth curled as though he was reminded of some unpleasant memories. He hesitated for a long time before slowly speaking, "I've been there. Saint City, that place is the sacred grounds for those of the flesh-eater race. At the same time, it is a paradise where most ignorant humans wish to reside in. Saint City has an inner and outer city, where the inner parts are only exclusive to the flesh-eaters. The outer city contains humans and other flesh-eaters. In Saint City there's a tough law, even flesh-eaters cannot kill humans indiscriminately. All those who do so would be heavily punished. At the same time, there is technology that is way beyond our world within the inner city, and any illnesses or ailments can be cured by some of the machines. If you want to enter Saint City, you have to be the elite of the human race, and willing to become a loyal dog of the Saint clan. Most of the humans in Saint City are no longer considered as our fellow humans, but the hunting dogs of the flesh-eaters. They do not view other humans as equals, instead as long as they receive orders, they would take up their weapons to slaughter other humans. There's also a strict household record system. All humans have to leave their fingerprints and iris features with the Bureau. When entering Saint City, they are subjected to fingerprint and iris scans, metal detectors and radiation checks. Without an identity it is impossible to enter." Yen seemed to have guessed everyone's thoughts and curiosity as he continued, "Although it seems like Saint City is a secure and stable place with laws and regulations, in truth humans are truly the lowest of lowest there. My parents and older brother had been captured secretly to become their food." When they heard this, everyone's eyes were filled with sympathy. Yu Zhong turned to Sima Bing and asked, "In Saint City do we have any eyes or ears?" She shook her head. "Nope. It is impossible to extend our reach within. All those soldiers who had tried to infiltrate had sacrificed their lives to no avail. It truly is tough to carry this out." Yu Zhong frowned and thought. After that, he continued to ask everyone but did not manage to get any further information. After the meeting was dismissed, Yu Zhong went back to his room, when suddenly he got an inspiration and summoned Xiangma Yiming to his room. Yu Zhong asked, "Xiangma Yiming, have you been to Saint City?" He replied obediently, "Yes, master." Yu Zhong became excited and continued asking, gaining more knowledge from Xiangma Yiming. Security in Saint City was as tight as what Yen had described. It was impossible for ordinary people to infiltrate. Even for someone like Xiangma Yiming, a Type 4 divine warrior, if he wanted to bring a human in, they would have to bring the person to the nearby city for a round of tests. After 2 years, then it was possible for the human to enter. As for Type 3 divine warriors, it was impossible for them to try and recommend humans in. They would have to report in and Saint City would send someone to conduct an evaluation. If there were no problems, there would be further steps along the way. By the time an elite human got in, he or she would be 60 years old. Yu Zhong took in all this information, considering them carefully, and came up with a decision after 3 days. He brought Xiangma Yiming and Duanmu Sheng in an assault helicopter towards Saint City. If Yu Zhong were to stay in the resistance after 9 months, he would at most expand their size by 1 or 2 times. Against the forces of Saint Clan, it would still be insignificant. He had to take the initiative. Deathly silence, barren, bleak, with no trace of life. As Yu Zhong looked out the window in the helicopter, all he saw were abandoned cities. All of a sudden, the pilot of the helicopter shouted out with a pale expression, "Not good, leader. There's a strange life form flying over here." Yu Zhong's face fell as he barked out, "Descend immediately." In this world, not even the skies were safe, as there were plenty of mutant beasts in the air. If one's luck was bad, they would meet high-level mutant beasts. Even a fighter jet would be destroyed. Emergency landings were one of the tactics to avoid them. The helicopter quickly descended with Yu Zhong's order. A huge beast wrapped in flames, its wingspan easily over 100 meters and its body covered entirely in red scales came swooping over. It had a crocodile head. Behind that crocodile head beast, there was a green-scaled pterosaur of hundreds of meters in length chasing after the former. The two mythical beasts clashed together in a mad frenzy, one utilizing flames, the other utilizing the storm and winds, pushing their innate abilities to attack each other. Type 5 mutant beasts. Yu Zhong activated his Eye of Perception and immediately received the notifications. On Earth, he could use the skill to tell the name and level of any mutant beast. However, on this planet the usage of the skill was severely limited. The two mutant beasts were engaged in a slugfest, when suddenly, a huge wind blade descended from the skies, striking the assault helicopter. The assault helicopter was sliced through like butter, as countless metal parts scattered everywhere. The pilot was sliced in two as well. Yu Zhong lost his right arm due to that sudden attack, while Duanmu Xing and Xiangma Yiming were fortunate enough to dodge that. As the both of them had no ability to float, they plunged down towards the ground. Yu Zhong's back began to shine with his dark wind wings, and he shot down like a beam of light towards his dismembered arm. After grabbing it, he placed it back on the wound and channeled his dark Do Chi to gather at the injury. Enhanced by the dark Do Chi, his cells were invigorated and began to recover, automatically connecting with the stump, and soon his arm was back to normal. Having reconnected his arm, he flew down. The clash between those two Type 5 mutant beasts was too shocking, he would be caught in the crossfire and could easily be killed. The moment he landed on a hill, he quickly hid behind a huge boulder, observing the battle in the skies. A number of flaming fireballs descended, blasting the ground in various places. The flames continued to burn as though inextinguishable. Numerous wind blades slashed all over the ground, causing new rifts in the earth, their depths unimaginable. The attacks of the two Type 5 mutant beasts were truly devastating and ferocious, as large amount of blood continued to fall towards the ground. Yu Zhong stared at the blood, his eyes almost bursting with desire. Every part of a Type 5 beast was a precious treasure, their blood could be used to research new evolving liquids, and could nourish energy. Such a treasure was being wasted on the ground. His heart ached, and he pulled out his powerful electromagnetic gun, waiting for a chance. The two Type 5 mutant beasts had terrifying regenerative abilities. Even if they were hurt, their wounds would heal at a visible rate. After battling for 2 whole hours, the crocodile head beast was finally grabbed by the pterosaur in the head, and the sharp claws tore a huge chunk out of its skull. Chapter 772, Velociraptors appears. The crocodile head beast stretched out its claws and pierced the pterosaur viciously in the chest as well, tearing a large chunk of flesh and some inner organs out. Right at this time, Yu Zhong, who was hiding at one corner, fired his weapon, and an electromagnetic beam shot out, penetrating through the head of the Type 5 pterosaur. The electromagnetic gun, that had always been able to conquer anything, finally failed for the first time. When the beam blasted the forehead of the Type 5 pterosaur, it caused the scales to blast open, causing a 5 centimeters deep wound. Such an injury was nothing to the Type 5 pterosaur. Failing to achieve anything with one hit, Yu Zhong maintained calm, his dark Do Chi channeling and enhancing his body, pushing it to the next level, and he fired another 3 times while maintaining his steadiness. The 3 electromagnetic beams fired out one after another, landing on the wound within milliseconds of each other. Those beams managed to blast through and prick the brain of the Type 5 mutant beast, injuring it like a needle piercing into a person's brain. The Type 5 pterosaur shrieked out in alarm and quickly flapped its wings to flee. A huge tornado blew past as it shot towards the distance like a meteor. Yu Zhong eyed the fleeing monster and he heaved a sigh of relief. The Type 5 pterosaur and the Type 5 crocodile head beast had gone all out in mutual destruction, both suffering heavy injuries. Even so, Yu Zhong lacked the ability to finish it off. Forcing it to flee was already something impressive. As the Type 5 pterosaur fled, the Type 5 crocodile head beast descended from the skies, directly entering a small valley. Yu Zhong observed the location it was heading to, his eyes flashing with greed, and he quickly burst forwards, chasing after it. That was a Type 5 mutant beast, its entire body a moving treasure trove. Its scales could be used to produce the best combat armor, its blood could be used to develop evolving liquids, its flesh a powerful source of nutrients and its nuclei even more precious as an energy source. Warning. Warning. The region in front has a radiation of level 4, classified as a mid-radiation zone. Without anti-radiation drugs, your body might possibly undergo mutation. Qiong moved around the valley for a period of time, when the radiation device at his waist suddenly beeped out the warning. Without any hesitation, he quickly pulled out the anti-radiation medicine he obtained in Red Rock City and swallowed it, delving deeper into the valley. Warning. Warning. The region in front has a radiation of level 5, classified as a mid-radiation zone. Warning. Warning. The region in front has a radiation of level 6. Each time Qiong ventured a certain distance in, the device would squeak out to warn him of the increasing levels of radiation. Warning. Warning. The region in front has a radiation of level 7, classified as a high radiation zone. Even with anti-radiation drugs, your body might suffer and possibly undergo mutation. Qiong arrived at the entrance of the valley and heard the urgent warnings of the device. He finally came to a stop and retreated 2 steps. A high radiation zone was extremely dangerous. Even Type 5 flesh-eaters would be enveloped and consumed by the radiation in such places, their cells mutating, turning into irradiated devils. In this world, the strongest irradiated devils were not due to the mutations in humans, but those in flesh-eaters. Such a zone was basically no man's land, few would dare to venture in without reason. Qiong stood there right at the border, his expression ugly as he gazed deep into the valley, his thoughts fleeting. Fuck it. I must at least get a Type 5 mutant beast nuclei. After hesitating for a while, a look of resolution finally passed his face, as he gobbled down 10 vials of anti-radiation drugs, pulling his level 5 defense vest to cover his head. This precious item that he got from conquering the capital on Earth could withstand radiation. However, he was not too confident in its ability to withstand high levels of radiation. He then channeled his bone-encompassing armor, and put on the scanning helmet he got from Qingjiang City, wrapping his body in dark Do Qi. With his shadow steps activated, his entire being flashed towards the valley at a speed faster than sound. In merely 3 seconds he had reached a deep part of the valley, noticing that there were no signs of the crocodile head beast. Instead, there was the mysterious Gates of Hell. Gates of Hell? There's actually one here. The Type 5 crocodile head beast must have escaped somewhere else through this door. Should I follow? Qiong stared at the Gates of Hell and he thought to himself before coming to a decision, that crocodile head beast is still not dead. If I follow it, it's possible to deal the killing blow. I can then absorb its life force. This is truly a once-in-a-blue-moon chance. If I were to miss it, it'd be hard to encounter one again. He immediately charged through the gate. With a bright flash, Qiong appeared in another world. The moment he appeared, he quickly activated his second-order stealth, observing his surroundings. He discovered that he was in a place where huge trees towered and reached for the skies, every one of them dozens of meters tall. The grass was lush and everywhere, there were strange plants and flowers. The Type 5 crocodile head beast was slumped at one area, its blood flowing without stop, its breath ragged. It's not dead yet. Who knows, I might be able to tame it and make it into a puppet. Such a thought arose in his heart before his eyes flashed with pity. Damn, I don't have any Type 5 puppet rune. A single Type 4 puppet rune required 50 Type 3 nuclei to form. A Type 5 puppet rune required 100 Type 4 nuclei. The Type 4 nuclei were truly rare and precious. Even after conquering 11 cities, his total Type 4 nuclei only reached 36. It was not enough to form a Type 5 puppet rune. Qiong threw that notion out of his mind and appeared on top of the Type 5 crocodile head beast. Strong. Truly worthy to be called a Type 5 mutant beast. Qiong stood on top and could tell that the wounds of the crocodile head beast were already healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. If no one disturbed it, the Type 5 mutant beast would easily recover within a short period of time. He took out his electromagnetic gun and fired a few shots into the injured head of the beast. The beams tore apart the brain, further blasting it into pieces. The crocodile head beast trashed and twisted about for a while before dying. As it died, a large amount of life force was absorbed into Qiong's body through the God and Devil imprint, entering his gold God-Devil nucleus, enlarging it by a little. Congratulations on gaining plus 20 in all attributes, as well as an additional plus 20 in strength. All skills below second order have gained an extra level. You have also gained 6 skill points. After killing the Type 5 crocodile head beast, Yu Zhong gained another terrifying jump in enhancement, pushing his body constitution as well as obtaining 6 precious skill points. With the 6 skill points, he could help his 3rd Order Devil Flame and 3rd Order Dark Do Chi to be enhanced once more. The Dark Do Chi could push his body constitution, while the Devil Flame granted him terrifying, destructive might. He relied heavily on them, thus he would naturally choose to strengthen them first. After killing the beast, he pulled out his flame blade to slice apart the monster. He worked his way from the head down, obtaining the Type 5 nuclei, then the blood, its hide, its meat, and quickly filled up his storage ring. As he was filling up his ring happily, there was a sudden movement in the grass nearby. All of a sudden, a number of beasts bolted out of the blue, charging right for him. What? Having undergone so many enhancements, even without utilizing his skills, his full speed had already exceeded the sound barrier. He leaped back forcefully. However, the speed of the beasts dashing through the tall grass was truly terrifying, exceeding even Yu Zhong. Velociraptors. Aren't they extinct? Even if they are, how is their speed this disgusting? Yu Zhong's eyes narrowed and he caught sight of the 6 monsters that were dashing towards him, discovering that they were the ferocious velociraptors that were supposed to be extinct a long time ago. Their speed surpassed the speed of sound, and although they had the same appearance as the dinosaurs of yesteryear, their power seemed to be much more than that. Chapter 773, Level 10 Treasure. Yu Zhong's 3rd Order Dark Do Chi surged as he pushed himself with his shadow steps. His body twisted and he dodged to the side. 4 of the velociraptors bit down on air, while the other 2 managed to land a bite on Yu Zhong's body. The sharp teeth of the 2 velociraptors tore through the Type 4 mutant sea snake hide, the Level 5 defense vest, tearing into his body. The force of the bites caused a few of his bones in the right shoulder to shatter as fresh blood flowed. Fast. Shock flashed in his eyes. The speed of these velociraptors could already surpass Type 4 divine warriors. Facing these vicious beasts, Yu Zhong dared not stay any longer. With a thought, he channeled his devil flame, blasting towards the velociraptors. In an instant, the 6 velociraptors were engulfed by the roaring devil flames. A bright white light flashed from the bodies of the velociraptors, resisting the burning of the devil flames. Yu Zhong was taken aback when he saw the light, radiance of light. However, in just 3 seconds the 6 velociraptors were incinerated, leaving 6 nuclei. The strands of life force flowed towards Yu Zhong. After burning them to death, Yu Zhong heaved a sigh of relief. Congratulations, you have crossed the hidden gates of hell to enter the 3rd world. You have 2 choices right now: go back to the 2nd world or close this gates of hell, staying in the 3rd world to survive, until the day where the 1st and 2nd worlds collide. If you choose to close this gate, you will gain a reward of a random treasure on your body being upgraded to level 10. At the same time, you will have to complete a mission to open up this gate to return to the 2nd world. Level 10 treasure? He was excited when he heard this. The strongest treasure he had on hand was only level 7. Even so, it was a great boon to him and he had never even heard of the existence of a level 10 treasure. Yu Zhong thought for a moment and pulled up his handheld monitor, speaking firmly, "I choose to stay here. Close the gates of hell." He had initially intended to stay in the 3rd world to steal the technology from the Saint clan. However, the mission was risky and chances of success were low. In Saint City, there were about 10 Type 5 divine warriors, and even the rumored Type 6 divine warrior holding the fort. He had initially hoped to infiltrate and make use of Bai Yi to obtain the technology. However, it was unlikely that he would succeed. Since that was the case, he decided to try his luck in the 3rd world. Even more importantly, the allure of the level 10 treasure was too great. The moment he made his choice, the huge gates of hell closed shut. From the skies, a beam of light almost invisible to the naked eye fell on Yu Zhong's ring, causing it to glow. After the light faded, the ring turned gray as a notification appeared in Yu Zhong's mind. Level 10 mid-grade storage ring upon equipping, Spirit plus 60. Storage space has increased to 81 cubic meters. Why was it this? Yu Zhong stared at his storage ring, his eyes filled with a complicated look. While the space increment after it reached level 10 was extremely large, he was happy, but what he needed was something to boost his fighting capabilities. Your mission has been decided. You have to kill a mid-grade dinosaur general by your own hands. The gates of hell would then reopen. A simple notification rang in his mind, and there were no further words. Mid-grade Dinosaur General, what's that? He frowned, not knowing how and where to start. However, he was certain that it was likely not something easy to deal with. Qiong turned around to eye the corpse of the Type 5 crocodile head beast, and he felt better. Thankfully, the ring has been expanded. This mountain of meat won't be wasted. At this time, there was sonorous and terrifying roar from a distance. The earth started to tremble, and Qiong felt a strong sense of unease. He quickly used his devil flame to wrap his flame blade and sliced the Type 5 crocodile head beast into two, keeping one half into his ring, and ran. Not long after, saber-toothed tigers, microraptors, velociraptors and as other ancient extinct beasts charged out from the jungle in a dense horde. Qiong looked at the horde, his expression falling. He did not dare stay for a moment longer than necessary. Just 6 velociraptors were enough to injure him earlier. He could not deal with them even at his best condition, not to mention when he was injured. Behind that horde of fleeing dinosaurs, there was a huge Tyrannosaurus Rex with powerful hind legs, its height of over 30 m chasing after them. The speed of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was incredibly fast, easily chasing up to a velociraptor. It opened its huge jaws and snapped down on the unfortunate velociraptor, enveloping it entirely. As its teeth came crushing down, there were the sickening sounds of crushed bones and blood splattered out. Qiong watched the scene with a chill in his heart. Had it been him, it was definitely impossible to evade that bite. The running speed of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was faster than the velociraptor, but the speed of the bite was even more fearsome. There was no way the velociraptor could even react in time. The Tyrannosaurus Rex seemed to have a black hole for its appetite. After swallowing that velociraptor, it quickly dashed forwards, opening its jaws once again to bite at a megaraptor this time. Blood covered its jaw red. There did not seem to be any dinosaur that could defend itself against the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The monstrous beast charged up to the remaining corpse of the Type 5 crocodile head beast and started to devour it voraciously. Qiong activated his second-order stealth, running madly. He did not want to face that fearsome beast right now. He managed to escape to a slightly safer and wider area before he gasped for breath. All of a sudden, there was a bright flash of light as some humans in strange clothing appeared in front of Qiong. Is this random teleportation? Qiong saw the sudden transfer of humans and understood, these must be the survivors selected randomly by the system to be sent over. Where is this? Who are you people? Seeing themselves appear in a foreign land, the newcomers were thrown into panic. Qiong stood one side, observing them quietly. This time, of those who were sent here, there were 6 who looked like young hooligans. 2 of them were doctors dressed in hospital garbs. 7 ladies were in cool, seductive clothing, their looks exquisite and attractive. There were 3 men with weapons, their expressions fierce. 8 men were in prison uniform. 4 black people, 6 white people. 13 naked youths, some of them still joined with one another. 1 fat man who looked to be in a high position or status, with a sexy and beautiful secretary beside him, as well as 2 bodyguards. Holy shit. It's the Rose Group. They're the idols of Rose Group. One of the hooligans caught sight of the 7 ladies in cool clothing and shouted out excitedly. Luing Bing. I'm your fan. Help me sign an autograph, please. The 6 hooligans immediately clamored over towards the 7 beautiful ladies. The 8 prisoners, as well as the weapon-wielding men, segregated themselves according to their own groups, exchanging cold looks while eyeing the rest warily. The bodyguards of the fatso quickly arrived by his side, pulling out their weapons to keep an eye on their surroundings. The 4 black and 6 white people also observed for a while before heading towards the forest. Rose Group? On Earth, there should not have been such an idol group. Qiong frowned when he heard this. Although he was not familiar with the entertainment circle, he was certain he had never heard of the Rose Group. Furthermore, based on the reaction of the 6 hooligans, it seemed like the Rose Group was extremely popular. Qiong came up to the 7 ladies who were being harassed by the 6 hooligans and asked, "Are you people from Earth?" One of the hooligan with piercings, his fashion sense heavy with jeans, and his expression wild and fierce shot a dirty look at Qiong and shouted, "Earth? Are you fucking daft? Scram. Can't you see this senior trying to hook up? I'll beat your fucking ass." Another ordinary-looking hooligan with a face full of pimples grabbed a big-breasted lady and tried pulling her towards the forest, while cursing, "Fuck. What the fuck are you acting pure for? Stinking bitch, You must have been screwed countless times by those producers and directors. This senior wants you for one time, yet you don't want to give me face. Fucking bitch. Everyone, let's take turns screwing her. The young lady with light makeup, her hair in a single ponytail, and her figure truly explosive, started to scream, "No! Save me! Save me! Shun! This is Sun Lon Lon. Your father, I have had a crush on her for a long time. I want to be her first." Following some wolf calls, the six of them pounced over. As Sun Lon Lon was being dragged away, the rest of the six beauties had fear in their eyes, not daring to say anything. Only one of them, whose looks were the most striking out of them, with a pure yet valiant aura about her, stepped forward to shout, "Let go of her! Let go of Lon Lon! You guys are breaking the law. I'll call the cops." Chapter 774, Prehistoric Giant Mosquitoes. One hooligan laughed with lust as he grabbed the girl's hands, pulling her towards the forest. "Han Chang. Just nice. You're the one I like. You guys aren't allowed to snatch her from me." Han Chang immediately screamed shrilly, "Let go! Save me! Save me!" The two doctors exchanged a look of hesitation before running forward. Two of the hooligans pulled out knives from their waists and threatened, "Fuck off! Your seniors are here conducting business, don't butt in. Otherwise we'll leave you with some presents." The two doctors came to halt, their bodies shivering slightly before lowering their head in shame. Although they had their conscience, under the threat of death they chose to maintain silence. The rest watched coldly, no one intended to help. "Help! Help!" The voices of Han Chang and Sun Lon Lon rang out throughout the compound. One prisoner stepped forward with a savage grin, walking towards the other 5 members. "Damn! This senior has been cooped up so long, and have not touched any woman for so long. Today I'll enjoy myself properly." Seriously, what a bunch of trash. Zhong saw this and frowned, pulling out his silencer pistol, pointing it at the hooligan who had grabbed onto Han Chang and fired once. A bullet hole appeared in between his head, as the dead youth slumped to the ground with a look of disbelief. Gun. He has a gun. Everyone attack. Seeing that Zhong used a gun to kill their own friend, the other 6 hooligans felt fear. They screamed out and 3 of them charged over, while 2 escaped towards the forest, and the last held Sun Lon Lon as hostage. Following a few clear gunshots, the 6 of them were shot dead. As their dead corpses slumped to the ground, the rest of the people were filled with shock. Han Chang and Sun Lon Lang were pale, not knowing what to do. The convict who had wanted to enjoy himself felt his back break out in cold sweat, as he edged away silently. The fatso, his secretary and bodyguards all looked at Zhong with alarm and respect. Zhong came up to Han Qiong and asked, "I'm asking you, did you guys come from Earth?" Han Qiong looked at this man who had just killed 7 men without batting an eyelid, trembling in fear. However, she replied resolutely, "What is Earth? I don't understand. Our Rose group come from Duran country. We're just an idle group from Duran country." Zhong was sure they were not from Earth and immediately changed his question. "Duran? Which planet are you guys from?" "Our planet is called Saturn." She finally understood Zhong's question, and her face turned pale as she continued to ask in disbelief, "Mister, are we not on Saturn right now?" Zhong replied, "Nope, this is not Saturn." He calculated silently, "Seems like it's not only our Earth that had been sucked into this cruel world. Other planets are likely within the palms of that existence." Han Qiong saw Zhong's wound from the bite of the Velociraptors and could not help but remind him, "Your injuries are serious. You should go to the hospital." She was good-hearted, and although Zhong had killed the 7 hooligans mercilessly, and she was filled with fear towards him, she still reminded him. The fatso clapped his hands lightly to attract everyone's attention. He smiled and introduced, "Hi, I'm Luo Sheng, the CEO of Tiandu Group. Seems like everyone had been transported here by some mysterious power. I suggest that everyone join hands and look for a way home. How about that?" "Help! Help!" Before he could finish speaking, screams of fear sounded from the forest. 3 black men and 5 white men ran out from the forests. Behind them, a saber-toothed tiger chased. With a single leap, it pounced onto one of the black men, ripping his throat with a single bite. "Run!" The moment the tiger appeared, everyone started to run in all directions. Only Yu Zhong stood still to observe the tiger. Han Qiong ran a few steps before she saw Yu Zhong remaining where he was and screamed, "Run! You're going to be eaten if you stay there." Yu Zhong laughed lightly, looking at the saber-toothed tiger. "No worries. I'm just in need of a good tiger pelt." The beast looked towards Yu Zhong warily, and instantly abandoned the corpse of the black man in its jaws. With its limbs tensing up, it quickly pounced towards Yu Zhong with a speed surpassing Type 2 lightning. "Fool!" Han Qiong watched as the saber-toothed tiger leaped towards Yu Zhong and cursed. Although she was afraid of this man who had killed those hooligans, she was grateful to him and could not bear to see him eaten up. Yu Zhong pulled out his flame blade and slashed down. With a flash of his blade, the head of the saber-toothed tiger soared into the sky, fresh blood pouring out of its body as it slumped to the ground. Amazing! Han Qiong saw how easily Yu Zhong had slaughtered the saber-toothed tiger and her heart was full of shock. After killing it, he immediately pulled out a small gas stove, pot, clean water as well as seasoning to prepare the Type 5 crocodile head beast. Han Qiong shot Yu Zhong a look and quickly chased her companions. "Help! Help! Save me!" Han Qiong had just run a few steps when she saw the other idols of the Rose group fleeing towards another direction. Behind them, there was a huge mosquito with a wingspan of 6 m, its sucker pierced through the chest of one of the girls. She was screaming out in terror and pain. Han Qiong saw this and screamed out while crying, "One. Hold on. I'll get someone to save you." Before she finished, the body of one convulsed violently, and her entire body seemed to be suddenly drained of all fluids. There was no chance of survival at all. The rest of the girls screamed when they saw it, fleeing as far as they could like headless flies. Han Qiong continued to scream while running back towards Yu Zhong. "Over here! Here! There's an expert here, he can protect us." Only Sun Lan Lan, a petite girl as well as another tall one with chestnut hair quickly ran over. The remaining two seemed to be oblivious as they fled towards the forest. When the huge mosquito had finished sucking Wenwen's corpse dry, it flapped its wings and flew towards Han Qiong. When the four of them saw this, their souls almost left their bodies as they quickened their pace. The petite girl was fleeing hastily when she tripped over a stone and fell to the ground. Despair was written all over her face as she screamed in a shrill voice, "Save me! Qiong! Save me! Lan Lan! Don't leave me behind! Chin!" Hearing her screams, Sun Lan Lan came to a halt, hesitating for a while. The chestnut-haired Chin continued to flee with big strides. Han Qiong came to a stop, gritting her teeth, throwing a huge stone towards the giant prehistoric mosquito, screaming, "The Mister from Earth! Please save us!" She lacked strength and had no prior training, thus the stone missed the mosquito. The prehistoric mosquito was about to pierce the body of the petite girl. The girl's face was written with despair, tears flowing out her eyes, and there was even a sliver of yellow urine coming out from her pants. Just as it was about to finish off the girl, 2 stinger bullets slammed squarely into its head, bursting it, and the mosquito was dead. Blood sprayed all over the girl below, as the lifeless mosquito plunged down and fell on top of the petite girl. Woo-woo! She was shocked as she quickly scrambled from under the body of the mosquito, without a care for her image. Han Qiong, Sun Lan Lan, and Zhang Chin turned to look at Yu Zhong, as well as the stinger in his hands. The four of them quickly ran to his side, finally feeling a sense of security. Han Qiong thanked Yu Zhong with gratitude. "Many thanks. I'm Han Qiong, this is Sun Lan Lan, Zhang Chin and Chen Wei. How do we address you?" "It's Yu Zhong." Yu Zhong replied indifferently, before whisking out the meat of the Type 5 beast and began to devour it. The meat was tender and bouncy, full of flavor and extremely delicious. The moment it entered Yu Zhong's abdomen, it transformed into energy to nourish his body, pushing his recovery. Chen Wei began to sob at one corner. Zhang Chin looked at Yu Zhong, a strange glint in her eyes. Sun Lan Lan hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. "I'm Sun Lan Lan, thank you for saving me earlier." He replied indifferently, "Don't mention it." It was merely a wave of his hand. Yu Zhong was also sick of seeing scums bullying women. After that, he went back to his meal quietly and the atmosphere turned quiet. Chapter 775, Dino Slave Hunting Team. What's going on? As Qiong gobbled up 10 pieces of the meat, the Type 5 meat managed to nourish his body, pushing his healing to recover from the wounds of the Velociraptor. However, as his muscles began to heal, there were sharp stabs of pain from his wounds, as a numbing sensation began to travel throughout his body. Qiong's face turned ugly and had a bad feeling. Help! Help! At this moment, there were the sounds of screams from the forest. The fatso, his secretary as well as his bodyguards turned to look, as those youths who were engaged in an orgy ran out of the forest, their faces full of shock and fear. Han Qiong, Sun Lanlan and the other two immediately got behind Qiong. The fatso and his entourage were running with all his might, when suddenly, a long spear came hurtling out of the forest, piercing one of the bodyguards beside him, pinning him to a tree. The bodyguard wailed in agony while he struggled. The sultry secretary despaired as she gritted her teeth and pushed the fatso in front of her, causing him to fall. Multiple spears then shot out suddenly, piercing the fatso full of holes, causing him to squeal and scream like a pig being slaughtered. The secretary had fear in her eyes as she ran towards Qiong and pleaded, "Save me! Save me! As long as you save me, once we're back I'll give you 50 million credit points. I'll give you anything, please save me." However, Qiong was in a tight spot and could not afford to deal with the lady. A strange numb sensation traveled throughout his entire body from the wound of his right shoulder. Everywhere the sensation spread, he felt his control over his body cut off, as though he had lost that body part. Shit. Qiong's expression turned ugly. He had never experienced such an abnormal thing. With his regeneration skill, no matter how many times his chest had been pierced, he had always healed properly. It was the first time he was facing such a strange phenomenon. If it were during a peaceful period it would have been fine. However, they were in the middle of nowhere with danger beseeching them on all sides. He had not even gotten a clear picture of how dangerous the third world was. If he was not careful he might die at the jaws of those strange prehistoric beasts. The secretary had barely managed a few yards when a long spear shot out from the forest, piercing her left leg, blasting it to pieces. She screamed out and tumbled to the ground, moaning in agony. The tall grass shook as 10 humanoid creatures riding atop a velociraptor each, with spears in their hands, appeared. They were over 3 meters tall and had green skin, and the most fearsome thing was that they had dinosaur heads. The 10 dinosaur head hunters nudged their mounts forward towards the escaping nude young men and women, and they reached them easily, opening their jaws to snap down on them. "Help! Save me!" One naked man screamed out as one of the velociraptors chomped down on his body. With a sickening crunch, the man was torn in half. A naked young woman ran and suddenly tripped, tumbling to the ground. She turned to look fearfully at the approaching dino head, her eyes filled with horror as urine began to flow uncontrollably. She cried and pleaded, "Ah! Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Qiong stared at the 10 dino head hunters who had suddenly appeared and stood right up, channeling his dark do qi, enveloping his entire body. However, just as the dark do qi started to flow, his entire body was buffeted by a numbing sensation, and he crumpled to the floor. Fuck. What's going on? Qiong was thoroughly shaken as he tried to struggle and stand. However, his entire body seared in temperature and he felt dizzy, falling into a semi-conscious state. The 10 dino heads charged out from the forest, ignoring those who were on the ground, instead chasing after those who were fleeing, throwing spears to nail them to the ground. Sun Lanlan trembled uncontrollably, not daring to move, asking Han Qiong, "What should we do?" As Qiong suddenly crumpled to the ground, they felt helpless, having lost their pillar of support. These dino head hunters did not seem to be friendly. Qiong had fallen down suddenly, and while Han Qiong was similarly frightened, she maintained her wits to observe, "Wait, they seem to be chasing those running. Let's wait." Those who were running seemed to have noticed this as well, and many quickly got down on the ground and begged for their lives. One of the dino people gazed down at his prey, revealing a satisfied expression, "Very good. Seems like our slave hunting team has gotten a good haul of humans. We can have a good drink when we're back." These dino people actually could speak, although it was in some different language. However, for some weird reason, everyone could understand them clearly. One of them threw a large rope over to a naked man and barked, "You, come over here, tie them up." The naked man grabbed the rope and nodded profusely, tying the rest of the humans. "Yes. Yes." Qiong, the naked woman with one missing leg, and the rest of those who had been pierced by spears were all tied together and tied to the tail of one of the Velociraptors. The human corpses were all tied together on another Velociraptor. Zhong sunk into a semi-conscious state and watched helplessly as he was dragged along like trash. The squad of Dino people regathered and left the area. Many squads appeared within the forest. Behind them, they dragged many human corpses or their own Velociraptor corpses. Some of them even had dinosaur eggs. The total number of hunters were about 200, as they regrouped and quickly left. While in his semi-conscious state, Zhong could feel his entire body suffering from a tingling sensation, when suddenly, a hot surge of energy charged everywhere, causing him to lose control over his body. At this moment, the golden god-devil nuclei in his sea of knowledge began to glow, and the gold radiance continued to shine brightly, pulling forth all the life force that had been absorbed into his cells, transforming them into the purest energy to nourish his body. Congratulations on becoming a strength, stamina and agility triple attribute evolver. Congratulations on achieving the perfect attribute evolution. All skills below second order will gain a level of enhancement. You've also gained the level 5 skill, Summon Tamed Beasts. Level 5 skill, Summon Tamed Beasts. Regardless of your position, casting this skill can summon the beast that you have tamed to your side. When Zhong woke up, a constant flow of notifications resounded in his mind. Perfect attributes? I actually became a 6 attribute evolver? I didn't die. His eyelids fluttered open and discovered that he was in a dark and smelly cell, with almost no light. You're awake. At this moment, the excited squeal of a girl sounded nearby. Zhong turned around and noticed Qiong grabbing a wet towel, looking at him with joy. Evidently, this pretty girl had been taking care of him all this while. It caused him to feel touched and warm despite his hardened heart. He asked, "How many days was I out for?" Qiong sat beside him. 2 days. Where is this? This is the underground jail of Temran City. We were captured by a hunting squad from Temran City, becoming their slaves. This is where they keep us. Zhong assessed his plight, turning his head to take in information, noting that there were 31 people within the cell, everyone almost handicapped from having lost a limb. The secretary whose left leg had been destroyed was curled up in a corner, her face dirty, and her appearance looked like a ghost, with none of her initial allure and charm. Zhong asked, "Where are your friends?" Qiong pointed to the next cell. "They're over there." He swept a gaze across, noticing that Sun Lan Lan and the other 2 were huddled together in a corner of the other cell, their faces pale and weak. "Why are you here?" Qiong looked straight at him with her clear eyes and smiled brightly. "In order to take care of you, silly. You saved our lives. Since you're in trouble now, I'll naturally help you. This is my way of life." "Thank you." Zhong looked at her and smiled lightly. Maybe he might still have been fine without her care, but this girl was actually willing to go out of her way to take care of him even in such a situation. It was truly hard to come by. "No problem." She smiled back, revealing a bright expression. In this dark and dank place, it was as though her smile lit up the entire room. At this moment, one Dino person pulled 3 Velociraptors along. When he entered the cell, his eyes swept across the room before pointing at Qiong. "You, come out." Qiong stood up. "I'm going." "Be careful." She did not dare to disobey their orders. Zhong nodded. "Yep." Chapter 776, Prison Break. The Dino person laughed grimly, releasing some ropes. "Time for your meal. Go, my darlings." 3 Velociraptors immediately pounced towards the disabled people. "Help! Help! Save me!" The sexy secretary cried as tears and snot flowed down her face. She struggled towards one corner of the prison. However, she had just managed a few steps when a powerful jaw clamped down on her, tearing her in half. Blood and bones spurted out of the jaws of the dinosaur, causing the Velociraptor to look even more savage. "No! Don't eat me! Save me!" Seeing the terrible scene, the rest of the disabled people began to run frantically for their lives within the cell. The speed of the 3 Velociraptors exceeded even that of Type 4 Divine Warriors, and ordinary people had no way of escaping such beasts. Many of them lost their lives to the Velociraptors, filling the cell with screams, blood, and the sickening sounds of crunching bones. As the Velociraptors preyed on the humans continued to flee. They knew they could not outrun the Velociraptors, but they just needed to be ahead of their peers, waiting for the Velociraptors to eat their fill. The people in the other cells watched this and they trembled in fear, their eyes filled with terror. They crept back in their own cells, afraid of their own fate. Damn beasts, seems like they treat us as food for these Velociraptors. Qiong felt a boiling rage in him as he watched. These Dino people obviously did not treat the humans as humans, instead as food to feed these Velociraptors. In one cell, Qiong's scream sounded out, "Watch out!" After tearing apart one unfortunate person in two, a Velociraptor turned towards Qiong and charged at him with a flash in its eyes. How did its speed become slow? No, that's not right, I've become faster. Qiong stared in wonder when he saw the Velociraptor pouncing towards him. He suddenly burst forth and leaped onto its back, sending a fist towards its head. After going through a metamorphosis this time, possessing the evolved strength attribute, he suddenly had 38 times strength, and when that force exploded out, the Velociraptor immediately buckled. Qiong sent fist after fist pummeling the head of the Velociraptor, its skull caving in. In a breath of a time, the Velociraptor died with its brain juices flowing out. Might as well go all the way, let's break out of this goddamn place. With a thought, Qiong flipped his hands and brought out his flame blade. He burst forth with his full speed, instantly appearing in front of the Dino person, his blade slashing down, chopping him in half. There was not even enough time for the Dino person to react. At this time, the two remaining Velociraptors charged over, and their speed was still a threat to Qiong. Furthermore, their fangs had some obvious bacteria, he did not want to be bitten by them again. He activated his shadow steps, his speed exceeding a peak Type 4 Divine Warrior, reaching 1.3 Mach. He lightly leaped onto one of them and sent another powerful fist towards its head, sending it crashing to the ground. The other Velociraptor opened its jaws, forcing Qiong to retreat a step, and the Velociraptor closed its jaws on empty air. He then sent a kick towards its head and the beast, which weighed a ton, to fly a dozen meters. The single hit caused the Velociraptor to concuss. Qiong pointed with a finger and a Type 3 puppet rune flew out, entering the head of the beast. Qiong eyed the other Velociraptor still on the ground and also pointed, sending another rune towards it. When the rest of the humans saw Qiong easily disposing of the Dino person and 3 Velociraptors, their eyes were filled with shock. They knew how terrifying these creatures were, and no one had been able to withstand a single strike from them. The Velociraptors were more powerful than any beast that any of them had seen. In one of the cell, one young man who had thinning hair screamed out, "What are you doing? You bastard, you actually killed the esteemed Dino people. Do you know what that means? All of us will die because of you." Fuck. You actually killed him? Bastard. Why did you kill the Dino person? Are you trying to get us in trouble? Beast? What were you thinking? You're going to drag us all with you. A number of curses were directed at him, as the other people all could not help but become frantic. He shot them all a glare and barked, "Shut the fuck up. Bunch of trash. My temper is not good. If any of you wants to spout more bullshit, I can send you to meet the dinosaurs in hell." At that, everyone's hearts trembled in fear and they fell silent. They saw how casually and ruthlessly he had finished the dinosaurs off. They did not dare to wage their own lives on his temper. "I want to make my way out of this prison. Those who want to stay, stay. Those who want to leave, leave." He pulled out his flame blade and tore his way into Qiong's cell. "Are you coming with me or staying?" Qiong looked at Sun Lan Lan and the rest. "Can I bring my friends along?" "Sure. Let me make myself clear first. If there are any battles later on, I might not be able to ensure their safety." Qiong turned to look at the rest and asked, "Did you guys hear that? Are you coming?" "I'm leaving. I don't want to become food like the rest here." Sun Lan Lan and the rest exchanged looks, hesitating. They had seen how terrifying the dinosaurs were. Inside this Temran city, there were dinosaurs and Dino people everywhere. Qiong might be strong enough to deal with one or two, however, it would be a tough mission to lead them out safely. The moment they were caught, they would definitely face unimaginable consequences. Qiong barked coldly, 3 more seconds to consider. To these beautiful idols, Qiong did not have too much of a favorable impression. He only felt better about Qiong because she knew how to repay kindness. Sun Lan Lan gritted her teeth and stood up. "I'm coming." Zhang Cheng and Chen Weiwei lowered their head and apologized softly. Sorry. Qiong. Let's go. Since they had made their decision, he quickly led Han Qiong Sun Lan Lan towards one of the Velociraptors. He had intended to save only Han Qiong, that was why he prepared a stead. The other was for convenience. Grab onto me. Yu Zhong leaped onto the Velociraptor, hugging Han Qiong in his arms while commanding Sun Lan Lan. Sun Lan Lan looked at Han Qiong with envy, before getting up and hugging Yu Zhong from behind. Yu Zhong grabbed on the ropes and urged the two Velociraptors out. Save me. Save me. Let me out. Let me out. Open this up. Let me out. Let me kill my way out together with you. Many of the humans began to scream and holler in frenzy within their cells. While some were willing to stay and wait for their deaths, many wanted to fight for their lives. Yu Zhong rode the Velociraptor and swung his black-toothed blade, causing all the cells to be broken, releasing the human captives. Warning! Warning! The human slaves are revolting. An alarm began to ring as a number of Dino warriors charged out. 3 of them stood in front of Yu Zhong barking, "Hold it! Go to hell!" He then whisked out his stinger, firing 3 shots, killing them with a blast to their heads. Tough bodies. He looked at their corpses and his heart chilled. Their bodies were truly tough, already reaching Type 3 Divine Warriors. These were just ordinary Dino people who knew what else was out there. Yu Zhong kept his stinger and pulled out his electromagnetic gun, killing his way out. Various Dino people were charging over, but their heads were blasted apart by the beams from Yu Zhong's electromagnetic gun. Having evolved to a perfect attribute evolver, his strength had undergone a heaven and earth transformation. Just his body constitution was already on par with a Type 4 Divine Warrior. Adding on to his skills, the ordinary Dino people were not his match. Chapter 777, Icy Hell. The entire underground prison became chaotic as droves of human captives began to flee. Yu Zhong sent out a few slashes, turning the steel bars of a cell into chopped-up parts, before turning around to leave. Wait a moment, this little brother, are you intending to break out of the prison? If so, allow me to lend you a hand. Right at this time, a voice sounded from behind. Yu Zhong turned around, only to discover a burly man with a pair of fierce eyes. This man would have been assumed to be a convict among humans, furthermore he had 6 other inmates behind him just like a little ring. The man with muscles introduced himself in a boomy voice, "I'm Niu Meng. These are my brothers." Yu Zhong gazed at them and asked them without standing on ceremony, "What ability do you have?" Niu Meng replied, "I've been held in a cell for a year and I'm extremely familiar with the place. This little brother, you're truly strong, however, it's not enough to break out of this Temron prison. There's a certain Dino Lord over here as the head guard. His strength is no less than 10 times that of the normal Dino people. Furthermore, his mount is a violent raptor. They all have the strength of Type 4 Divine Warriors, with the violent raptor at the peak of Type 4 Divine Strength. Many experts had been torn apart by their teamwork. Do you know how to ride? Yu Zhong asked. Yes. Yu Zhong then pointed to another Velociraptor. You and your brothers can ride that. Great. Niu Meng was considered a straightforward person and immediately got on to the Velociraptor. Niu Meng asked, how do we address you? Yu Zhong. Niu Meng then continued, Brother Yu Zhong, the lowest level of this underground prison is an icy hell. They keep many of our human experts there as punishment. If you want to break out of here, you need to release those prisoners. That way it's possible to charge out of Temron with everyone's combined efforts. Yu Zhong asked, are there any experts guarding the icy hell? Niu Meng swiftly replied, there aren't too many experts there, the strongest is maybe a Type 3 Divine Warrior and some of their mounts. However, we have to be fast, as the Dino Lords of the town would quickly come over to deal with the situation. Alright. Let's head there. Yu Zhong swiftly made a decision. Since he was not yet familiar with this place, he needed the locals to help. The Dino people were obviously hostile to the humans, thus Yu Zhong could only cooperate with their enemies. Yu Zhong swiftly changed his direction, heading deeper into the prison. Icy Hell. Their target is the Icy Hell. Stop them. They cannot be allowed to make it there. Damn it. Their targets are the precious beasts. Quick, stop them. Following some roars and shrieks, a number of Dino people charged over on their various Velociraptor mounts. Space was vast in this underground prison, allowing those mounts to run unbridled. Within a few minutes, more guards were appearing and rushing at Yu Zhong. If it were before his evolution to a perfect attribute evolver, Yu Zhong would have definitely been forced back by those Dino people, and he would only be able to strike a strategic retreat. However, now he controlled his electromagnetic gun with ease, firing multiple beams out, claiming the lives of the Dino people with every single shot. The Velociraptors continued to snarl and attack Yu Zhong even after their riders were killed. With a steely glint, Yu Zhong slashed out continuously with his gigantic black-toothed blade, empowered by his dark Do Chi, slicing off the heads of the Velociraptors. As he killed them, he was still secretly surprised in his heart. The defense of this Temron prison is truly tight. If I hadn't evolved, I wouldn't have been able to last this long. After entering the third world, Yu Zhong had undergone an evolution, yet he still needed to push his limits and channel his dark Do Chi to maintain an absolute advantage. Had it been before, dealing with a single Type 3 Dino Rider would not have been an issue. 6 simultaneous attacks could force him back. 20 of them would be able to kill him. After all, before the evolution he was also capable of unleashing a might close to an initial stage Type 4 Divine Warrior. This showed how powerful the Dino Riders were. He continued to slaughter them as they come, while his stamina and spirit was being whittled away quickly. Finally, at the deepest recess of the prison, there was a huge door that had engravings of a T-Rex, Tanystropheus, Brontosaurus, Cetiosaurus, Stegosaurus, Triceratops and other magnificent prehistoric beasts. Niu Meng stared at the door with a complicated gaze. This is the Icy Hell. Beyond the door there are our strongest human experts, frozen. The Icy Hell was known as the Forbidden Area of Temron City, where many powerful human experts were sealed in ice. It was the deepest of prisons, and it was rumored that every single human kept there had never been able to come out. Open. Yu Zhong swung his 2-long black-toothed blade with his 38 times strength onto the huge door. Dang. Following a loud resounding sound, Yu Zhong's black-toothed blade was sent flying, while the knockback caused his entire right arm to go numb. However, there was not a single scratch on the huge door. What a tough door. With his eyes full of shock, Yu Zhong saw that there was no mark left by the weapon that could even split apart an entire tank. The door was truly resilient. Niu Meng looked at the door and gritted his teeth. Damn it! It's rumored that the door requires the key of the governor, Uribi Taichi. I didn't expect it to be real. Niu Meng had only heard about the legends of the Icy Hell and had never been here before. Those who had seen this door were either the humans who were sealed within or the Dino people that brought them here. With a thought, Yu Zhong brought out his sharpest blade, the flame blade, wrapping it in dark Do Chi and slashed down once more. Dang. Another resounding clash. The flame blade managed to slice through slightly. Even with Yu Zhong's channeling of the dark Do Chi, it only caused the flame blade to enter little by little. He quickly retrieved his blade with a dark look. No. If this goes on, by the time I cut through, my stamina will be gone. Niu Meng's face had an apologetic look. Brother Yu Zhong, I'm sorry. I really did not know that this door was so tough. Let's leave, otherwise, it'll be too late by the time the Dino people come. I'll try once more. Yu Zhong gazed at the door, stretching out his right hand. A pillar of devil flame soared upwards as it quickly condensed in a searing manner and congealed a powerful devil flame blade. Open for me. When the devil flame blade came in contact with the door, it continued to shrink while the intensity of it grew hotter, and it finally sliced through the door like butter. It's opened. Holy shit. He sliced through the Icy Hell's door. Niu Meng and his brother watched in shock. They had heard that the doors were impenetrable, and he had brought Yu Zhong here merely to try his luck. He had not much expectation towards breaking the door. However, Yu Zhong had performed the impossible, causing him to be in disbelief. The moment the doors were sliced open, a powerful wind of cold air blew out from within, causing everyone to be doused with a layer of ice almost instantly. Cold? Sun Lan Lan began to tremble uncontrollably, hugging Yu Zhong tighter, hoping to get more warmth from him. Han Qiong was slightly stronger, however. Her lips were turning purple, and her body shivered uncontrollably. Niu Meng and his men were suffering the same. All of you back up, I'll go in to save them. Yu Zhong quickly summoned White Bones, giving it an order. Protect these 2 women. White Bones' fiery demonic eyes flashed as it nodded. With a thought, a layer of devil flame shrouded Yu Zhong, and he took his first step in. The moment he entered, he felt the cold plummeting to 20 times worse than before, dousing the devil flames on his body. The intensity of it caused his body temperature to plunge, as a layer of ice formed around him. What a terrifying icy hell. This is fearsome. He was taken aback and quickly channeled his devil flames to shroud himself again, pushing his limits to resist the biting cold threatening to envelop him. 5 minutes seems like I can hang on here for another 5 minutes tops. I would then be sealed by the cold. Qiong could feel the whittling of his stamina and spirit and came to a conclusion. However, 5 minutes is more than enough. Qiong's gaze swept through the inner parts of this icy hell. Within the mighty cavern, there were a total of 320 ice cages of varying sizes, of which 300 were humans in smaller cages. Of the 20 larger ones, 6 were ice statues, containing humans within each of them. Chapter 778, Dino-General. Such a terrifying freezing force, there must be some secret to this chamber. Qiong took a look around at the humans sealed in ice and swept his gaze around. Inside the icy hell, there was a small, mysterious altar, and the frosty air was billowing out of it, enveloping the entire chamber. He quickly came up to it, noticing that there were many strange runes engraved on it. In the middle there was a white nucleus. This is a Type 5 mutant beast nucleus. What extravagance, they actually used this to create this icy hell. Qiong felt a wave of shock when he saw the nucleus, recognizing it as a Type 5 mutant beast nucleus. Every single Type 5 beast possessed an overwhelming strength, their nuclei would definitely be precious. On his journey, Qiong had been lucky to chance upon one. In this icy hell, there was actually one powering the frost-producing altar, which showed that the Dino people race did not view it as particularly precious. Qiong raised his hands and grabbed the Type 5 nucleus, extracting it from the altar and kept it in his storage ring. The moment he took it away, the source of the frost energy in the cavern disappeared, and although it was still cold, it became manageable. Soon, the rest of the small ice cages also began to melt away at a strange speed. However, the 6 prominent ice status did not seem to have any change. Apologies. I will need to be a little forceful. With a wave of his hands, 6 fiery lights flew towards the ice statues, and they began to melt, forming large puddles of water. Gotcha. Finally. I'm out. I thought I would have to be in there for the rest of my life. When there was little of the ice left, one of the statues broke apart in a shower of ice shards, as a burly man with a sword-like gaze stepped out, breathing deeply. He stretched before revealing a bright smile towards Qiong. Kid, was it you who released me? Thanks. My name is Lei Yongfeng, and I can slaughter dinosaurs with my bare hands. Ha! This senior is finally free from this goddamn place. Ha ha ha. Another ice statue broke apart, revealing an ordinary-looking man who smiled as he walked out. He turned to Qiong and grinned, Kid I Lei Bao OU1. I'm Qiong. Seniors, I'll leave this place to you. I'm heading off first. May fate allow us to meet again. Qiong chuckled before turning around to leave. He opened the icy hell in order to release the captives here. It would throw Temran prison into further chaos, and he could make use of the chance to flee. Since he had accomplished his objective, he naturally would not stay here. Lei Yongfeng looked at Qiong's retreating back and laughed lightly. Interesting fellow. Just as Qiong stepped out from the icy hell, a corpse flew towards him. He twisted his body abruptly, causing the corpse to slam into the gate of icy hell. It was crushed into meat paste by the impact as though slammed and squashed by a huge truck. A rider appeared, his body in a silver armor, his head that of a dinosaur. His eyes were cold and in his hands there was a 3m-long lance. He rode on top of a Velociraptor that was all red in color, larger than ordinary Velociraptors by half, and it had a single horn on its forehead. This rider rode his mount quietly, slowly entering the space, emitting an oppressive, invincible aura, causing one to lose all fighting will. Governor Uribi Taichi. He's here. We're finished. This time we're surely dead. Niu saw the rider and muttered in horror. The rest of the captives beside Niu had fear in their eyes as they gazed at this Dino-General level leader. Dino-General Uribi Taichi was the strongest and most feared existence in Temran City. He had killed countless humans who had tried to break out of prison. He could single-handedly suppress most revolts and chaos, and his hands had been dyed in countless humans' blood. He eyed Yu Zhong coldly. This fellow is strong. He definitely is above Type 4. As Uribi Taichi glared at Yu Zhong felt a sense of danger arise in his heart and had a guess about the level of this expert. Right at this time from the Icy Hell, 10 experts who had been sealed within charged out, and the moment they saw Uribi Taichi they roared out in fury, "Damn dinosaur, I'll tear you apart." One naked man with a head of silver hair tapped his foot and charged at the Dino-General with the speed of an initial stage Type 4 divine warrior. One black man waved his right hand, causing a spatial blade that could kill Type 4 divine warriors to form and slash towards the Uribi Taichi. Another yellow-skinned man slammed the ground hard and channeled multiple earthen spikes to burst out of the ground. One woman swung her hair wildly, causing some strands to shoot towards the Dino-General like cannonballs. Every one of those captives had a strange ability, none of them even showing the strength of a Type 3 divine warrior. They all were even stronger than Yu Zhong was when he first entered the second world. In the Icy Hell there were humans who possessed freak-like strength. Great! There's hope. As long as the experts in the Icy Hell work together, even Uribi Taichi would not be their match. We finally have a hope of escaping. Niu Meng looked at the dozens of escaped captives exhibiting their abilities at Uribi Taichi, and his eyes flashed with hope. Based on his knowledge, such attacks were beyond what humans could deal with. Bunch of trash. If you want to escape from the Icy Hell, dream on. Let me crush that hope of yours. Uribi Taichi snorted as he shot them a cold glance. He urged the Velociraptor beneath him and suddenly disappeared from his location. A lance shot out from the nether void and pierced through the head of a silver-haired convict easily. A huge jaw clamped down on the black man and bit off the entire top half of his body. Uribi Taichi's body appeared and he brought his lance down like a death god, reaping lives easily. The Velociraptor under him also lashed out with its sharp teeth and tore its unfortunate victims into two. In a breath's time, there were 13 more corpses of the escaped captives. 9 of them had holes in their heads, while the other 4 had their bodies crushed with teeth marks. Uribi Taichi stood quietly at his original position, blood dripping constantly off his lance. The Velociraptor was still chewing as the sounds of bone crushing rang out, giving them a truly terrifying visage. Niu Meng and his bunch of brothers Han Qiong Sun Lan Lan had ashen expressions, their eyes full of fear. Sun Lan Lan looked at Uribi Taichi and shuddered, regret filled her mind, I should not have tried to escape. Uribi Taichi continued to gaze down condescendingly at the people. Lowly humans, you dare to incite chaos and rebel, it's truly a crime that deserves death. However, I'm easygoing as long as you crawl over here and lick my lance clean, crawl back to your cages, I can spare your lives. If you dare to resist, I will crush you guys just like crushing ants. Crawl your fucking... One of the little brothers roared out in fury, but before he could finish, a lance burst out from a void in the sky, piercing his head. Uribi Taichi continued to laugh coldly, you pieces of trash have no right to talk. Crawl over or die. Niu Pai Tang. One of the captives beside Niu Meng roared out in anguish, and in a flash, his head was also sent flying. Niu Meng and the other 2 captives had steely expressions, their eyes full of grief, but they did not dare to make any sounds. Their lives were in the hands of this terrifying existence. Right at this time, more captives came rushing out from the Icy Hell. Charge! Everyone! Kill those 2 monsters! One captive roared out loud, however, just as he finished talking, a lance flashed out and his brains were splattered all over the ground. In a second, all the captives halted, their faces full of fear, as they gazed at Uribi Taichi with apprehension. At this moment a person sauntered out, it was Lei Yongfeng. Uribi Taichi. Let me take you on. Uribi Taichi shot Lei Yongfeng a disdainful look. Lei Yongfeng, you're not my match originally. Being sealed in there for so long, you've fallen even further behind. You better get in there obediently or death awaits you. Lei Yongfeng's gaze narrowed as he boomed, that's right. I might not be your match. However, I've comrades with me. 6 of us against you. If you let us go now, things can still be discussed. Otherwise, don't blame us for bullying you with our numbers. 5 more stepped out from within the Icy Hell. It was precisely the other 4 men and 1 woman sealed in those huge ice cages. They were all Type 4 experts. Uribi Taichi snorted coldly, humph. If you all were at your peak, there might be a possibility of winning me. However, you've been sealed for so long. Give it up. Your only choice is to return quietly and await our orders. Chapter 779. Suppressing Uribi Taichi. Lei Bao roared out in fury and charged towards Uribi Taichi. Why the fuck are you wasting your breath on him? Everyone fucking do him in. The rest of the captives also roared out and charged towards Uribi Taichi. Facing such a fierce onslaught, the Dino-General had no choice but to urge his Velociraptor back. There were over 300 people sealed within the Icy Hell. Every single one of them was fierce, powerful human experts, possessing at least Type 3 Divine Warrior strength. Combined, together with Lei Bao and the other 5 Type 4 Divine Warriors, even Uribi Taichi would not be able to handle it. Kill our way out. Lei Bao took the vanguard position and charged out. The arrogant Uribi Taichi continued to retreat while striking out with its lance. A number of lance beams pierced out, killing the human captives. He was extremely crafty, choosing to target only those weaker ones who were not his match. Zhong continued to rush out quietly with the rest. After paying the price of a dozen people, they finally managed to make it out of the vicinity of the Icy Hell and arrived at a vast field. Out on the field, there was 100 Velociraptors lined up neatly, their riders wielding lances. Kill? Uribi Taichi stopped retreating and quickly led his cavalry towards the captives. Freak! Give us your life. Lei Bao wielded only a single huge spear, looking like a bear, exerting the pressure of Mount Tai as he charged towards Uribi Taichi. By exploding out at his maximum speed, he reached 1.5 Mach. Uribi Taichi's eyes narrowed coldly as he aimed the sharp point of Lei Bao's spear. He struck out with his own lance and met the assault head-on, as a powerful tremor traveled up Lei Bao's right shoulder. Following that, Lei Bao was sent flying a dozen meters, slamming forcefully into a wall. In just a strike, Uribi Taichi had caused heavy injuries to Lei Bao, showcasing its terrifying combat might. Strong. Zhong looked at Uribi Taichi and his eyes could not help but flash with shock as well. Right at this moment, Lei Yongfeng and the other 4 peak human experts arrived. They joined hands and met Uribi Taichi, forcing him back. Even so, they were only enough to hold him, not defeat him. With their combined strength, they were still weaker as each time they clashed, they would cough out blood. Obviously, it was still impossible to contend with this monster. The rest of the Dino people also engaged the other captives in slaughter, both sides unleashing all their might. At every second, there would a Dino person pummeled to death by the humans. Likewise, there would be humans killed by the Dino riders or their Velociraptor mounts. Zhong rode his Velociraptor and waved his black-toothed blade around, his blade flashing out and killing a number of riders. Han Qiong, Sun Lan Lan watched the unfolding slaughter, their faces white. It was the first time they witnessed such a terrifying scene. After some time, another 20 riders appeared from other locations, joining the fray to suppress the humans. At the same moment, there were screeches of pterosaurs coming from above. Zhong looked up, using his enhanced eyes to sweep through the air, and noticed that there was a flock of them flying over from about 10 li away. On top of them there were many Dino people with bows. Not good, we need to take out Uribi Taichi soon, otherwise we'll all die here. With this thought, he quickly urged the Velociraptor beneath him towards the Dino-General. Uribi Taichi's body twisted slightly, evading an air blade that could slice even a Type 5 expert. The lance in his hand jerked upwards, sending Lei Yongfeng soaring back. It was at this time that Zhong charged over like an arrow. Fool! Uribi Taichi's eye flashed with disdain, and he used his lance to pierce towards Zhong's heart like a poison dragon, intending to penetrate even Han Qiong together. With a flip of his hand, Zhong summoned out 6 light shields, blocking in front of him. The lance sprang out and immediately destroyed the 6 shields. However, he was met by a powerful fiery tornado that threatened to envelop him. If he wanted to follow through with his lance, he would be swallowed by that devil flame. Not bad. You have some skills, but sadly it's not enough. Uribi Taichi pulled back on his rope, and the Velociraptor below him spat out a powerful but stinky breath, blowing the devil flames away. As the devil flames scattered, a Velociraptor charged out from behind, opening its jaws wide to bite down viciously on Uribi Taichi. His own mount shot the other beast a fierce glare and opened its own jaws, biting down on the Velociraptor beneath Qiong on its neck, breaking it with a loud crack. As it slumped to the floor, Qiong burst forth with a combat spear, thrusting towards Uribi Taichi. Such tricks would not work on me. Uribi Taichi laughed coldly, piercing through Qiong's brain with his lance, as the body dispersed into thin air. Illusion? Uribi Taichi was taken aback at this moment. A powerful wind blade slashed down at him. He quickly urged the Velociraptor to dodge one side, evading the assault. Lei Yongfeng once again lifted his own weapon to pierce towards Uribi Taichi's heart with the speed of sound, while another male used the airlock skill to hold Uribi Taichi down. Another two men also wielded their own combat spears to attack the Dino-General. A powerful light flashed out from the lance in Uribi Taichi's hands, forcefully breaking the airlock, at the same time knocking Lei Yongfeng and the other two Type 4 Divine Warriors away. As Lei Yongfeng was sent flying, a powerful beam of electromagnetic force shot out from behind him towards the violent Velociraptor. Since Uribi Taichi's attention was entirely on Lei Yongfeng, he had not enough time to react, and the electromagnetic beam burst through the beast's head, causing it to explode. Uribi Taichi soared up, his eyes fixed on the rubble where the shot came from, noticing Qiong and the electromagnetic gun in his arms. Fucking shit. I'll kill you. Uribi Taichi immediately exploded in rage. The violent Velociraptor had been his closest companion, battling alongside him in countless fights, and evolved to its stage with much difficulty. With a tap of his foot, his entire frame shot towards Qiong like a cannonball. All of a sudden, a shadow charged out from below him, wielding a long spear and charging towards him. Another illusion. Break for me. Uribi Taichi shot the figure a look and casually struck out with his lance. Qiong, who had suddenly burst out from the ground, channeled his dark do-chi, his speed increasing by more than 2 times, and he sent a gravity manipulation to disrupt Uribi Taichi, whose body sunk slightly due to the increasing gravity. A void hole appeared as countless bone blades shot out, slashing towards Uribi Taichi. The strength of the Dino-General was too insane. Even the bone blades from white bones were shattered the moment the lance swept out. However, they managed to cause him some injuries. The lance might have been knocked awry just a little bit, but it still entered Qiong's left shoulder with extreme force, coupled with the powerful strength. It was enough to destroy his shoulder. Qiong forcefully suppressed the pain, appearing in front of Uribi Taichi and leaped up, his right fist covered with devil flame, slamming into the Dino-General's face. The flames that could easily incinerate a Type 3 Divine Warrior combusted, burning Uribi Taichi's face. His reaction was equally fearsome, raising his left hand to smash Qiong's head. In response, Qiong quickly channeled his dark do-chi around his right arm and raised it to block. Uribi Taichi's fist slammed into Qiong's right shoulder, the immense force exploding out, sending Qiong flying over a dozen of meters. Even after the enhancement and protection of the dark do-chi, his right arm nearly shattered. Fuck. This monster is strong. As he struggled up, his heart was filled with shock. He was already a Type 4 Divine Warrior and was not considered weak, but even so he was still struggling to kill this opponent. Uribi Taichi's strength was far out of his expectations. The Third Order Devil Flame had reached a level where it was almost able to incinerate anything that it came in contact with. Even Uribi Taichi could not fully extinguish it. His body burst out with the radiance of life. However, it was turned into smoke by the burning devil flames. Uribi Taichi flashed and dodged while bellowing in rage. He forced out an even stronger radiance of life, forcefully extinguishing the terrifying devil flames. After dealing with it, his breath came in pants, having exerted much of his strength. He had dropped to a level of an initial stage Type 4 Divine Warrior. At this time, Qiong suddenly appeared, a fist flying into the Dino-General's face, sending him flying. Qiong continued to rain over 20 blows on Uribi Taichi's body, forcing his state to be weakened, before he pointed out and sent a Type 4 puppet rune into his forehead. Chapter 780, Mid-Grade Dinosaur General Ku Misaki. When Lei Yongfeng and the rest saw Qiong sending the Type 4 puppet rune into Uribi Taichi's forehead, they heaved a sigh of relief. His strength had truly been too much, even if they were peak experts of the human race, having been sealed for many years in the Icy Hell had taken a toll on their powers. Even after joining hands, 5 of them were no match for him. Now that Yu Zhong had finally subdued him, they felt relieved. Those who break out of prison will die. In the skies, there was a sudden thundering roar, as an arrow swooped down in a flash of life, directly piercing the head of one Type 4 Divine Warrior, killing him instantly. Mid-grade Dinosaur General. Lei Yongfeng caught sight of one Dino-General who was riding on a pterosaur, his face falling as he muttered, "Brother Yu Zhong, the mid-grade Dino-General Misaki has appeared. We are all not his match and can only flee for our lives. We'll be making a move first." After which, Lei Yongfeng disappeared from his location, making his escape towards the distance with utmost speed. At almost the same time, all the captives all rushed to escape in various directions. Mid-grade Dino-General, Type 5 Divine Warrior. Yu Zhong took a look and channeled his summon-tamed beast skill. Immediately, a large hole appeared in the air and Greenie, which had already evolved to the Type 4 stage, flapped its wings and descended. Yu Zhong grabbed Han Qiong, Sun Lan Lan and leaped onto Greenie's back, while Uribi Taichi followed. "Go. Fly with all your might," Yu Zhong barked. Greenie could feel the urgent tone in Yu Zhong's words and immediately spread its wings, channeling its innate ability. A powerful gust of wind congealed beneath its wings as it flapped out forcefully, shooting across the skies at a Mach 2 speed. With this sudden acceleration, Han Qiong and Sun Lan Lan would not have been able to handle the G-force. However, Yu Zhong had already activated his dark Do Chi to wrap around them, protecting them. About a dozen kilometers away, a silver-horned pterosaur soared in the air, a rider dressed entirely in silver alloy armor on its back. The rider had a bow and his countenance was grim, as he eyed Yu Zhong's party escaping into the distance. This was precisely the mid-grade Dino-General Misaki who had killed the Type 4 Divine Warrior with a single arrow. Misaki sighed, pulling out a red arrow from behind, and kept his gaze fixed on Yu Zhong. His eyes opened wide as he drew the arrow extremely taut. A sense of danger arose in Yu Zhong's heart, and he bent down to urge Greenie, "Damn it! Dodge it! Greenie! Fly in an irregular manner." With his order, Greenie began to soar about haphazardly, trying to throw off the aim on it. After 2 seconds, there was a bright glow of radiance of life on Misaki, his eyes narrowed, and the powerful life force entered his red bow. He let go of the arrow, and the arrow shot towards Greenie like a shooting star. The arrow reached Greenie within an instant, directly piercing its body and exploding. A huge, bloody hole appeared in its back as fresh blood poured out. The arrow was incredibly vicious. Although it did not penetrate Greenie's brain, it was enough to shatter its spine. Greenie slumped and moaned in agony as it plummeted towards the ground. With a single arrow destroying Greenie's back, Misaki's countenance was also pale. Although he was strong, that shot over a dozen kilometers had overdrawn his strength. He kept his bow and gave an order to a low-grade Dino-General beside him, "Ku Yufu, go bring 20 soldiers to get those 3 humans, dead or alive. Temran prison definitely will not let anyone escape alive. They can only become our slaves or toys. This is the ironclad rule of our city." "Yes, Lord Misaki. I will go capture them, please rest assured." The low-grade Dino-General Yufu replied with respect, before leading a unit of 20 pterosaur riders as they made for Yu Zhong's team. As he left, Misaki turned to look at Temran prison, his gaze turning dark. "This time I'll definitely be in big trouble." "What to do?" Yu Zhong looked at Greenie, his expression ugly. He had the dark wind wings and could glide effortlessly in the sky, but once Greenie slammed into the ground, it would definitely die. Even as a Type 4 with a powerful body, its body was too heavy, and dropping from such a height would cause even a Type 5 mutant beast to perish. "Help. I don't want to die. I have not even been in love. I don't want to die." Right at this moment, Sun Lan Lan's cries sounded from Yu Zhong's right. Although Sun Lan Lan was an idol, she was vain, selfish and even afraid of death. Now that she was falling to her death, she began to just cry her heart out. Han Qiong's face was also pale, she bit her lips hard, trembling with fear. She might be a strong and resolute person, but in the face of death, she was likewise overcome with fear. In fact, there were few people who were truly unafraid of death. Yu Zhong was vexed and he yelled, "Shut up. Just keep quiet. As long as I'm here you won't die." Scolded by Yu Zhong, Sun Lan Lan immediately covered her mouth, but her tears continued to flow out. She stared fixedly at him, hoping for another miracle. With a thought, the dark wind wings burst open, supporting the four of them in midair. The moment they floated, the fear disappeared from Sun Lan Lan and Han Qiong's eyes. Instead, they were filled with excitement. There was hope after all. Yu Zhong charged down towards Greenie, applying the gravity manipulation to envelop its body and lower it by 5 times. Even so, that could only help to cushion the fall. He had no means to help it recover. As a gigantic beast, Greenie had a terrifying strength, a speed that exceeded most others, sharp claws and a shocking weight. Even with the 5 times decrease, its speed of descent was still fierce. As Greenie landed and was about to smash into the ground, it channeled its innate ability again, summoning a strong wind to support itself down. As the winds disappeared, it fell down, causing a large amount of blood to splatter all over the trees nearby. Yu Zhong grabbed the 2 girls as he descended beside Greenie. As a Type 4 mutant beast, Greenie had a strong regenerative physique. Its wound had already closed and was starting to repair at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even its bleeding had stopped. What a strong recovery rate. However, it would still require at least a day to fully heal. Yu Zhong felt slightly better when he saw Greenie healing. However, he knew it was impossible for it to recover that fast. With a shattered spine, such an injury was still serious to a Type 4 mutant beast. It would take at least a day to recover properly. There was no need to mention combat. Even moving would cause it tremendous pain. Yu Zhong came up to Greenie's head and patted it with an apologetic smile. "Sorry. I've brought this upon you." Greenie was his first tamed beast and had followed him throughout countless battles. He had come to view Greenie as his trusted mount. Now that it was heavily injured, he could not help but feel heartache as well. Greenie rubbed its head against Yu Zhong like a little kid, letting out low moans as though complaining about the pain. Yu Zhong then pulled out the Type 5 nucleus he obtained from the Icy Hell, placing it in front of Greenie. The beast immediately opened its eyes and beak in joy, gobbling up the precious nourishment. The moment it entered Greenie's body, its eyes closed and it fell into a deep sleep. The Type 5 nucleus was providing it with powerful evolving nourishments. The best way to absorb and digest such energy was to sleep. Yu Zhong activated his summoned tamed beast ability again, as a huge hole appeared. This time Turtle appeared, crawling out quickly. The last time Yu Zhong tamed Turtle, it had been at a peak Type 2 stage. Now, after some time, it had evolved into a Type 3 mutant beast as well. Of the 4 mutant beasts he had tamed, only Turtle had the strength to move Greenie. "Take it, let's go." With a thought, Turtle grabbed Greenie and placed it on its back as it swiftly climbed deeper into the forest. Yu Zhong and the rest also followed. Soon after, a number of pterosaurs appeared in the air as their riders leaped down. As they observed the environment, the leader, Ku Yufu, declared, "They're that way. Give chase." Chapter 781, Flee. A number of Dino people chased, led by Ku Yufu, hot on Yu Zhong's tail. One of them was running when suddenly, there was a loud boom as a landmine buried in the ground got triggered and exploded. The resulting explosion instantly consumed the Dino person. At the same time, a few remote-controlled explosives that were hidden nearby went off, blasting the entire area, quickly enveloping all of the Dino riders. Yu Zhong was in his second-order stealth, hidden among the trees, watching the scene unfold quietly. Before the dust even settled, a number of the Dino riders ran out of the dust cloud. Other than the one who got decimated by the landmine, the rest only suffered minor injuries. While these Dino riders were not as strong as Type 3 mutant beasts, their body makeup was still tenacious. Even a heavy-caliber bullet might not be able to penetrate their skin. Shit. Seems like normal bullets can't do anything to them. I need something stronger. Yu Zhong eyed the seemingly unharmed Dino riders with an ugly expression. Currently, the human race back on Earth only used rifles. Against zombies they were effective, however, against the flesh-eaters and now these Dino riders, the rifles were far from enough. They had to rely on something else. Otherwise they would be overrun and killed. Yu Zhong threw all thoughts to the back of his head and brought out his electromagnetic gun to fire a single shot at Ku Yufu. As a Type 4 Dino-General, the moment Yu Zhong emitted his killing intent, Ku Yufu reacted and managed to evade the shot. Over there. After dodging that dangerous shot, Ku Yufu turned around and located Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong fired out a few more shots before tapping his foot and leaping up a tree, quickly making his escape through the trees. The 3 electromagnetic beams penetrated 3 dino riders in their heads, blasting them apart. His strength had already reached the intermediate Type 4 level. Even without an arm he could casually kill Type 3 dino people. Chase. Ku Yufu's eyes flashed with a vicious glint, charging after Yu Zhong in a swift manner. The other 7 dino riders also followed suit. After Misaki destroyed Yu Zhong's right arm, adding on to the huge expenditure of spirit and stamina in Temron prison, Yu Zhong was feeling weak right now. If he were to take on Ku Yufu, he would definitely be killed in a single exchange. Hence, he could only flee, making his way deeper into the forest. The distance between the two drew closer, and soon the forest was left far behind. A grassy plain appeared in front of them. "Bye. I'm done toying with you." Yu Zhong had purposely drawn them away from Turtle and the rest. He quickly leaped up a tree and lunged off forcefully, his dark wind wings opening and sending him soaring into the skies. Kusaraichi. Seal down the airspace. Ku Yufu eyed Yu Zhong in the sky, his eyes flashing with a chill as he barked. One of the riders stepped forward, his back had wings like a pterosaur, even his head looking 70% similar to one. He eyed Yu Zhong and let out a strange, shrill scream. A powerful shockwave traveled upwards, sweeping past Yu Zhong. Under that force, the dark wind wings suddenly dimmed, as though they had lost the connection to Yu Zhong, causing his body to plunge down quickly. Fuck. What was that? Facing such a sudden anomaly, Yu Zhong was shocked as well. The sealing of airspace seemed to be a certain skill of some races of the Dino people. Some of them had the ability to increase their speed explosively, others the ability to command the wind. Some had tough skins. This particular Dino person, whose progenitor must have been the pterosaurs, could unleash some shockwave to knock out all airborne objects, living or otherwise. The moment one was struck by it, even a Type 6 Overlord-class mutant beast would plunge. Even so, Yu Zhong did not panic. He quickly pulled out his electromagnetic gun, aiming at Kusaraichi before firing once. Ku Yufu struck out with his lance, blocking the beam. Following a loud bang, Ku Yufu was sent flying a few meters back, slamming into a tree. However, the electromagnetic beam was stopped by him. Damn freak. It was the first time Yu Zhong saw someone forcefully taking his electromagnetic gun head-on with a melee weapon. It seemed that only these Type 4 monsters could do so without worry about their bodies. Seems like my sneak attack on the Type 5 Cetiosaurus was a lucky one. If he had not been distracted by the snake woman, I think even if it hit him, he would have been fine. Thinking back to how he managed to kill Cetiosaurus, he could not help but celebrate that his luck had been good. Yu Zhong swiftly adjusted his aim and continued to fire at the group of Dino people. They hurried to retreat, dodging behind cover. As Yu Zhong was nearing the ground, he quickly channeled his gravity manipulation, lessening his weight to 1/5 of its original. When he landed, the rebound was much lesser, and he made use of the opportunity to escape. Chase. Ku Yufu only needed to rest for merely 5 seconds, and his erratic blood flow had stabilized. With a tap of its foot, he transformed into a shooting star towards Yu Zhong. Out here on the plains, Yu Zhong activated his shadow steps and pushed his dark Do Chi, his speed increasing to its maximum. However, the distance between him and Ku Yufu continued to shrink. His stamina and spirit was being consumed at a terrifying rate, yet he did not dare slack off. This Ku Yufu was definitely a Type 4 expert that was even stronger than Uribi Taichi. Even if Yu Zhong was at his peak, it was difficult to say who could win. As long as Yu Zhong became careless now, he would definitely be killed. Both of them continued to run at a speed of Mach 1.5, soon passing through the huge plains. At the edge of the vast plains, there were plenty of cliffs. Below them, it was a huge, boundless sea. The moment he charged out of the plains, he leaped down towards the sea without hesitating. The moment he plunged into the water, Ku Yufu already appeared at the edge of the cliff. Ku Yufu stood there, not intending to jump down. Instead, he laughed coldly and roared out, "Sea of mutant beasts! What a way to seek death! Human, if you surrender now and become my slave, I can still spare you. Otherwise you'll surely die a horrid death." The loud roar resounded throughout the entire area. All of a sudden, the waves broke apart as a huge tentacle swung out from beneath the surface of the sea, slamming towards Ku Yufu. The tentacle had appeared without warning, and its speed was insanely fast. Even with Ku Yufu's heightened sense of danger, he was struck violently by the tentacle. His entire body shot through the air, spitting out blood. The moment he landed, he retreated explosively beyond 1,000 meters. As he looked up, his countenance was pale and filled with dread. The blue waves continued to churn as dozens of small creatures with wings and dinosaur heads flew up onto the cliff, landing near where Kuyufu had spat out his blood and some inner organs. They began devouring it without any care. When they were done, they swiftly re-entered the sea. Kuyufu saw this and was reminded of his clan memoirs, retreating a few steps unconsciously, not daring to go near the sea at all. As for Yu Zhong, he had quickly put on his sea mask and started swimming deeper. He had just descended about a dozen meters when a sudden tingling came down his spine and his scalp turned numb. In this dark waters, where nothing could be seen, it felt like there were countless monsters waiting to rip him apart. His entire body froze. Right at this time, a bunch of creatures the size of a palm, as dense as a colony of ants, came swimming over. They had wings, sharp teeth, and were obviously fish but had dinosaur heads. He felt a sense of danger the moment he saw them and adjusted his direction, swimming away frantically. The winged fish continued to swim towards him. As he fled, another dozen Type 2 mutant sharks seemed to have discovered Yu Zhong, and they adjusted their positions to swim towards him. In the sea, Yu Zhong's speed could not compare to when he was on land. The dozens of mutant sharks caught up to him easily. Left with no choice, Yu Zhong channeled his summon-tamed beast technique, calling Type 2 Sharky over. He waved his sword and sliced one of the Type 2 mutant sharks, before grabbing onto Sharky as they fled. The creepy winged fishes came up to the Type 2 mutant shark and pounced on it. The waters churned for 2 seconds, and when they left, a bunch of bones sank towards the bed of the sea. Chapter 782, Sea of Mutant Beasts. When the Type 2 sharks caught sight of those smaller creatures, it was as if they had seen their greatest fear, and they hurriedly scattered. The seemingly harmless dino fishes suddenly picked up speed, swimming towards the various Type 2 sharks. When they burst forth with their speed, they were more than twice as fast as the sharks and caught up easily. Using their razor-sharp teeth, they reduced the Type 2 sharks to nothing more than bones. Those ferocious sea sharks that had been chasing Yu Zhong earlier now sunk to their graves. After consuming those dozens of sharks which were larger than normal whales, the school of dino fish seemed to have been satiated, and they quietly floated in the sea, going with the flow, not chasing after Yu Zhong anymore. Seeing this, Yu Zhong heaved a sigh of relief. In the sea, he could not even exhibit more than 10% of his ability. Even a Type 3 mutant sea beast might gain an advantage over him. If he had been surrounded by those creepy dino fishes, he would likely have been consumed in a matter of seconds. Because of the reduction in combat ability, even Kuyufu did not dare enter the waters, much more so since this particular ocean was known as the Sea of Mutant Beasts. Yu Zhong had just heaved a sigh of relief when a figure suddenly slammed into him with a terrifying speed without any warning. He spat out a mouth of blood from that impact, while Sharky was also slapped to one side. When the monstrous figure rose up, Yu Zhong grabbed onto its back and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. It was a gargantuan sea snake, its entire body black with a metallic luster. The entire length of the snake was easily over 1,000 meters. When comparing the Type 5 mutant sea snake back on Earth against this behemoth, it was practically a small loach. Yu Zhong could not resist and activated his eye of perception to scan it. Type 7 mutant sea snake emperor, an emperor-level ferocious beast of the sea. Type 7 mutant sea snake emperor. He sucked in a deep breath, his entire body trembling. This was a Type 7 monster. As long as it was hostile towards Yu Zhong, a single slap could flatten him. After all, the Type 5 divine warriors that he had come across on his journey could easily kill him, not to mention this Type 7 mutant beast. Most mutant beasts were stronger than a divine warrior of the same tier. In comparing combat strength, a Type 7 mutant beast would likely be more fearsome than a Type 7 divine warrior. The mutant sea snake emperor seemed not to have noticed the speck-like Yu Zhong, continually slithering and twisting through the sea, causing huge waves to arise. The sea was boundless, and as the monstrous beast continued to swim out, soon, there was no land that can be seen anywhere. It was only in this wide and vast sea that such a huge Type 7 mutant sea snake emperor could be born. The beast came to a stop after a while. The surface of the water started to churn, as numerous Type 6 sea dragons, mountain-like Type 5 thorny crabs, Type 5 dragon-snapping turtles the size of islands, Type 5 swordfishes, ferocious Type 5 ichthyosaurus, other monstrous Type 5 sea snakes appeared. All of these mighty beasts all swam and surrounded the Type 7 Sea Snake Emperor with respect. Zhong was thoroughly shaken as he looked at all of these beasts, not daring to move. At a quick glance, there seemed to be at least 30 Type 5 mutant beasts, and 4 Type 6 mutant beasts. If such a horde of monsters were to roam free on Earth, the moment they went on land, who knew how many nuclear bombs it would take to deal with these beasts? Even Godzilla would be flattened in 1 second if it existed. Zhong continued to hug his body close to the Type 7 Sea Snake Emperor, knowing that the other sea overlords were sweeping their gazes over him. If it were not for the fact that he was on the Type 7 Sea Snake Emperor's body, they would have all torn him into pieces. He did not dare to move. After summoning the subordinates, the Type 7 Sea Snake Emperor continued to swim out, this time followed by its underlings. Zhong saw this and cried bitterly in his heart. He was getting further and further away from land, it would be extremely difficult for him to return. After an entire day, the horde seemed to have reached a different territory. Following a huge wave, a Type 7 Ichthyosaurus appeared from beneath the sea, not any less eye-catching than the Sea Snake Emperor. Behind it, there were countless other Type 5 and Type 6 mutant beasts. The moment the Type 7 Sea Snake Emperor caught sight of the Type 7 Ichthyosaurus, its eyes turned crimson red and it quickly charged at it. The Type 7 Ichthyosaurus also swam over with an imposing aura. Both parties clashed, and the Type 7 Ichthyosaurus bit down viciously on the body of the Type 7 Sea Snake Emperor, drawing blood as its sharp teeth punctured the hard scales. Precious blood flowed out. The Type 7 Sea Snake Emperor also bit down on the Type 7 Ichthyosaurus, tearing into its body and drawing blood. The two mighty beasts engaged in the most basic of brawls, biting and clashing against each other, struggling in the sea. Zhong was easily flung off, thrown towards a few hundred meters, his body once again jolted and he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was no way he could do anything in this battle of such scale. The two Type 7 mutant beasts were truly ferocious, causing waves to ripple out, the highest over hundreds of meters tall. Zhong had just come up to the surface, and was faced with one such wave, sending a few hundred meters away again. That's the blood of the Type 7 mutant beasts. One blood-red wave swept towards Zhong and his eyes brightened. He opened his mouth to take in as much seawater as he could. The blood and seawater entered his body, turning into a warm energy that spread throughout his limbs, revitalizing his cells and pushing the broken shoulders as well as his other injuries to recover. Such blood was extremely nourishing to humans. The stronger the mutant beast, the more benefits the blood and essence brought. Thus, the blood of this Type 7 mutant beast was a precious gift to Zhong. The warmth flowed throughout his body, ending up in his sea of knowledge, covering his regeneration rune, causing a few more engravings to appear. Congratulations, having absorbed the blood of a Type 7 mutant beast, your regeneration skill has gained +1 enhancement. Zhong immediately felt overjoyed. The regeneration skill was incredibly useful, aiding him in escaping the clutches of death on several occasions. Now that it was enhanced, he could not be happier. At this moment, a water cannon shot from afar, slamming into him, causing him to soar into the sky and cough out blood once again. Zhong looked towards the source and noticed a Type 5 Ichthyosaurus and a Type 5 Copperhammer shrimp engaged in a ferocious clash. The water cannon had been the innate ability of the Copperhammer shrimp, and Zhong had been unlucky to be in the way. Water cannons, ice shards, ice blades, water blades, thunderstrikes, bone spikes, all sorts of abilities were being channeled and utilized by the Type 5 and Type 6 mutant beasts as they clashed with their enemies. Inside this large sea, there would be a new corpse floating to the surface at every second. All of these bodies casualties from the exchanges between the Type 5 and Type 6 mutant beasts. Among those bodies, there would be a few Type 3 and Type 4 mutant beasts, which had been caught in the crossfire. Zhong immediately activated his second-order stealth, moving carefully through the sea, watching out for the clashes. None of the beasts actually paid any attention to him due to the stealth. That's a Type 4 mutant beast. Time to risk it. Zhong suddenly saw a Type 4 sea snake corpse floating, his eyes brightened and he gritted his teeth to swim over. He arrived quickly and burrowed into its head, retrieving its brain matter, blood and nucleus. Another one. This time I've struck it rich. The moment he came out of the Type 4 sea snake, he saw another corpse floating nearby. He could not control his excitement and immediately swam over, retrieving all that he could. While the main characters of this territorial war were the two Type 7 behemoths and the other Type 6 and Type 5 monsters, there were numerous Type 4 and Type 3 mutant beasts around as well. In this place the Type 4 mutant beasts were the most plentiful. It would be rare to catch sight of one on Earth, but here they were common everywhere. Qiong got himself busy, digging through the carcasses of the various Type 4 mutant beasts and kept the precious loot into his storage ring. There were plenty of Type 3 mutant beast corpses as well, however he could not be bothered with those. Chapter 783, Type 6 Cetiosaurus. At the center of the battlefield in the sea, a huge number of Type 3 and Type 4 mutant beasts were quickly gobbling up and devouring the corpses of the other Type 3 and Type 4 mutant beasts. At the same time, the intensity of the clash between the two Emperor-level behemoths had infected the rest of the mutant beasts, causing them to go all out in a mad slaughter as well. Qiong had already evolved to a Type 4 stage, although he could easily be flattened by a Type 6, Type 7 mutant beast. Against a Type 4 mutant beast, he had his means. Even for a Type 5 mutant beast, as long as it did not especially target him, he could find ways to evade. Just as he was scrambling to collect as many Type 4 nuclei as possible, all of a sudden, the Type 7 mutant sea snake emperor swung its tail forcefully, causing a large wave to sweep out. Qiong and dozens of other Type 4 mutant beasts were sent up into the air at a height of 2,000 meters. As the wave receded, they descended back towards the sea like meteors. This is bad. Qiong's face fell. If he landed in the water, the powerful impact would cause him a certain degree of hurt, even if he was a Type 4 expert. If it were any other ordinary person, they would definitely die. While in midair, the dark wind wings flapped open, but its radiance dimmed. Obviously, it was still affected by that soundwave attack from the Dino Riders earlier. Qiong hurried to channel his gravity manipulation, lightening his weight by 5 times. Even so, it would not reduce the impact. Alright. There's still that thing. As he descended, his gaze swept through his storage ring, and his eyes brightened. With a flip of his hand, a bone umbrella appeared. It swiftly opened and his falling speed was reduced even further. An ordinary umbrella would not be able to support a human during a plunge. However, this bone umbrella was made out of mutant beast bones, and its main material was the scales and a Type 3 mutant beast. With the powerful tendons used to tighten and secure all the joints, even a heavy caliber gun might not necessarily pierce through it. Thus, it could naturally support his weight. The dozens of Type 4 mutant beasts slammed down into the water from the skies. One Type 5 ichthyosaurus of more than 1,000 meters in length was unlucky. It had slammed into a Type 4 crocodile turtle, another Type 4 ichthyosaurus as well as a Type 4 tyrant shellfish, and its entire body was twisted beyond hope. It died immediately. The other Type 4 mutant beasts also died upon impact the moment they slammed into the water, their brains rocked and shattering. When those mountain-like beasts slammed into the water, they caused further waves that spread out, inciting a ripple effect that caused other Type 4 mutant beasts to slam into each other and die. As the various Type 3 and Type 4 mutant beasts caught the scent of the blood, they began to swim in a frenzy towards the corpses of the higher stage beasts. In order to snatch the corpses of those beasts, the mutant beasts began to bite each other furiously, and the entire sea was churning with writhing bodies. Qiong landed on the Type 5 ichthyosaurus body, immediately running towards its head. As he was running, a pair of thick and coarse tentacles suddenly grabbed hold of the corpse from below, dragging it down into the depths of the sea. Fuck. Qiong's gaze flashed as he grabbed tight onto the body, climbing towards the head. The nucleus of a Type 5 mutant beast was simply too valuable to Qiong. If used well, he could turn a Type 5 expert into a puppet for him, or raise a Type 3 mutant beast directly into the Type 4 stage. The corpse sunk deeper into the ocean. A Type 4 sea snake and a Type 4 Cetiosaurus quickly swam over. As they got closer, some other tentacles shot out explosively, slapping the two Type 4 mutant beasts viciously, causing them to be sent back about 6 or 7 meters. They became agitated and quickly got into a tangle with the tentacles, biting down viciously, breaking them apart as blood flowed. The Type 4 mutant beasts became embroiled in a cruel clash, while some other smaller mutant beasts quickly swam over. Qiong caught sight of these unknown variants of mutant crabs reaching out with their claws and tearing the scales of the Type 5 ichthyosaurus inch by inch. They then burrowed in and began consuming the Type 5 behemoth's flesh. Numerous other small mutant beasts came swarming around the corpses, each of them tearing off the scales and meat of the Type 5 ichthyosaurus. On top of that, other mutant beasts of relatively normal size came swimming over, trying to bite into the corpse of the Type 5 ichthyosaurus, but to their dismay they could not tear into those scales. Of the various species that were trying to consume the Type 5 ichthyosaurus, only the mini-mutant crabs and mutant sea centipedes were successful in tearing the scales off. Even so, their speed was extremely slow. Qiong continued to climb upwards, while the body of the monstrous beast continued to be dragged deeper and deeper. After goodness knows how long, Qiong finally made it on top of the head. He pulled out his flame blade and thrust right down with his immense strength, creating a small hole. With joy in his heart, he quickly dug the hole out and burrowed in. After plowing through a huge amount of flesh, he finally found the Type 5 nucleus, keeping it together with a large amount of brain matter, fresh blood, and flesh into his storage ring before swiftly climbing out. Right as he got out, he suddenly felt his entire body sinking, a huge pressure weighing on him. If it had been an ordinary person, the person would have been crushed instantly. Where is this? Qiong surveyed his surroundings, noticing that there was no light, while countless deep-sea mountains of more than hundreds and thousands of meters surrounded him. The huge carcass of the Type 5 ichthyosaurus was still being dragged by the huge tentacle towards one of the peaks. All of a sudden, a huge claw shot out, grabbing one Type 4 overlord octopus and crushed it easily. A swirl then appeared, sucking the Type 5 ichthyosaurus corpse towards it. Qiong looked towards that direction, only to see a pair of savage green eyes. The entire peak seemed to be enveloped by a strange power. Even with his night vision he could not see past the peak. A chill came over Qiong. He turned around to look at the other peaks, noting that there was nothing there. However, it felt like upon closer inspection, there were terrifying creatures lying in slumber. It's too dangerous here. Qiong felt a grave sense of danger and quickly made his way for the surface. At this moment, a huge whirlpool appeared, sucking Qiong towards one of the peaks. Shit. His heart turned cold as he paddled furiously trying to escape. However, due to the forces of the whirlpool, his efforts were futile, and his body slowly inched towards the peak. In a few breaths, he was sent soaring through a thick fog towards the peak of the mountain. A monstrous Type 6 Cetiosaurus had its huge mouth open, drawing Qiong towards it. In front of that behemoth, Qiong was just like a grain of rice. Together with it, other fishes, prawns, Type 2 and Type 3 mutant beasts flew in. Without any chance to resist, Qiong was swallowed. The Cetiosaurus had sharp rows of teeth. The moment its jaws closed, the teeth came piercing down, tearing the numerous Type 3 mutant beasts into shreds, before swallowing them all in a mess of blood and flesh. Its appetite was insane, and it was impossible for Qiong to try and remain at its throat, hence he was washed down together towards a lake full of a rancid stench. The moment he plunged into it, he realized his clothes were melting as smoke rose up. Every part of his body was sending him pain signals, as though he was bathing in acid. Shit. I definitely cannot stay here. In his pain, Qiong quickly summoned white bones. A void appeared and a bone spike pierced through the red fleshy wall. Chapter 784, Face-Off of the Three Clans. Qiong reached out his hand that was being corroded away to grab the bone spike. It retracted and pulled him up towards one side of the wall. It temporarily helped him to avoid the fate of being digested. Those are nuclei. Mutant beasts' nuclei. He had just taken a breath when he caught sight of a pile of nuclei at one part of the lake of digestive juices. There were more than thousands of them, forming a small hill. White bones. Go grab them. Qiong became excited and his eyes shone with greed as he looked at the mountain. White Bones extended its right arm, grabbing the pile of nuclei and brought it to Qiong. With a thought, the entire pile entered his storage ring. Once it disappeared, the red stomach linings began to secrete out green digestive juices again, covering the fleshy walls. In a single breath, the Type 6 Cetiosaurus could easily consume over thousands of smaller living creatures, of which the mutant beasts with stronger life forces would still struggle. However, under the constant corroding of the stomach acid, the mutant beasts began to dissolve with time. At that moment, Qiong channeled his devil flames surrounding him, burning the stomach acid that got too close to him. Damn it! Break for me! Qiong pulled out his electromagnetic gun and aimed at one part of the stomach lining. The beams smashed viciously into the flesh, resulting in a huge bloody hole, as the precious Type 6 mutant beast blood flowed out. The storage ring flashed and he began to store the blood in a huge tank. Suffering such an injury, the Type 6 Cetiosaurus felt the pain and unease. It opened its jaws and tried to throw up. With the hurling of the stomach, a powerful force began to expel Yuzhong together with the contents of the stomach out. Yuzhong was sprayed out in a water jet, soaring for goodness knows how far, before he landed up in a misty area on cold, hard ground. Wait a minute? What's going on? There's no water here. When he landed, he immediately noticed that there was no seawater. He looked around and found that he was in a separate area, while the skies were still the deep blue sea, seemingly held back by something. What is that? A spaceship? After ascertaining his position, he swept a glance across his surroundings again, immediately noticing a silver spacecraft. It was over 200 m in height, and on it, there were numerous cannons facing out, each of them larger than any cannons on Earth. When Yuzhong saw that, his eyes flashed with a strange glint, and he quickly dashed over. As he came up to it, he noticed that the spacecraft was shrouded in a layer of blue light. He pulled out his shaped flame blade to try slicing through it to no avail. He then tried various methods to break through, however, not a single one of them worked. Even his strongest move of congealing his devil flames into a devil flame sword was not able to penetrate it. Damn it, what should I do? Yuzhong looked at it, helpless and frustrated as he sunk into thoughts. Based on his instinct, he could tell that this spaceship would be incredibly helpful to him, even the entire human race. However, he had no means of accessing it. Suddenly, a number of small shuttles descended from the blue layer. Yuzhong took a look at them and quickly activated his second-order stealth, hiding behind a huge boulder. The shuttles opened up and a number of humanoid experts walked out. Humans. Yuzhong hid behind the boulder and completely retracted his aura. He stared at those experts and wondered. Although there was no light in this region, the shuttles were releasing a faint blue radiance. While ordinary people might not be able to see beyond 10 meters, Yuzhong knew that there were some who were able to see well in the dark, even up to 1,000 meters. He did not dare be careless. Among those that stepped out, there was a blond man with a fit body. As he stepped out, he looked at the huge spacecraft with a hint of desire. Radiant Battleship. It truly is here. As long as our Saint clan controls this, the Saint War this time will be ours. No. We might even ascend to become even stronger and compete with those experts from the higher realms. One of the Type 4 flesh eaters asked, Great Ancient Half, what is this Radiant Battleship? Is it really so important to our Saint clan? It just looks bigger than ours. Half eyed the ship with desire while reprimanding the person who asked, What do you know? We're just toys of God, our lives and deaths are under His control. He created us and can even destroy us. As for this ship, this is something not of His creation. In other words, this was something another god or gods created. It is truly a symbol of hope for our Saint clan. By obtaining this, we can escape the clutches of God, and maybe even become gods ourselves. New gods. When they heard this, all the flesh-eaters and vampires sucked in a breath of cold air. They were extremely clear that they came out of the entity known as God, and had conquered humans to become the overlords. However, God was still an invincible entity to them, and even the highest of them had admitted that He was no match for God. To think that there would be an item that could help them transcend, this rocked them to their cores. Another blonde woman, with a voluptuous figure decked in tight leather clothes, asked, Great Ancient Half, since this is so important, why didn't the Saint Emperor come personally? If he were to come, this battleship would definitely be ours. This time, the Saint clan had deployed 6 Type 5 warriors, and 100 Type 4 warriors to this world. However, those that managed to successfully survive till now were those present. The rest had been eaten by the countless terrifying beasts in the sea of mutant beasts. If the Type 6 Divine Warrior had made a move, they would definitely not have suffered such losses. Half replied solemnly, No. This Radiant Battleship only allows those Type 4 and below. If a Type 6 existence were to get close, it would trigger the self-defense mechanism and kill the intruder. Sibika, I am not able to get close to it as well, thus the responsibility of gaining it falls on you guys. This is the hope for our Saint clan. Once you guys obtain it, when we summon the rest of the clan, we will help you reach the Type 5 stage. The beautiful Type 4 blonde woman Sibika immediately responded with a serious expression. Understood. Great Ancient Half, Cibica will definitely deliver the control to your hands. The Radiant Battleship is our Dino race's treasure. Bunch of stinking flesh-eaters, get out now. Otherwise I'll tear you apart. Right at this time, a number of ichthyosaurs came appearing from the blue film enveloping the mini-pocket of a world, with riders on them. These were the Dino riders dressed in silver armor and held lances. One of them was a mid-grade Dino-General, who swept a cold gaze over Half and his men, barking, "Scram!" The hundreds of low-level Dino-Generals and 2 other mid-grade Dino-Generals surrounded them, forming a huge circle. Half looked at them with an ugly expression. They had a total of 3 Type 5 Divine Warriors, while his Saint clan only had him. If they were to clash, their Saint clan would definitely suffer greatly. Overbearing. Your Dino race is truly overboard. This is the seabed, our Sea clan's territory. I think you guys had better listen to the Lord of the Seas, our Sea clan. Following the sounds of a contemptuous laughter, a Type 5 mermaid appeared, with blue hair and shells covering her private parts. Behind her there were 6 other Type 5 warriors. On top of that, they had 200 Type 4 whale sharkmen, killer whalemen, lobstermen and various other intelligent sea creatures. The 3 species faced off in this deep part of the ocean. The Saint clan members might be the overlords back in the Second World, but here they held the most disadvantaged position. The atmosphere grew tense as time flowed. Chapter 785, Radiant Battleship. The extremely beautiful and sensual mermaid revealed an alluring smile towards Half. "I'm Cetiosaurus from the Sea clan. People from the Saint clan, how about joining hands to kill these dinosaurs, and we can explore the Radiant Battleship together?" When her words came out, the Dino riders immediately became on guard, their lances readied and their bodies tense. The moment the Sea clan made any sudden movements, they would launch an attack against them. Half smiled slightly. "Beautiful Cetiosaurus, I feel that we can all explore this Radiant Battleship. After all, slaughtering among ourselves will not achieve anything. Instead, it will just wear us down. If in the event of our clash, we are unable to gain anything out of it, I'm sure no one wants to see this outcome." Among the 3 parties, Half's side was the weakest. Even if they joined hands with the Sea clan to eradicate the Dino race, they would then take care of him. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to try and leave a way out for himself. Cetiosaurus turned to look at the Dino-General, laughing coyly. "What are your thoughts, Mr. Dino Man?" The leader of the Dino riders laughed coldly. "There's no compromise in our dictionary, kill them all." The mid-grade Dino-General flashed, his lance bursting forth with an incredible killing intent, charging towards Half. Half did not expect the mid-grade Dino-General to be so decisive, and he immediately raised his hands to defend himself. That single lance thrust managed to penetrate Half's right hand, all the way through to his right shoulder, shattering the bones with his pure strength. In terms of capabilities, Half was similar to the mid-grade Dino-General in that both were Type 5 experts, and he should not have been injured so easily in a single exchange. However, he had underestimated the viciousness of the opponent and had suffered a disadvantage for it. Right as the Dino-General was about to pierce Half's head, a number of ice blades shot out from the side, slicing down at the Dino-General. In response, he jerked his lance up, meeting the ice blades and shattering them. Half took the chance to retreat explosively. Cetiosaurus laughed lightly. "Mr. Half, my proposal still stands. Are you done considering?" Half snarled and replied, "I agree. Do it. Eradicate these bunch of rabid dogs." The Saint clan instantly charged out and unleashed their abilities, clashing with the low-grade Dino-Generals, while the Sea clan members also charged out and engaged in slaughter with the Dino-Generals. The 3 mid-grade Dino-Generals were fearsome. Even against the 7 Type 5 Sea clan members as well as Half, they could still hold the upper hand. The Sea clan were exceptional in sea battles. If the battle had been in the waters, they would have easily killed the 3 Dino-Generals. However, now that they were on dry land, their combat strength was diminished severely, and could not match the 3 mid-grade Dino-Generals. If it weren't for Cetiosaurus handling one herself, the Sea clan and Saint clan would have long been slaughtered by the 3 Dino-Generals. Qiong hid in the dark, watching them silently, not daring to move. In this battle, each party was stronger than him. He laid prone on the ground, retrieving the Type 6 Cetiosaurus blood to drink. Once he absorbed it, it became a warm energy that flowed throughout his body, regenerating his right shoulder. As the 3 species were still fighting it out, the radiant battleship suddenly glowed, and shot out a silver beam of light, sweeping through everyone present within this bubble world. When touched by it, all Type 4 warriors disappeared. Yu Zhong's sight became faded as he appeared within the ship. At that instant, he channeled his dark Do Chi and devil flames to envelop his fist as he struck out towards the right. The vampire on Yu Zhong's right barely had the time to react and was struck viciously. The devil flames immediately threatened to consume him. As he screamed, the innate radiance of life burst out, forcefully pushing the devil flames away. Even so, Yu Zhong took the opportunity to strike once more at his body, and the weakened Saint Clan member spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, crumpling to the floor. Yu Zhong pointed out and a Type 4 puppet rune entered the vampire's forehead. After struggling a while, he stood up and bowed. "Boleus greets master." Yu Zhong heaved a sigh of relief and assessed his surroundings. It was an ordinary room with 4 beds of different heights and 2 strange optical devices on the table. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed and he dashed over, grabbing the electrical source of the optical device, and pulled out a handheld tablet to connect them. The moment the handheld tablet was turned on, Bai Yi appeared with a smile. "Master, is there anything I can help you with?" Yu Zhong immediately replied, "Scan this battleship and try to gain control over it." "Yes." Bai Yi smiled brightly, and her eyes started to flicker with data, as she sent out her probing signals throughout this radiant battleship. Soon she returned to her normal status, looking at Yu Zhong apologetically. "Sorry master, the mainframe of this computer exceeds my computation ability. If I were to force my way in, there's a chance that this clone of mine will be destroyed. Even if my main body was here, it would be impossible to do so. As of now, I can only control a small part of the ship as well as its map, and the place where the inheritance can be passed on. Only by entering the inheritance room yourself, then you would gain full control of the ship." Yu Zhong was somewhat disappointed when he heard that, but soon he recovered. If this radiant battleship was like what Half said, allowing for mortals to transcend into gods, he would do whatever it takes. "Let's go then. Immediately plot a route to the room by E, choose the fastest and avoid all combat if possible." The interior of the ship was crawling with other Type 4 experts. While he was somewhat confident of dealing with them, if he had to face them continuously, he did not know how he could keep up. "Yes. Based on the analysis, there are 2 paths suitable. Based on Route 1 you will just have to face 2 enemies. For Route 2 you don't have to face any enemies but it would take about 5 minutes to reach there. Based on my estimates, the 2 enemies from Route 1 have a 90% probability of reaching the inheritance room faster than you if you choose Route 2. Bai Yi placed the options in front of Yu Zhong, showcasing the short distance of the first, versus the long windy path of the second. "Alright, I choose one, let's go." He grabbed the handheld tablet and swiftly made his way towards the inheritance room. There were many alloy electronic doors, most of them closed. However, the moment Yu Zhong came to them, they would automatically open, evident of Bai Yi's doing. As they passed by a number of corridors, Bai Yi suddenly warned, "Master, be careful, there are enemies right in front, and they're fighting." Yu Zhong's heart ran cold and he immediately activated his second-order stealth, completely retracting his aura. The display in his hand flashed and Bai Yi disappeared. Instead, a blonde woman with an incredible body was battling a Dino-General. The woman was precisely Sibika, one of the more outstanding Type 4 divine warriors of the Saint Clan. The other was just an ordinary Dino-General, but he also had the combat strength of a peak Type 4 divine warrior. The lance in his hand struck out in mysterious ways, forcing Sibika to dodge constantly. Sibika was a vampire of the Saint Clan. Her strength might not be comparable to other similar ranking warriors. However, her speed was comparable if not faster to an initial Type 5 divine warrior. She made use of her superhuman speed to dodge around the Dino-General, looking for an opportunity. Both parties continued to maintain a stalemate. Every time they clashed, there would be loud sounds. In just a minute they had exchanged over 100 moves, but the victor was still hard to determine. If both sides were of equal strength and no one wanted to go all out, it would be difficult to ascertain the winner. Yu Zhong hid there waiting for the victor to emerge. Although it seemed like they were in a stalemate, he was clear that sooner or later, there would be a victor. This was because, between the both of them, Sibika could not afford to waste time. The number of Dino-Generals inside this radiant battleship was more than the Saint Clan. Their combat ability surpassed those Saint clan members as well. If Sibika did not deal with this one quicker, by the time two others appeared, she would be forced to flee. Chapter 786, God Devil Nucleus. Both parties were still clashing with each other, when all of a sudden, Sibika gritted her teeth and charged towards the low-grade Dino-General. The Dino-General's eyes congealed, the lance in his hands lifting up. At that instant, as he burst out with an incredible aura, he sent multiple piercing thrusts towards Sibika. If she forced her attack, she would definitely be turned into a sieve. Before she even got to the low-grade Dino-General, she would be heavily injured or even killed. At that moment, Sibika shone with her own radiance of life, her speed increased by another 30%. Her body twisted at a strange angle, dodging the danger. Even so, 3 of the lance lights pierced her body, resulting in 3 bloody holes. Suppressing her pain, she swept out with her right claw, piercing through the Dino-General's heart and crushing it within her palms. When the Dino-General felt his heart crushed, he spat out a mouthful of blood as the light in his eyes dimmed. He crumpled to the floor lifelessly. Sibika looked at the body and breathed out in relief. Although she had killed this low-grade Dino-General, her own injuries were not light. Furthermore, the usage of her radiance of life had weakened her considerably. "Sibika, are you all right?" At this moment, Boleus came through the hall. The tense Sibika saw her own comrade and relaxed even more. "I'm injured, but it doesn't seem too bad." Boleus walked over. "Sibika, I've had a huge discovery. There's an inheritance room. I found a map of this radiant battleship, and there seems to be some sort of inheritance place on it." Sibika's eyes lightened up as she exclaimed, "Really? Let me see." "This is the map." He pulled out a piece of paper and gave it to her. "Isn't this just a blank piece of paper?" When Sibika received it, she suddenly had a bad feeling and retreated explosively. Unfortunately, while her reaction was fast, Boleus's claws had already torn into her abdomen, slashing out a chunk of meat, as blood flowed out profusely from her wound. Sibika's eyes flashed with fury. "Boleus. Why?" "It's simple, I want you to die." Qiong channeled his dark do chi, turning into a flash of light that shot towards Sibika. "Human? Qiong. You are Qiong, the one who got the treasure of hope. That means to say Boleus is already your puppet. No wonder his strength had diminished. How are you here?" Sibika was truly an elite, coming to a conclusion on Qiong's identity in such a short time. Qiong had already become a must-kill target within the Saint clan. All members of Type 2 and above had received the orders, and would not spare any means to hunt him. "Once you've become my puppet, I'll naturally tell you." "Wishful thinking, I will never become your puppet." Sibika called out once and swiftly retreated by pushing her speed to the limit. Her speed was much faster than Qiong, thus disappearing within a second. Shit. Qiong was clear that after a few more tunnels behind the door, the inheritance room would be in sight. He charged right for it in a frenzy. He might not be sure what would happen in there, but he did not want Sibika to gain the advantage over him, gaining control over this radiant battleship. Even if there was no chance of transcending to a god, if he could reach the level of a Type 6 or even Type 7 expert, he was willing to risk it all. Right as he charged out the door, a premonition arose in his heart. He twisted his body, dodging to one side at the same time, he channeled his devil flames, billowing out from him in a fearsome tornado. Above the door, Sibika had leaped towards Qiong like a coiling dragon, slamming into him with a speed that surpassed the sound barrier. Her kick sent him crashing into an electronic door, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. As she was about to chase after him, a ball of devil flames came rushing towards her. Her eyes flashed with pity, forcing her to lightly tap off the door, leaping backward. "This woman is truly strong, I've been careless." Qiong wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth, looking towards the direction where Sibika fled and quickly followed after with heightened wariness. After passing a few more tunnels, Qiong arrived at a large hall. "This is..." Qiong took a look at his surroundings and was shocked. The hall was about the size of a soccer field. There was a large podium in the middle of the hall, where a half-sphere was floating, with countless strange runes carved on it. There were some other valves connected to it, also engraved with runes. At the center of that glowing half-sphere, there was a small gold nucleus the size of a fist, emitting a powerful and mysterious source of power. God Devil Nucleus. Zhong looked at the gold nucleus and reeled with shock. In his sea of knowledge, there was an exact replica, just that the size and degree of detail were on different levels. Sibika had also appeared in the hall when she caught sight of the gold nucleus. Her eyes lit up as she leaped towards it. Not good. Zhong's face fell as he followed suit. He was ultimately slower by a step as Sibika reached the light orb first, reaching out to grab the gold nucleus. As she touched it, there was a bright flash of light, directly incinerating her right hand, causing her to scream out in pain. Zhong watched this with shock and he stopped in his tracks. He then changed to send a fist towards Sibika. Chapter 787, Gaining the Radiant Battleship. Sibika was truly an elite among the Type 4 realm. She gritted her teeth and brought her left hand to block in front of her. Zhong's fist slammed into her, sending her flying. Sibika borrowed the force to bounce off the wall with her lithe body, sending a vicious kick towards Zhong. Zhong twisted his body, sending his own kick towards Sibika's waist without mercy, causing her to slam into a wall like a broken toy. In terms of strength, Zhong was actually weaker than Sibika. However, after Sibika had expended her radiance of life, plus her right arm having been incinerated, her current condition was too weak to handle Zhong. After gaining a successful hit, Zhong tapped his foot and appeared right beside Sibika, slamming another fist into her chest without mercy. A look of despair came over Sibika's face, as she released her radiance of light. As it glowed brightly, Zhong was forced back a few steps, his eyes narrowing as he stared at Sibika. If a peak Type 4 expert were to go all out, it would be a dangerous thing. With Zhong's current strength, if he were careless, it would likely end up in mutual death. Cunning human. Sibika glared at Zhong with gritted teeth, and with a flash she turned to flee. She was smart and knew that if she stayed on, it would only result in death. She might as well escape first and seek a comeback later on. Zhong swept a glance before turning to gaze at the God Devil Nucleus. As he came up to it, he hesitated slightly before using his God and Devil imprint to scan the half-orb. A bright golden light came out from his imprint, shooting into the God Devil Nucleus. Smart. All of a sudden, a bright voice sounded beside Zhong's ear. His heart turned cold and he swiveled quickly to the left, retreating a few meters. There was a young man who looked extremely ordinary, where one could even say he was slightly ugly, smiling at Zhong. He was decked in black armor. Hologram? Who are you? Zhong's pupils narrowed, noticing that the glow around the young man and came to the understanding that he was a hologram. The young man chuckled before squatting down casually. Me? I'm called Vulture 2, nicknamed Dog Egg. I'm a failure, yet the only one in 10,000 years to be closest to God. Zhong could not help but be startled. Dog Egg? Vulture 2 seemed to have discerned Zhong's thoughts and laughed lightly. A truly frustrating name, don't you think? Before the world changed, I was just an ordinary farmer. After that, with the God and Devil system helping me, I slowly climbed to the ranks of a Type 9 divine warrior. I was just a slight distance away from the realm of true gods. However, I still failed in the end as I went to challenge that entity calling himself God, who had toyed with me every step of the way. I was squashed by a single hand of his and forced to live here. Type 9 divine warrior. Zhong eyed Vulture 2 and was shocked. The Type 7 Sea Snake Emperor already possessed earth-shaking might. With every single movement, it could cause tsunamis everywhere. A Type 9 divine warrior was simply superhuman. Vulture 2 continued, "You're called Zhong, right? Since you're a human, I'll hand over the rights and authority of this radiant battleship to you. However, don't get too cocky. A treasure like this is merely one out of hundreds that God controls in his 800 worlds. This is a gold-level treasure. Most of them are in the hands of other races, whereas we humans only control 3 of them. This radiant battleship is one of them." Zhong asked respectfully, "Senior, may I ask what is a gold-level treasure?" Towards this Type 9 divine warrior, Zhong maintained his respect. After so many difficulties and obstacles, grabbing every chance he could to strengthen and evolve, he had only reached the Type 4 stage. Vulture 2 had been able to reach the Type 9 divine warrior realm. This was proof of how much he had to endure and go through. Vulture 2 responded, "A gold-level treasure is something that is able to resist God. Below that, the other treasures are white, silver, and bronze respectively. You have a treasure of hope, those are classified as white silver. While they are powerful and useful, every one of them does not possess the ability to threaten God. Only treasures of gold level can help you bridge that gap, surpassing the barrier and becoming a true god. Lu Shi too gazed off into the distance, sighing in pity. Otherwise, even if you have the strength to wipe out an entire star, you're still merely an ant. Destroy a star. What a tone. Zhong sucked in a breath of cold air. Time's running out. I hope that you can escape the clutches of that person. This can be considered as helping me fulfill my last wish. When he said that, the god-devil nuclei inside the half-orb immediately shattered, turning into countless beams of light that shot through the valves in all directions. A number of messages appeared, entering Zhong's mind, connecting his own god-devil nucleus. At that instant, it felt like his entire body was one with the radiant battleship. Your strength is still too weak before I disappear, let me help you evolve. Lu Shi too pointed at Zhong and a golden light enveloped him. Under its nourishment, Zhong's god-devil nucleus expanded once more. Congratulations, your shadow clone ability had been raised to the second order. Amidst a flurry of messages, all of Zhong's skill below the second order stage was instantly pushed to the second order realm. Those which were already second order were pushed to the peak. With just one more enhancement and a third order skill book, they would change. Zhong's broken right arm also quickly healed. Lu Shi too took a look inside as he slowly disappeared from the world. What a pity, my strength is only a fraction of what I had, and I can't push you to the Type 5 realm. The fist-sized god-devil nuclei also finished shattering, disappearing from the world. Zhong opened his eyes, feeling the boundless energy coursing through his body. He turned towards Lu Shi too's earlier position and bowed with solemnness. Many thanks, Senior. Although Lu Shi too had been unable to help Zhong evolve to the Type 5 realm, he had qualitatively improved Zhong's constitution as well as the god-devil nuclei, causing him to reach the pinnacle of the Type 4 realm. Expel all foreign races. Zhong immediately gave his first order since coming in control of the radiant battleship. With a bright flash, all the Type 4 divine warriors were sent out of the ship. What happened? Seeing the sudden appearance of the various Type 4 experts, the few Type 5 divine warriors still in a clash immediately stopped, gazing at the radiant battleship in suspicion. The earth rumbled and the battleship began to rise as it lit up from within. Half stared at it and lost his mind. It has fallen under someone's control. Damn it, who the fuck is it? Since the radiant battleship expelled our 3 races, there must be a 4th race inside there. They must have gotten the control over it. The beautiful Cetiosaurus came to a conclusion as she gazed at the rising radiant battleship. The body of the ship fired out a number of white beams in thin air, revealing a large hole. Right at this moment, another huge hole appeared out of nowhere, and a gold hand the size of a mountain shot out, trying to grab that radiant battleship. The moment that golden hand appeared, a pressure was emitted, weighing down on everybody, preventing them from breathing as they dropped to their knees, terrified. Even the strongest and most arrogant Dino-General was no exception. Everyone's faces were written with shock. The huge hand grabbed onto the radiant battleship, intending to pull it towards its hole. The radiant battleship immediately responded by blasting out with a powerful golden beam, piercing the hole, slamming into the terrifying entity on the other side of the hole. There was a spray of blood from the hole, as a roar of fury that rocked everybody who heard it. Damn you, Dog-Egg Lu. Even in death you still want to attack me. I'll bear this in mind. Another beam of light shot out from the radiant battleship, twisting the puff of golden blood, before disappearing into the hole it created. When it disappeared, the mini-pocket world was instantly engulfed by water. Chapter 788, Signs of Humans. Even if I can't gain the radiant battleship, capturing these mid-grade Dino-Generals as slaves of our sea clan isn't too bad. Cetiosaurus laughed lightly, swishing her mermaid tail and charged towards the Dino-General she was fighting, pointing at his abdomen. Immediately, a powerful gush of water shot out like a blade, slicing through his stomach. Retreat. Half saw how easily Cetiosaurus dealt with a mid-grade Dino-General of the same realm and his face fell, quickly ordering the rest of the Saint clan. If it were on land, Half could at least hold his own against Cetiosaurus. However, in these waters, it was her domain. Any warrior of the same realm would suffer. Cetiosaurus chuckled lightly but gave her order with any mercy, "Capture them all, our sea clan is in need of some powerful foreign races to be our research subjects." The rest of the sea clan experts charged over, grabbing or killing any of those not from their race. On the other side, Zhong was piloting the Radiant Battleship through the void. As he fiddled around with the ship, he got to know it better. The Gold Treasure Radiant Battleship had two main abilities. The first was the ability to shuttle through space. With it, he could get to Earth and the other worlds without the gates of hell. On it, there were the coordinates of 800 other worlds. With enough power, he could freely shuttle between them. The second ability was its combat strength. There were 3 main cannons, 300 auxiliary cannons. The 3 main cannons could easily blast a Type 9 Divine Warrior to his or her demise, while the 300 auxiliary cannons could deal with Type 8 experts easily. However, while it was seemingly almighty, its energy consumption was likewise immense. In order to kill a Type 9 Divine Warrior, one had to fork out that same level of energy. Of all the Nucleus that Zhong had, even if he combined them all, he could not even muster enough for a single blast. The single shot that had injured the owner of that huge, golden hand earlier was from the residual energy left by Lu Shirtu's God Devil Nucleus when it shattered. Zhong felt a pang of pity. What a mess, although this ship is strong, I'm still too weak, I can't even exhibit it to its maximum. Other than the 2 main abilities, there were other repair and maintenance cabins inside the battleship. As long as one had a single breath left, they could make use of these machines to regenerate themselves. After a week, he appeared out of a forest of the third world, through a void, and he leaped out from the hole. Over there. The moment he landed, he swept his surroundings a glance, closing his eyes to sense and dashed off towards a direction. Inside a cave. Sun Lan Lan was curled up in a corner, her beautiful face sunken and pale. Her right hand was swollen as disgusting maggots crawled around her wounds. Qiong was kneeling by her side, suppressing her disgust, and used a wooden stick to pluck out the maggots from her right arm. Sun Lan Lan suddenly grabbed hold of Qiong's arm, crying miserably, "It hurts. It hurts. Qiong, am I going to die? Will I die?" From an idol that was adored by countless, to her current plight, it was enough to drive anyone insane. She did not dare to look at her own hand. Every time she caught sight of those maggots, she felt like throwing up. Qiong patted her gently and consoled, "No. Don't worry, Lan Lan, we'll be all right." Sun Lan Lan grabbed her tighter as she sobbed, Qiong, I want to go home, I miss home. If I can go home, I will not make my mum angry anymore. I will study hard. Qiong, I want to go home." Qiong's heart soured as she tried to soothe her. Lan Lan, we'll definitely make it back." Sun Lan Lan continued to ask Qiong fearfully, Qiong, why is Zhong not back yet? Has he abandoned us? Sun Lan Lan's mental state was currently extremely weak and only knew to rely on Zhong. When Greenie had finished evolving, it had flown into the skies. Lightning was also merely one of the average beings here and could only guard around the cave while bringing food back. Sun Lan Lan and Qiong were initially not used to consuming the bloody and raw meat. However, after 2 whole days of hunger, they could only obediently consume the meat while holed up in this cave. Sun Lan Lan had started to feel sick of this life and wanted to head out to pluck some fruits. Unfortunately, she was bitten by a mutant fly, and her right arm had started to swell, infested with maggots. Sun Lan Lan and Qiong finally understood the frightening nature of the wild. Not only were there terrifying dinosaurs out there, there were also powerful bugs that could kill humans. Qiong consoled her, "Don't worry, Zhong would not abandon us. Look, Lan Lan, you're so cute and your figure is nice, Zhong definitely likes you. Otherwise, he would not have saved us." Sun Lan Lan muttered meekly, "Really? But I'm not as pretty as you, will he really like me?" Qiong was their top beauty among the girls in the group. Sun Lan Lan had never thought that she could compare with her. Qiong smiled brightly, "Of course, I promise." Qiong was smart and knew that if Sun Lan Lan continued to have wild thoughts, it would be bad, thus she brought the conversation to other topics. "Is anyone there?" All of a sudden there were human voices outside the cave. When Sun Lan Lan heard their voices, she became excited and shouted shrilly, "We're here! We're here!" Qiong's face fell, reaching out to muffle her mouth, but she was too late. Qiong knew that human nature could be incredibly ugly. Two weak girls out here in this cave in such a lawless world, who knew what would happen to them. Hearing her voice, 7 men walked in. Chapter 789, Shao Village. The 7 men were decked in beast hide, their faces with coarse beards. They looked like wild barbarians. In their hands there were bows and arrows, spears, some of them even had dead rabbits, wolves and snakes that they caught. Their bodies were ordinary, however, their muscles were ripped and full of vitality. They were seemingly good hunters. When Sun Lan Lan caught sight of them, her heart shook, and she instantly felt fearful. After all, when they had first arrived, the actions of those hooligans had terrified her. Han Qiong also grabbed a wooden stick up and eyed them warily. One of them caught sight of Han Qiong and his eyes lit up. "I'm Shao Yun. Do you guys want to come to our village? Your friend here has been stung by a parasitic fly. If she doesn't receive treatment in time, she will not last a week." Han Qiong had wanted to reject their invitation, but hearing the last sentence, she hesitated. Sun Lan Lan's wound was starting to fester, with multiple maggots crawling all around. Han Qiong had no means of treating the wound. If things went on like that, Sun Lan Lan would definitely die. When Sun Lan Lan heard this, she grabbed Han Qiong's hand. Qiong, let's go. Let's go together." Han Qiong glanced at Sun Lan Lan's swollen hand and gritted her teeth to look at Shao Yun. "How do you guys do? I'm called Han Qiong. She's Sun Lan Lan. Do you guys have the means to treat her?" Shao Yun grinned. "Of course. The parasitic fly is everywhere. If we don't have any medicine, we would have been wiped out. However, the medicine is obtained through our hard work. Why should we give it to you for free?" Han Qiong faltered and felt a bad premonition. "What do you want then?" Shao Yun exclaimed boldly, "I want you to be my woman. As long as you agree, I will take the medicine out to save her. Otherwise you can watch her die. The parasitic fly can release countless of small eggs in their prey. Right now, it's only a small number on her right hand. Most of the eggs have already infected the rest of her body. Soon the eggs will hatch, and if she doesn't receive the right treatment, she would be eaten alive from within. The pain is the most horrific form of torture available." When she heard this, Sun Lan Lan began to tremble in fear, her mind almost crumbling at the thought of being eaten alive. She began to squeal, "I can be your woman. I'm pretty and my body's good. I'm also a virgin. Please save me. As long as you save me, I can be your woman." In order to live, Sun Lan Lan could not care less. Not many could deal with the fear of being eaten alive by maggots. When she heard of her impending fate, she almost lost her mind. Shao Yun glanced at Sun Lan Lan and barked coldly, "Don't be silly. How can you compare to Han Qiong? I'm not interested in you." Sun Lan Lan was pretty, but she had not managed to keep herself neat and tidy for an entire week, plus her current state was frail. It was easy to mistake her for being ugly. Shao Yun turned to eye Han Qiong with desire. "Have you thought it through?" Sun Lan Lan was practically pale as she begged Han Qiong, Qiong, please save me. Save me. I don't want to die." Han Qiong fell in a dilemma. On one hand, it was her friend's life, on the other, it was her own happiness. It was a difficult choice. "I agree," Han Qiong struggled in her mind before making the decision. Compared to her own happiness, she was not willing to watch her friend being eaten alive. "Wait." At this moment, a voice traveled over. Shao Yun and the rest felt their backs turn cold as they readied their weapons, turning around warily. In this world there were fearsome, prehistoric creatures as well as dangerous, mutated dino people. Even humans were capable of murdering others. Han Qiong and Sun Lan Lan immediately perked up upon hearing that voice, recognizing whose it was. Under everyone's gaze, Zhong walked out from the forest and into the cave. With a flick, Zhong pulled out a Type 2 mutant beast nucleus. "I want the medicine. I won't ask for it for free, hence, this Type 2 nucleus is your payment." Type 2 mutant beast nucleus. He actually has one, what luck. When the 6 others saw the nucleus, their eyes lit up with excitement. Shao Yun held it tightly with greed in his eyes, staring at Zhong. The rest also turned to look at Zhong with a hint of greed, as though they might do something stupid. In such a lawless society, it was common for people to kill over belongings. Zhong could sense their intentions and laughed coldly in his heart. He had seen plenty of such people. If they decided to do something, he would not mind killing them. Shao Yun observed Yu Zhong carefully and felt guarded when he realized Yu Zhong was extremely calm. Hesitating a little, he decided to forego his previous thoughts and nodded to him. This Type 2 mutant beast Nucleus is indeed more valuable than the medicine. We're willing to exchange. Please come with us to the village, that's where the medicine is kept. Let's go. Yu Zhong turned to look at Han Qiong and Sun Lan Lan, who quickly arrived by his side. Sun Lan Lan came up to him and wiped her tears, thanking him profusely. Thank you, Yu Zhong. Thank you for saving me. Yu Zhong had already saved her twice. No matter how selfish or willful she was, she knew what gratitude was. In this dangerous world, all she could think of was to rely on this dependable and strong person. And Yu Zhong did not say much. He had saved her because of Han Qiong. It was merely a minor act. Although he was not a saint, saving someone out of convenience was not something he was reluctant to do. Sun Lan Lan saw how distant he was and hesitated. If it were in the past, she would have immediately grabbed hold of him. However, she knew she had not bathed for a week, plus due to her injury she was stinky and smelled of rotting flesh. She did not want to destroy her image further. The group of them proceeded carefully through the forest, fortunately not coming across any prehistoric life forms, and reached Shao village. The village was located at a plain at the corner of the forest, with countless huts made out of wood. The inhabitants did not seem to possess any construction or building flair, as the wooden huts resembled those of the ancient Red Indian tribes. All around the village there were about 100 people, and 20 kids cheered when they saw Shao Yun and the rest return. A number of topless women of different skin color also surrounded over, retrieving the hunting spoils of their men, before kissing them passionately. Each man was surrounded by about 4 or 5 women. Shao Yun had 11 women surrounding him, taking down the hunting trophies from his body before kissing him passionately. He laughed smugly as he showed off to Han Qiong. See that, Han Qiong? I'm the most outstanding hunter here. I have 11 women, however, my prey is enough to feed 20 people. If you were to become my woman, I will not let you go hungry, and I will feed you well every day. In this world, although food was plenty, there were many mutant beasts and mutant bugs as well as prehistoric animals. In this strange world, humans were at the bottom of the food chain. The fact that Shao Yun could hunt so much prey was pretty impressive, thus many women were willing to give themselves to him. Seeing his arrogance, Han Qiong and Sun Lan Lan wore blank expressions. Their lifestyles were extremely different, especially where they came from. They could not understand why he was so arrogant. Yu Zhong interrupted his speech, asking indifferently, "Where's the medicine?" When he was stopped so abruptly, Shao Yun felt pissed, but he pointed to an elder. "The medicine is with him. I'll go get it for you." The old man came forward and introduced himself. "How do you do? I'm the village chief, Shao Sheng. Although having visitors is a joyous occasion, we don't have much food. If you join us we can give you food. Otherwise we can only allow you to stay the night, you'll have to settle your own food and water." Chapter 790, Beast Meat in Exchange for Beauty? Yu Zhong did not stand on ceremony and replied, "Sure. Where's the medicine I want?" Shao Xing carefully took out a packet of medicine wrapped in leaves and handed it to Yu Zhong. "It's here. This is used to treat those stung by the parasitic worms. Apply half on the wound and the other is to be consumed. After 2 rounds of diarrhea it'll be okay." Yu Zhong pulled out a bottle of water and handed them to Sun Lan Lan. "Do as he says." Sun Lan Lan thanked Yu Zhong, her eyes full of gratitude. "Thank you." Yu Zhong nodded to express his acknowledgement. Shao Xing continued, "Ah Hua, take them to the guest room." "Yes, Dad." A young girl of 14 or 15 came bouncing over, with only a few leaves covering her chest and private areas, revealing plenty of healthy, wheat-colored skin. Her looks were adorable and pretty. Shao Xing replied, "This is my daughter, Shao Hua, she will bring you to the guest area." Yu Zhong nodded and followed her to a simple wooden hut. Inside there was a big bed and some simple cooking utensils. Seeing this bed, Sun Lan Lan's pale face turned red, as her eyes glimmered slightly, looking towards Yu Zhong. Shao Hua smiled brightly at them before waving and leaving the hut. "This is your accommodations. Other than food you may look for me if you require anything else. If you guys change your mind and want to join us you can find me too. I'm off." When she left, Sun Lan Lan quickly administered the medicine according to the chief's instructions. The weather turned dark and many villagers began to prepare their meals, skinning their prey and putting the meat into the stoves. Soon an aroma of cooked meat wafted throughout the village. Shao Yun came into the wooden hut and grinned at Han Qiong. Han Qiong, you must be hungry. Let me treat you to dinner. She shook her head to reject him. No need. Shao Yun's expression froze in dissatisfaction, coldly snorting, just don't regret it. After that, he left in big strides. Let's go out to eat as well. Yu Zhong drawled lazily before he walked out. At the center of the village, a number of woks were placed together, while the villagers sat around. At every wok, there was a man as the nucleus, while the children and women he was in charge of sat beside him. The boys came first, then the girls. Every one of them held coconut shells for bowls. The men had meat, bones and some wild vegetables. The boys had a little meat and bones while the rest were vegetables. Many of the women only had broth and vegetables, while the girls had a similar but smaller portion. Everyone was treasuring their meal. Shao Yun's wok had the most meat and bones. His own bowl was stacked with meat and bones, while the women he kept also had meat and bones. Those he did not favor as much only had vegetables. Seeing Han Qiong and Sun Lan Lan walking out, Shao Yun purposely pulled out a large fox leg and spoke something to the 13-year-old beside him. The girl immediately came into his arms, receiving the fox leg and started making out crazily with Shao Yun. After that, he shot a challenging gaze at Yu Zhong, eyeing him with contempt. Yu Zhong snorted at the childish challenge as he pulled out his own cooking utensils, and threw a few pieces of Type 5 mutant beast meat in to start cooking while adding some spices. Soon, an irresistible aroma spread throughout the village, suppressing the flavor of the rest of the food. Sun Lan Lan smelled the aroma and felt her stomach rumble. She had been forced to consume raw meat the past few days, just smelling the fragrance was enough to set her stomach off. She was a bubbly girl. In the past she would have taken a piece without asking. However, after coming to this world, the cruelty shook her, and she did not rush, instead waiting for Yu Zhong's permission. Han Qiong looked at the meat and could not help but swallow her saliva as well, revealing a hopeful expression. Help yourselves. Yu Zhong's words had just fallen, and Sun Lan Lan immediately grabbed a piece to shove it into her mouth, gobbling it up in seconds. Her chopsticks did not stop as she continued to stuff meat into her mouth. Han Qiong also could not care about her image as she filled her mouth, exclaiming in praise, "This is amazing! So delicious! What meat is this? I have never eaten something as tasty as this before." As an idol of the world she came from, there was nothing Han Qiong had not eaten. However, she had truly not tasted the flavor of a Type 5 mutant beast meat. Furthermore, she had been hungry for a few days, which added to the mindset. Yu Zhong smiled mildly but did not say much, continuing to grasp his own meat. "Can I try one piece?" At this time, a sweet voice sounded as Shao Hua appeared, looking extremely expectantly at the meat and asked Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong nodded, "Okay." Shao Hua picked up a piece and placed it in her mouth, softly chewing it. The moment she swallowed it, she could feel the hot sense of energy flowing through her body, enhancing her body. Shao Hua immediately smiled brightly, "Delicious. That was extremely tasty. You must be Yu Zhong. If you let me have this wok, I can give you my first time. How about that? I'm the prettiest girl in the village." Sun Lan Lan and Han Qiong became shocked when they heard this. They did not expect that such a pretty girl would sell herself for a wok of meat. Yu Zhong retorted perfunctorily, "This wok of meat is precious. Your first time is not enough. But using your entire person would be barely sufficient." Shao Hua was not bad looking. Although she wasn't an absolute beauty, she had youth and vitality. However, Yu Zhong was numb due to the sheer number of beauties he had by his side. Sun Lan Lan and Han Qiong heaved a sigh of relief. They could feel the energy flowing within their bodies, and knew that this wok of meat was definitely something valuable. They did not want Shao Hua to finish it. Shao Hua seemed to consider it for 3 seconds before laughing, "That's true. This wok is definitely precious. My virginity is not enough. Fine then. I will sell myself to you. From now on I'm your woman. That should be enough, right?" "Wait a minute." Right at this moment, Shao Yun came over, his face dark. Shao Yun continued to declare boorishly, "Shao Hua, you're the prettiest woman of the village. You should belong to the strongest, which is me. You should belong to me. I will use 2 wild cows, 8 foxes, 3 goats to exchange for you. After you become mine, I will let you oversee the rest." Shao Hua did not hesitate to reply, "Shao Yun, I'm not yours yet. If you want me, you need to get my father's approval. I think my dad should be willing to exchange me for this wok of meat. Shao Xing came over just then and Xiao Hua immediately exclaimed, Dad, you're here. I want to exchange myself for a wok of this meat from Yu Zhong. Dad, you can have half, I'll have the other half. Xiao Yun continued loudly, Chief, I will use 4 cows, 16 foxes and 6 goats in exchange for your daughter. Let her be my woman. That sort of figure was quite a sum of assets in the village, and most other women would jump at that offer. Shao Xing was slightly moved. Women in this village were low status, and since men had to go out and fight, their risk of dying were high. Hence, they held elevated positions. Even the chief's daughter had a price as long as it was sufficient. Furthermore, Xiao Yun was the strongest warrior, following him would not be a bad thing. Xiao Hua fed her father a small piece of type 5 meat. Try one. The moment he swallowed that meat, he felt a surge of energy in his body, pushing his strength up. Deal. Yu Zhong, from now on, Hua is your woman. Xiao Hua's eyes were filled with delight as she poured half her bowl into her father's bowl, watching as he ran off. Xiao Yun watched this and his mouth fell open, standing there in embarrassment. He glared at Yu Zhong fixedly before turning around. He could not determine Yu Zhong's bottom line, but his instincts told him this man was truly fearsome. Xiao Hao continued to stick by Yu Zhong's side as she helped herself to the Type 5 mutant beast meat. Chapter 791, Vulture Tribe. Yu Zhong pretended to rummage through his haversack, bringing out some cakes and bottles of milk, handing them to Sun Lan Lan and Han Qiong. The Type 5 beast meat could strengthen a person's constitution, easily allowing a normal person to possess the physique of a trained veteran. Yu Zhong might have a few hundred tons of such treasures, but it was not enough. After all, his people numbered in the millions. If he wanted to increase the combat strength of his soldiers, the Type 5 mutant beast meat could not be squandered. Sun Lan Lan and Han Qiong could only eat their cake silently. Such delicacies were already rare in this world, but compared to the Type 5 beast meat, it paled in comparison. After dinner, as the villagers returned to their own huts, the sounds of moanings echoed throughout the village. The moment Yu Zhong entered the hut, Xiao Hua had already taken off her bra and panties, revealing a youthful and lithe body. Yu Zhong frowned, "What are you doing?" Xiao Hua smiled coyly, "Sleeping with you. I'm already your woman, of course I have to sleep with you." Yu Zhong took a glance at her body and could feel the heat of passion rising within him. He had already been busy for a few months, and numbed himself during times of stress and pressure. Now that things were slightly peaceful, he could not help but be aroused. He pulled out a cape and covered her body, pulling her out. "Let's go there." Xiao Hua wore a bright smile and followed. Yu Zhong quickly came behind the hut and set up a tent, carrying Xiao Hua in. Very soon there were sounds coming out from within the tent. Inside the wooden hut, Sun Lan Lan heard those sounds, and blushed as she muttered enviously, "He has bedded that girl. Qiong, I'm in no way inferior to that girl. How come he didn't choose me but her? How is she better than me in any way? Her chest cannot compare to mine, and her looks are obviously inferior." Han Qiong chuckled and consoled her, "Forget it, Lan Lan, Yu Zhong don't know that you like him after all. You just took her out of convenience. Compared to her, you're obviously cuter." Sun Lan Lan nodded in agreement. That's right. Compared to her, I'm definitely cuter. Since Yu Zhong can like her, he will definitely like me. Once my injuries are better, I will make him fall for me." Just then, as the village was ringing out with the passionate moans in the nearby forest, a number of eyes stared fixedly, their hands wielding long spears. They charged for the village like specters. Inside a hut, a burly villager was currently hugging 6 women. Suddenly, 3 men appeared in his hut with long spears, and his expression turned to one of shock as he reached for his spear. At that moment, the 3 men instantly thrust out, sending their spears through his body. The 6 women stared in fear and horror. After killing that villager, out of the 3, 2 of them had lust in their eyes as they took off their pants and pounced on the 6 women. Attack! Enemy attack! By the time the 3rd hut was infiltrated, a villager of the Shao village screamed out. The moment his voice rang out, every villager charged out with their own weapons. "Ah! Beast? It hurts." The intruders numbered more than 50, every single one of them ripped and strong, their combat experience plentiful. They had the advantage of the sneak attack as well, and those villagers that charged out were quickly taken down by them, and the moans were replaced by screams and wails. The sounds alerted Sun Lon Lon, whose eyes flashed with fear as she exclaimed, "Something is happening out there." Han Qiong had already gotten off her bed to rush towards Yu Zhong's tent. "Go! Find Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong, there are intruders." The moment Sun Lon Lon entered the tent, she caught sight of Yu Zhong's defined upper torso, as well as the satiated Shao Hua in his embrace. Seeing her nestled in his arms, she could not help but be jealous. Not good, they must be the people from other villages. Let's escape quickly. Otherwise we will be captured by them. If our luck is good, we might be absorbed into their village, otherwise they might just kill us all or make us slaves. Shao Hua's face turned pale, twisting her body in a bid to get up. However, she frowned and her head felt light. After all, she had just gotten it on with Yu Zhong in a crazy manner and lacked the strength now. At this moment, 3 spear-wielding men charged in. One of them had thick hair across his chest, his right arm tattooed with a vulture. He stared at Sun Lon Lon with lust. "Great! These 3 women are all good stuff. Seems like we're lucky this time. The big breast is mine." Another black-skinned man with a smaller stature and crooked features licked his lips. "The fairer chick is mine. I want to have a good time. It's been so long. The rest of the women in this village are so ugly." The last man had a face full of beard. He laughed savagely at Yu Zhong. "That man over there, crawl over here and lick your daddy's shoes. Otherwise I'll skin you and use your skull as my pissing pot." Haha. Shao Hua caught sight of the vulture tattoo on their arms and her face turned ugly. Trembling, she muttered, "Vulture tribe, they're from the Vulture tribe. We're finished, we're all finished. They're the most notorious bandits around these parts. Every time they attack, they will kill the men and capture the women as slaves after they're done playing. They will eat them alive." Cannibals? Hearing her words, Sun Lon Lon and Han Qiong felt a cold sense of dread. They had not expected these men to be such vicious beings. If they ended up in their hands, they might as well die now. The bearded man barked out aggressively, his eyes flashing with cruelty. He thrust out with his spear, "Damn dog, crawl over." Seeking death. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a chilly light. Flipping his hand, he pulled out his stinger and fired. Pum. Following a loud sound, the bearded man's lower half was blasted apart. Ah. H. It hurts. It hurts. Save me. Having his lower body blasted off, the bearded man's upper torso rolled on the ground in his own pool of blood, struggling and screaming. The sound rang throughout the Shao village. "Audacious. You damn dog, you actually dare to hurt our Vulture tribe people? I will tear your tendons apart." The hare chest stepped forward with a roar, together with his midget friend, as both of them swung out with an 8 times speed towards Yu Zhong. With an enhanced physique and abundant combat experience, even Earth's special forces might not be a match for these guys. Facing the 2 warriors, Shao Hua's face drained of color as she screamed, "Watch out, Yu Zhong." Yu Zhong's face remained impassive as he fired twice, and the 2 men soared through the air, screaming in agony. Strong. Seeing how Yu Zhong took care of them easily, there was none of the shock towards a gory scene. Instead, Shao Hua's eyes were filled with reverence towards him. Sun Lon Lon and Han Qiong, on the other hand, saw the viciousness of the attack and almost vomited. In this third world, humans killed each other, and Shao Hua had seen her fair share of violence, hence she was not affected, instead idolizing Yu Zhong. "Come on." He put on his clothes and walked out. Currently, at the center of the village, there were 20 men and boys tied up together. The Vulture tribe men had grabbed the women out and were fucking them right in front of their partners. The warriors panted in excitement while the women screamed. This time, the leader of the Vulture tribe troops did not partake in the madness, instead standing coldly at one corner. He caught sight of Yu Zhong walking over with his black-toothed blade. The leader ordered, "Deal with him." 4 of the warriors beside the leader immediately charged towards him with 8 times speed. The moment they reached near Yu Zhong, his blade flashed out, and the men were instantly turned into multiple slices of meat, fresh blood spraying everywhere. Among the captives, Shao Yun was kneeling obediently on the floor. When he caught sight of how the 4 warriors were turned into minced meat by Yu Zhong, his heart went cold and was full of fear. That is Yu Zhong. He's strong. Thankfully I didn't antagonize him. Show your support. 1. Rate the translation quality. 2. Vote with spirit stones. 3. Leave comments cause I'll try to read and address any concerns. 4. Visit patreon.com/Kun to check out goals and rewards. 5. Visit Kunlun Bandcamp.com to check out my music. 6. Follow me on Instagram.com/ChaiKunlun to check out other silly shit I do. Chapter 792, Slice the Enemy. The moment he saw his warriors diced apart by Yu Zhong, the leader of the Vulture tribe troops narrowed his eyes and roared with fury, "Stop fucking around. Get ready for battle." The various warriors quickly got up from on top of the women and grabbed their spears. They did not even wear their pants properly, gathering together with their lower halves naked. Yu Zhong suddenly pulled out his assault rifle and started to fire wildly into the warriors. The bullets found their targets in the foreheads of the soldiers, instantly killing them. Yu Zhong's firearm manipulation had been enhanced to its second-order stage, coupled with his physique that could surpass most Type 4 divine warriors. The rifle in his hand had suddenly become even deadlier than any of the strongest gunmen before the apocalypse. Within 100 meters, he executed headshots after headshots. He calmly killed them while assessing their strength, 8 times that of a normal person physique, but bullets can still claim their lives. Human bodies are still weak after all. These Vulture tribe members might be good seedlings for the special forces, but in view of the large war, they're still weaker than an infantry. In this world where there were plenty of prehistoric life forms, dinosaurs and mutant beasts, any human, even the women, had a physique that was at least 2 times stronger than those on Earth. Those who had gone through battle and enhancement would be at about 4 times. If they were placed on Earth before the apocalypse, they would be classified as freaks. However, in a large-scale battle they could not contend with a weaponized army. As for the Dino people, they were different. Each of them was at least Type 3 and above, their bodies stronger than Yu Zhong when he had just conquered the capital by at least 3 times. Such monsters would be able to unleash a terror on the battlefield. Only explosives, guided missiles, cannons and anti-tank missiles would be able to deal damage to them. Other light weapons might not be effective. In a matter of breaths, 20 Vulture tribe members lost their lives. The rest of their comrades stayed still, eyeing Yu Zhong with fear, their hands gripping their weapons with fear. Their backs were cold as they awaited orders from their leader. Any ordinary person would collapse when they saw their friends or comrades dying, and might even lose their will to fight, fleeing as far as they could. These Vulture tribe members actually stayed where they are, proving their will. The leader watched his subordinates die with a sunken expression, asking hoarsely, "Who are you?" "I'm Qiong Sheng, the 100-men commander of Vulture tribe." Yu Zhong replied indifferently, "I'm Yu Zhong. All of you should just surrender, I can grant you your lives." Qiong Shen's eyes flashed with a wild glint, "Big words. Our Vulture tribe has over 1,000 soldiers, and our chief, the great Muto Genji, has the strength of a Type 3 divine warrior. You might be strong, but you can never compare to our chief. You had better surrender. As long as you join us, food and women will be available. Based on your strength, even granting you a village is no issue." A Type 3 divine warrior was considered a powerful existence among humans. Yu Zhong had also only been at a Type 3 stage when he left Earth. At that time he had belonged to one of the peak existences on Earth. Among the humans, only the 12 apostles could give him a little headache. Other than the other monstrous talents hidden elsewhere in the world, he was basically invincible. Even in this prehistoric world, where the Dino people reigned supreme in the human societies, it seemed that the Type 3 divine warrior was the highest existence. "Since you're unwilling, you can go to hell." Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a cold, and he fired out without mercy, his bullets entering the foreheads of the Vulture tribe members, turning them into corpses. Qiong Sheng's eyes turned red as he roared, "Kill! Everyone! Kill him! Only then we can live." The 20 beast-like Vulture tribe members roared and charged at him. Yu Zhong watched them coldly, keeping the rifle in his storage ring. He pulled out his black tooth blade, swinging forcefully. The warriors charging at him were immediately sliced up. The 5M region around Yu Zhong seemed to turn into a meat grinder. As long as anybody entered, they would be turned into meat and blood. When the Vulture tribe warriors saw this, they still charged forth with frenzy and savageness. In a breath, all the Vulture tribe members including Qiong were turned into corpses. Yu Zhong eyed the corpses thinking, these Vulture tribe people are truly fierce. An ordinary troop would have long since collapsed when facing pressure from Yu Zhong. They might have surrendered or fled. However, these Vulture tribe warriors actually fought till the end, even when they knew they were not his match. Such enemies were rare. Shao Xing came out from the captives and thanked him profusely. Yu Zhong, thanks to you we're saved. Let me represent the village to thank you. Yu Zhong asked immediately, where's the base of the Vulture tribe? Yu Zhong did not intend to hole himself up to enjoy himself. Right now he needed to get in contact with all the human powers. Shao Xing did not prove to be of much value, hence, Yu Zhong did not want to stay in this village for long. Shao Xing replied, the Vulture tribe is one of the largest forces of this banded dragon mountains. Their exact location is unknown. Our Shao village has only kept to ourselves around these parts. The Vulture tribe's existence was made known to us by a few warriors that joined us. I only know they are somewhere roughly west of us. Shao Xing tried his luck. Yu Zhong, why don't you stay in our village? If you stay, you're the strongest warrior, all the prettiest women can be yours. Yu Zhong's display of might had been shocking. Every woman looked at him with wonder and amazement. Even Shao Yun had fallen silent. He was clear now that he was never a match for Yu Zhong. If Yu Zhong stayed, their Shao village could possibly expand to become a powerful faction. Under such circumstances he did not stand out to object. Yu Zhong rejected, not interested. Seeing Yu Zhong reject, Shao Xing was disappointed, but at the same time he sighed with relief. He had been used to his authority as chief and did not wish for someone to be higher in position. Early the next morning, Yu Zhong packed up and brought Xiao Hua, Sun Lan Lan and Han Qiong out. At the village entrance, an unexpected person was waiting. It was Shao Yun. When he saw Yu Zhong approach, Shao Yun's eyes lit up as he hurried over. Yu Zhong, let me follow you as your subordinate. Yu Zhong was taken aback. Why? I thought you disliked me? Shao Yun gripped his spear tightly and spoke straightforwardly. That's right. I did hate you because I thought I was stronger and a beautiful woman like Han Qiong should not follow you. I was unconvinced. However, I know better now. You're strong. Stronger than anyone I've seen. I hope to learn from you and build something by your side, not stuck in the village living like a brute all my life. Yu Zhong then asked, what about your women? Shao Yun replied with a carefree ease, I've handed them to my friends and brothers, they will take good care of them. Seeing how nonchalant he was with his women, Sun Lan Lan and Han Qiong shot him disapproving looks of contempt. Only Xiao Hua was unaffected. In this world the men hunted, their death rates were high. Once they died for the sake of survival, their women would automatically move on to another man. It was normal for Shao Yun to give his women away. Yu Zhong's tone then turned frosty. Sure. You may follow me, but let me make this clear. You have to obey my every command. If you don't blame me for being merciless. It's not too late for you to back out now. Shao Yun felt his heart turn cold, but he did not back down, instead replying, okay. I understand. With that he joined Yu Zhong's group, and they made their way westward. As their group came to a part of the forest about 7 or 8 kilometers away, there were the sounds of slaughter that rang out. Show your support. 1. Rate the translation quality. 2. Vote with spirit stones. 3. Leave comments cause I'll try to read and address any concerns. 4. Visit patreon.com/kun to check out goals and rewards. 5. Visit Kunlun Bandcamp.com to check out my music. 6. Follow me on Instagram.com/chaikunlung to check out other silly shit I do. Chapter 793, The Sun Alliance. Let's go take a look. When Yu Zhong heard that voice, he made his way towards the source of commotion swiftly. Soon they arrived at the location, noticing that out in a plain, there were a number of men dressed in leather clothing wielding spears surrounding a village. The size of the village was more than twice that of Shao village. Also, they had wooden fences and basic constructions. The people within the village made use of these structures to defend themselves. The battle was thus much fiercer. The leader of the men in leather clothing eyed the village that did not seem to give in and waved his hands with a frown. Another dozen warriors behind him came charging forth, each of them 2 m in height, wielding large beast bones. Seeing their appearance, the village immediately panicked. One man hollered loudly as 6 archers came forward and fired arrows at those warriors. When the arrows fell upon those warriors, they just bounced off the mutant beast hides they were donning, not harming them in the slightest. These warriors were like tanks that basically bulldozed through the relentless attacks on them, slamming into the wooden fences. Under the relentless assault, the gates of the village were finally destroyed by the brute force of the warriors. As the gates came crashing down, the warriors outside invading roared out and charged into the village like hungry wolves. Very soon, there were the pitiful sounds of wailing, excited panting and heavy breathing from the village. In this sort of world where law and society were non-existent, once a village fell to attacks, the people would be killed, robbed, or pillaged. Such things were already unavoidable on Earth, not to mention such a planet where civilization was still backward. Qiong caught sight of a girl being dragged out as 7 or 8 men surrounded her. She could not help standing by not doing anything and shouted, "Stop!" One of them, who was decked in a tiger hide, swiveled round and caught sight of Zhong's group. He coldly ordered, "Go kill those 2 and bring those 3 women here." The 8 elite warriors beside him charged forth with their long spears, their speed 8 times that of a normal person. Zhong eyed them coldly and walked forward with an impassive expression. 3 of the warriors had just reached Zhong when a blade flashed past. Before they could even react, they were already sliced into multiple pieces, blood spraying everywhere. Seeing such a horrifying scene, shock was written on the faces of the 5 other soldiers. They faltered and retreated subconsciously, trembling under the display of might. It was the first time that they had seen such a powerful expert. From this, one could tell the difference between these warriors and those from the Vulture tribe. As elite soldiers, they were actually hampered by their fear, whereas the Vulture tribe would continue to attack even in the face of death. The man in the tiger hide also had a pale expression as he retreated a few steps. Zhong swept a cold gaze and barked, "Kneel and surrender or die." One of the warriors suddenly waved his hands, sending a flying dagger towards Zhong. Puh! The moment he moved, his head exploded like a watermelon, his headless corpse crumpling to the ground. Seeing this, the rest of the warriors felt a chill in their hearts. The man in tiger hide barked, "Go grab those 3 women." The 20 elite soldiers waiting behind immediately got into action, charging towards Qiong and the other 2 girls. Shao Yun's body went tense when he saw the approaching enemies, his hands gripping his spear tightly. Every one of the warriors did not lose out to him in strength. Facing all 20 of them at one go was too much of a stretch. Zhong shot them a glance and flipped his hands, an assault rifle appearing. He then fired wildly into the group of warriors. They had not even gone past a few steps when each of their foreheads had a new bullet hole, as they crumpled to the ground. Ah! Seeing his fallen comrades, one elite could not take it anymore and fled. Few could withstand the threat of death. He had just run a few meters when he also fell down, a bullet hole at the back of his head. The rest of the warriors froze, eyeing the assault rifle in Zhong's hand with fear and shock. Zhong shot one of them a look, and that warrior's legs instantly went weak as he kneeled down, screaming in fear, "I surrender. Don't kill me. I submit." With one taking the lead, the rest followed suit quickly. The man in tiger hide suppressed his fear as Zhong walked over and he stammered, "I'm Huangpu Liehua. This brother, if you have set your sights on this village, I will take my men away immediately. This time we've offended you. I apologize deeply. Let me present something as a token of my sincerity." Zhong replied coldly, "Surrender or death. Choose." Huangpu Liehua crumpled to the floor, calling out solemnly, "I surrender. Spare my life." Zhong shot him a cold look and ordered, "Go gather your men. Stop whatever shit they were engaging in and round up all the villagers as well." "Yes." Huangpu Liehua heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, before rushing towards the village. Under his barking of orders, all the soldiers who were engaging in their pleasure gathered disgruntledly. The various men and women of the village were also chased out, looking over in fear and uncertainty. With over 100 of his subordinates gathered, Huangpu Liehua felt his mind settle, and he started to harbor some thoughts again. He looked towards Zhong, only to discover Zhong staring at him with a smile that did not seem to be a smile. His heart sank and his ambitious thoughts were dispelled. He came up and reported obediently, "Leader, our crazy wolf troop are all gathered." Yu Zhong pointed to one burly man whose body was covered in wounds and scars, saying solemnly, "Come over." The man eyed Yu Zhong before walking over quietly. Yu Zhong asked, "What's your name?" He replied, "Shimin Hui. Work for me or live a life as a slave with no dignity." Shimin Hui struggled before saying respectfully, "I'm willing to work for you, sir." Although he was unwilling, he chose to submit. Yu Zhong then quickly reorganized this ragtag group. From the crazy wolf troops as well as the able-bodied men of the village, Yu Zhong pulled out 50 of the young men to be under Shao Yun's lead. He then gathered the strongest fighters and organized them to be a group that he commanded personally. Huangpu Liehua and Shimin Hui were the respective vice-commanders of those two groups as well. With such an arrangement, the warriors of the crazy wolf troop and Shimin Villag were just engaged in slaughter but forced to mix together. Although there was still hatred, under Yu Zhong's stifling aura, they obediently followed his orders. "Huangpu Liehua, how much do you know about the Vulture tribe?" After consolidating the two forces, Yu Zhong directly called for a meeting and fired this question. Huangpu Liehua's crazy wolf troop was actually a vagabond bandit group. They had no fixed campsite and tend to travel around. They hunted smaller animals, and when they came across a good opportunity to ransack a village, they would do so, selling their slaves to other villages. Due to their vagrant nature, they were in a position to gather intelligence. He quickly answered, "The Vulture tribe is the strongest village out here, and is one of the Sun Alliance's forces. This force has over 1,000 people, each and every one of them fierce and savage. They're a force not to be messed with." Yu Zhong continued to ask curiously, "Sun Alliance? What kind of a group is that?" Huangpu Liehua's eyes narrowed. "They are one of the 3 major players in the entire Green region. There are 100 members of the Alliance, each one of them a powerful force like the Vulture tribe. The leader of the Sun Alliance is even rumored to be a Type 4 divine warrior from the legends. His name is Takahito Shinya. He, together with the Storm Queen Luo Qingqing of the Storm Valley, T-Rex King Zhengzhen, and Pterosaur King Daogu are known as the Green Region 4 Greats. A Type 4 divine warrior exceeded the human limit and were known as peak experts. In this third world, the number of Type 4 divine warriors could be counted with fingers. Otherwise, there would not be only 6 Type 4 divine warriors sealed in Temran. Yu Zhong continued solemnly, "Sun Alliance, eh? I want to see just how powerful these humans are." Chapter 794, Storming the Vulture Tribe. The Vulture tribe was located in a valley with mountains on 3 sides, leaving only one point of entry. The singular direction was further fortified by a huge boulder formation as a city wall, with plenty of soldiers standing guard. Huangpu Liehua was currently lying prone in a forest, eyeing the city wall that was dozens of meters tall. He could not help but ask Yu Zhong meekly, "This is the headquarters of the Vulture tribe leader, are we really going to do this? Aren't we short on manpower?" Inside the forest there were 100 other warriors. These were the subordinates Yu Zhong had just brought under his wing, and as they looked at the city wall, their hearts turned cold. They had just submitted to Yu Zhong, not knowing him well enough. They did not know how they were going to get past the wall. "No. We have enough. Your task is to stand guard here and not let anyone escape. Wait for my order to go in and claim everything. I'll go destroy their defenses." After leaving this sentence, he sauntered towards the base himself. Since having absolute strength, he preferred using his might to demolish those in his way. Huangpu Liehua looked at Yu Zhong leaving his shock. He's really going in. At the same time, his eyes flashed with a strange glint. Now that Yu Zhong was gone, it was the best time for him to flee. Yu Zhong had just swallowed up the crazy wolf troop in the Shimin village. The sentiments of the subordinates had not calmed down yet. If Huangpu Liehua left now, he could bring half of his troop away safely. The moment he had that thought, he looked toward Shao Hua Han Qiong and Sun Lan Lan, only to discover a cloaked figure beside them. His heart turned cold. When that person appeared, how he appeared, Huangpu Liehua did not know, but he could tell that he was extremely dangerous. He instinctively felt that should he make a wrong move, that cloaked figure would kill him instantly. Shimin Hui was on the ground and he watched Yu Zhong walk over towards the Vulture tribe with a bated breath. Who goes there? The sentries on top of the wall had decent eyesight, locating Yu Zhong from afar, and barked out loud. Yu Zhong eyed them and drawled, "I'm Yu Zhong, get your leader Muto Genji out to see me." The sentry who shouted became furious. Audacious. Our leader is not someone the likes of you can get to see. Since you dare to offend him, you shall leave your life behind to atone for your sin. Fire the arrows. The soldiers swiftly aimed and fired as dozens of arrows shot towards Qiong. The soldiers of the Vulture tribe had 8 times the attributes of normal people and were used to hunting humans and wild beasts. Their archery was extremely efficient, and their arrows could find their targets with no problems. Qiong eyed the arrows casually and took a side step, causing the arrows to strike the ground. It seems like words don't work, and since you guys dare to act, you can all die. He pulled out his dark tooth blade and with a flash, he leaped up the wall of over a dozen meters. He swung out and one of the soldiers was sliced into a pile of meat. Huangpu Liehua watched this with shock. Fucking strong. Shimin Hui had the same thoughts. This man is truly fearsome. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Within the Vulture tribe base, the sounds of alarms quickly went off and the soldiers quickly charged out from their rooms with their weapons. From a lavish building at the center of the tribe, a 2 m tall man with bald head and naked upper torso sat on a piece of tiger hide, a dozen women by his side. His brows furrowed when he heard the shouts and alarms, and kicked a woman aside before grabbing a huge blade and storming out. A scrawny but beautiful man came scurrying towards him, crying out, "Your Highness, Your Highness! That man is killing his way in. He has already barged into the city. Please act now, Your Highness, and kill that man." Muto Genji grabbed the scrawny man and barked, "Oni Meichi." Say it one more time. It's only a single man. Oni Meichi became dazed as his body started to tremble. Yes. He's only one person. He's only one person. Dead. They're all dead. Those soldiers that tried to stop him are dead. He's a ghost. He's a ghost. Help. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Trash. Go to hell. Muto Genji flared upon seeing such a pathetic scene and flung Oni Meichi to a side. The unfortunate man slammed into a wall, turning into a lump of flesh and blood under the immense force. When the dozens of beauties saw this, their eyes flashed with fear, not daring to say anything. Muto Genji was a vicious and cruel man, everyone knew this. Every day there would be a woman who would die under his torment. However, no one dared to retaliate because the consequences would be dire. Having killed Oni Meichi in a single throw, Muto Genji grabbed his blade and went out. The moment he left the hut, Muto Genji caught sight of Qiong grabbing a warrior of the Vulture tribe walking towards him. The various other warriors were all standing one side, watching in fear. Go to hell. All of a sudden, 3 warriors charged out from the crowd. The moment they got close to Qiong, a cold blade flashed, and their bodies immediately burst apart in a shower of blood and flesh. Shit. He's strong. When he saw this, Muto Genji's gaze narrowed, his heart becoming more alert. Now he knew where there were so many of his warriors standing by, but no one dared to charge up. Muto Genji roared out in anger, "What the fuck are you all doing? Are you still Vulture tribe warriors? He's only a single person and you are all so scared? Charge. Get up there and kill him. Otherwise, I won't show any of you cowards mercy. Kill? For His Highness. Kill?" The moment Muto Genji's voice rang out, all the soldiers burst forth with a savage glint in their eyes, roaring as they charged at Qiong. However, the difference in strength was too vast. Once they got within 5 meters of Qiong, they would be sliced and diced. Within moments, dozens of Vulture tribe members had already turned into corpses, but no one had yet reached Qiong. Under such circumstances, the wills of the Vulture tribe warriors crumbled, their eyes flashing with despair. Had Muto Genji not been out to hold the fort, they would have long since collapsed and kneeled to surrender. Qiong shot Muto Genji a cold look and spoke indifferently, "You must be Muto Genji? Kneel and surrender or die." Muto Genji pulled out the curved blade that he used often, made out of a Type 3 mutant beast claw, and retorted, "Who are you?" "This seat is the leader of the Vulture tribe and a member of the Sun Alliance, Muto Genji. Going against me means going against the Sun Alliance. Even if you are strong, you can't possibly contend with the Sun Alliance. Your bullshit is rampant. Just die." Qiong's brows arched as he shot forwards like an arrow, his black tooth blade swinging out in a beautiful curve towards Muto Genji's head. Muto Genji felt an intense danger enveloping him and his body went tense, all his muscles tightening. His speed reached the maximum that he could and he brought up his curved blade in haste. The cold light of the blade flashed, and when Muto Genji's blade had just arrived above his head, his body had split apart in the center, both halves flying opposite each other. When the Vulture tribe warriors saw their godlike existence Muto Genji being cleaved in half, their hearts crumbled, everyone not believing what they saw. Qiong then turned to eye the 200-plus members and coldly ordered, "Kneel to surrender or die." "I surrender. I surrender." Like a chain reaction, those Vulture tribe warriors who had sworn never to submit to the enemy before going down on their knees. Qiong then waved his hands, sending a signal flare into the skies. Outside, Huangpu Liehua saw the flare and his eyes widened in disbelief, standing up in a swift motion. He succeeded. He actually conquered the Vulture tribe. Shimin Hui also muttered in disbelief. He actually succeeded. A single person attacking the Vulture tribe. Fearsome. Seeing the flare, Huangpu Liehua quickly brought the men and charged into the Vulture tribe base. Inside, there were members of the Vulture tribe kneeling with their hands on their head, as well as the other subordinates curled up in fright. When they saw the group of strangers coming into the base, their faces turned to one of apprehension, not knowing what was to become of them. Translator's thoughts. Show your support. 1. Rate the translation quality. 2. Vote with power stones. 3. Leave comments cause I'll try to read and address any concerns. 4. Visit patreon.com/Kun to check out goals and rewards. 5. Visit Kunlun Bandcamp.com to check out my music. 6. Follow me on Instagram.com/Chai Kunlun to check out other silly shit I do. Chapter 795. Han Qiong's Transformation. Huangpu Liehua, Shimin Hui, and Shao Yun quickly led their men to gain control of the entire valley. Qiong observed carefully, noticing that the entire space of the valley was about 900 square meters, with mountains on 3 sides. There was a clear river flowing through the camp and fertile soil aplenty. Over 1,000 male servants were set to work in the fields, growing a variety of crops. Even though there was such a huge commotion outside, they were numb to it. Instead, they continued to tend to the fields. The struggles of this world were extremely cruel. Most victors would not even spare the slaves. Thus, to these slaves their future was bleak. Even when Qiong walked past them, they only eyed him with either blank or frightened stares, not knowing how their future would pan out. Qiong looked at them, these slaves that had been tortured and starved, leaving only skin and bones. He kept quiet, turning around back to the center of the base. When he returned, he noticed a dozen of warriors of the Shimin village being bested by a warrior of the Vulture tribe. They continued to charge up at him, but no one was a match for him. More soldiers were rushing over. Qiong immediately barked out, "Stop! Leader!" Seeing Qiong appear, all the soldiers immediately stopped, their postures and gazes filled with respect. The Vulture tribe soldier's face turned pale, but he stood still and looked straight at him, while his body trembled uncontrollably, evident of his fear towards Qiong. Qiong asked, "What happened?" One Shimin village soldiers quickly reported, "Leader, this Vulture tribe member suddenly lost his cool and injured dozens of our brothers." Qiong looked at the Vulture tribe warrior. The soldier stood straight and immediately spoke loudly, "Leader Qiong, earlier you told us as long as our Vulture tribe members surrendered, we would be treated fairly. Some of these guys suddenly started to rape some of our women. We had already surrendered, yet that person raped a woman in front of us. I could not take it anymore, that was why I went to beat him up. Your strength is absolute here and I'm not your match. If you want to kill me, just say the word and I will kill myself. However, I hope that you can remember your promise." Qiong swept a glance towards the Shimin village warriors and asked coldly, "Is what he said true?" Under that piercing gaze, the soldiers of Shimin village lowered their heads. One of them was about to deny it when Qiong's cold voice sounded, "I will get to the bottom of this. If anyone dares to hide the truth, then they will be treated the same as those that raped, beheading as a punishment." Upon hearing that, the warriors of the Shimin village turned pale, their mouths twitching, turning quiet. The soldier who had raped a woman from the Vulture tribe turned pale and he immediately got down on his knees in front of Qiong. "Leader, it was my fault. It was my fault. Don't kill me please. On account that I'm your subordinate, please give me a chance, don't kill me. Yu Zhong shot him a cold look and barked, "What were my orders before, say it." The soldier turned pale. After entering the camp, those who slaughter innocent parties will be executed. Those who rape women will be executed. Those who pillage or steal will be executed. Yu Zhong continued coldly, "Since you've heard my military order, you still went ahead and disobeyed, you sure got guts." The soldier felt cold sweat down his spine as he continued to kowtow out of fear. Yu Zhong looked at the Vulture tribe warrior. "What's your name?" The soldier replied, "I'm called Ma Lei." Yu Zhong chuckled, "Not bad. I admire your personality, how about being my direct subordinate?" Ma Lei immediately got down on a single knee, exclaiming brightly, "I'm willing to serve, leader." The Vulture tribe had already been vanquished. Ma Lei had no icon to be loyal to. Yu Zhong's strength had also amazed him. Being able to serve someone like this, he was obviously elated. As for Yu Zhong, he needed someone like Ma Lei in his troop. With such a righteous person within his new organization, it would help the expansion in the long run. Yu Zhong then looked coldly at the Shiman village warrior. "Drag him to the square and behead him in full view of the public. Announce the consequences of going against my orders. Those who dare defy orders will be beheaded." "Yes, leader." Ma Lei responded with respect, before bringing the offending soldier towards the distance. Very soon the soldier was executed in front of everyone. His death caused a ripple among the Vulture tribe soldiers as well as those who were still wavering. The cold, bloody truth of the matter was that it was imperative that they followed Yu Zhong's orders. Having settled this issue, Yu Zhong came to the lavish house of the late Muto Genji. "Greetings, master." A number of women were kneeling on the ground in two neat rows, welcoming their new master. These beauties were just toys and trophies for the strong. In order to live a decent life, they had to gain the favor of their new master, otherwise their fate would be miserable. Right at this time Han Qiong's flustered screams came ringing, "Chi-Chi! How did you become like this? Chi-Chi!" Yu Zhong followed the sounds and appeared beside Han Qiong. In front of her, there was a naked young woman, whose legs and hands had been chopped off. Han Qiong was crying uncontrollably and trembling as she held her in her arms. Sun Lan Lan was also standing by the side, her body trembling with fury and fear at the same time. Inside that room, there were many beautiful young women who had their arms and legs removed. They were all placed like trophies within the room, their eyes filled with despair or numbness. Chi-Chi seemed to stir as she screamed out, "Qiong, Qiong! Is that you? I regret it so much. I regret it so much. My hands and legs were chopped off by master. I'm sorry, master. I will be obedient. I will listen to you, please don't chop my hands off, don't chop my hands off." Han Qiong screamed with rage as she held the smelly Chi-Chi in her arms. "Scum! Bastard scum! Beast!" Enough could be said about those foreign species like the Dino people, but Han Qiong had never expected a human to be so sick towards his own kind. She was filled with an intense fury and killing intent towards Muto Genji. Sun Lan Lan stared at the limbless Chi-Chi, celebrating inwardly, "Thankfully I followed Yu Zhong, if I were to become like this, I'd rather die." The crippled Chi-Chi regained her clarity as she saw her good friend hugging her and she sobbed, "Qiong, Qiong, I regret it so much. I should have followed you guys. I want to dance. I can't dance anymore. Woo-woo." At that time, of the surviving members of the girl group, two had chosen to flee into the forest. One of them was Chi-Chi, who had her limbs chopped off and turned into a decorative ornament. Han Qiong hugged Chi-Chi and asked, "Where's Anen? Where is she now?" Chi-Chi revealed a frightened look, muttering in a half-sane state, "Anen? Anen is already dead. She angered master and was eaten by her." "No, master. No. I didn't say anything. I will be good. I will be a bucket. I will be good. I will listen." Yu Zhong sighed when he watched this and turned to leave this revolting room. Those with no power truly lead a harsh life in this cruel world. Sun Lan Lan also could not stand it anymore and followed behind. Only by following Yu Zhong could she feel safe. Seeing the plight of those in the room, she was truly at a loss in this cruel world. Lan Ling greets master. Yu Zhong had just entered the living room when a woman of about 1.62 m, her skin as fair as snow, with a lush head of hair stepped forward. She was dressed in a plain white dress, her demeanor pure and charming. She greeted Yu Zhong, flanked by 4 other girls. What a beautiful girl! Sun Lanlan was stunned by the sudden appearance of this beauty, and her eyes flashed with envy. Although she knew she was a cute and pretty girl herself, compared to this beauty in front of her, other than her impressive bust size, she felt inferior in all aspects. Yu Zhong was also taken aback slightly. Lan Ling was on par with Qi Qing'er, such a beauty he rarely came across. Get up. Yes. Hearing his words, Lan Ling stood up and assessed this master of hers. Right at this time Han Qiong came out from the room of horrors, her eyes red. She came up to Yu Zhong and stared straight at him. Yu Zhong, I want to gain strength. I want to become stronger, becoming a proper expert. Please help me. I'm willing to exchange everything of mine in order to gain the strength you can provide. I know you have it. Please don't reject me. Yu Zhong eyed her, frowning slightly. Have you thought it through? Even if you don't have the strength as friends, I can still guarantee your safety somewhat. As long as I'm not dead, I can help you lead a safe life. I know. Han Qiong's expression was resolute as she bowed deeply, but I know that even if I were to live safely under your protection, I will never be happy. I want to protect those I love, I want to stop these cruel violence. Without power I cannot do any of those. In this short period of time, I have realized how powerless I am. I need strength. Please grant that to me, please. Chapter 796, Explosive Potential. Yu Zhong flipped his hands as an evolving liquid appeared in his hands. All right. Since you've made up your mind, take this. After running a fever for 1 night, you'll gain the strength you're seeking. However, you will be deployed on the battlefield. If you're okay with that, show me your resolve. Han Qiong grabbed the liquid, bowing to Yu Zhong before leaving. Yes. Lan Ling, Sun Lanlan and the rest of the ladies looked at Han Qiong with envy, a hint of desire in their eyes. After consuming the concoction, Han Qiong's potential exploded out, awakening as a strength and agility dual attribute evolver. At the same time, she learned the second-order divine speed skill, becoming a powerful expert. Yu Zhong then busied himself in the following days by granting Ma Lei and Han Qiong authority and responsibilities, leading 2 troops of the 200 elite Vulture tribe warriors. At the same time, he pulled out another 500 warriors into his direct supervision. There were over 1,000 elite warriors and 4,000 ordinary warriors of the Vulture tribe. As for the slaves, there were about 10,000 of men and women together. At the same time, there were enough rations stored to feed 50,000 people for an entire year. Hence, there was no issue with food for the time being. Yu Zhong did not kill the slaves, instead he presented a chance for them to regain their freedom. He expanded his source of recruitment to them. As long as these slaves gained enough contributions, they would become true soldiers. When these slaves who were originally in despair saw this chance, everyone became excited, stepping up to register. At the end, Yu Zhong had managed to recruit another 1,000 able-bodied men among the slaves, while 3 women became medics. As he was establishing some form of governance, Yu Zhong discovered a talent, and that was the seemingly harmless, with no brains but boobs, and had been a burden most of the journey, Sun Lanlan. Her family had been in politics, and her parents and elder brother were government officials. She had been raised and nurtured as a politician as well. While she might not be comparable to those who were working in government in this backward civilization, her upbringing gave her an edge over the rest. Other than Yu Zhong, no one could compare to her. Since he discovered her talent in this area, after setting up a cabinet, he threw all matters of governance to her. Through the various challenges and combat, Yu Zhong might not be strong in the governance and political field as compared to professionals, but his experience set him ahead of Sun Lanlan. However, he was still best at combat, thus he would rather her handle such matters. If Yu Zhong decided to take everything into his own hands, then just the system within the Vulture tribe would cripple his plans. After shuffling and shaking them up, Yu Zhong quickly gathered the troops to launch an assault towards the surrounding members of the Sun Alliance. The Raptor tribe was one of the members of the Sun Alliance closest to the Vulture tribe, with over 600 elite soldiers, 2,000 ordinary villagers, 6,000 slaves, and was considered one of the tyrants of the area. The leader Qianlong was a Type 3 divine warrior, with a Type 3 Velociraptor as a steed. Even Muto Genji would be wary of his strength. Right as Qian was drinking with a few of his trusted aides inside a stone hut, the splitting sounds of alarms rang out through the camp. One soldier came running hastily in, exclaiming in panic, "Leader! Things are bad. There's an enemy. Enemies are attacking." Qian frowned and barked, "What are you panicking about? Speak slowly. How many of them are there?" The soldier responded in fear, "One. Just one. He has already destroyed the gate and stormed into our camp. Over 30 of our Velociraptor troops have been killed." The Velociraptor troop consisted of the elite soldiers of the Velociraptor tribe, every warrior possessing the strength of a Type 2 divine warrior. The moment they heard that 30 of these elite soldiers had been killed, those in the banquet turned pale. Qian grabbed his curved blade, his eyes flashing fiercely, "Prepare for battle. Let's go and claim the life of this bastard." The rest of the warriors immediately made to grab their weapons. "There's no need, I'm already here." The voice had just resounded out, and Zhong had already stepped into the house, his hand wielding his black-toothed blade. Qian swiveled to see Zhong, his pupils narrowing. "Who are you?" Zhong eyed him coldly and spoke icily, "I'm Zhong, the man who has attacked your Velociraptor tribe. You have two choices, kneel and surrender or die." One lady who was standing nearby had a lost expression when suddenly, her gaze turned savage as she pulled out a dagger and thrust towards Zhong's heart viciously. Zhong did not even glance at the woman, slashing out with his black-toothed blade, and her head soared through the air. Her headless corpse stumbled forwards before crumpling to the ground, blood spraying everywhere. Zhong's strike was swift and clean, causing everyone's expression to turn ugly. The pretty woman was the famed Black Widow among the Velociraptor tribe, with a peak Type 2 divine warrior's strength. She had even killed 2 Type 3 divine warriors before. Such an expert was casually slaughtered by this Zhong, causing them to feel like a bucket of ice water had been poured over them. If they were to charge up, they would not fare any better. Qianlong's pupils narrowed as he asked, "You're a Type 4 divine warrior?" Zhong shot him a condescending look and asked, "That's right. Surrender or death." Qianlong kneeled and spoke bitterly, "I surrender. A Type 4 divine warrior is not someone we can resist. We seek your grace and mercy. I'm willing to hand over the entire Velociraptor tribe to you, sir." Type 4 divine warriors were existences that surpassed the limits of humans. Many of them could use their flesh bodies to destroy machines, and with enough time, a single one could wipe out the entire Velociraptor tribe. Even an initial Type 4 divine warrior required at least 10 Type 3 divine warriors with exceptional physique or abilities to take on. Among the entire Velociraptor tribe, only Qianlong was someone like that. In addition to his Type 3 Velociraptor, it was still not enough to face Zhong. In order to contend against one, such a tribe would have to rely on technologically advanced weapons. However, in such a backward civilization, it was obviously impossible. When Qianlong surrendered, the entire Velociraptor tribe fell into Zhong's hands easily. When Zhong conquered the tribe, he quickly deployed people to transport the resources and captives over to the valley of the Vulture tribe, while he continued his assault on the surrounding tribes. Han Qiong, Shao Yun, Huangpu Yehua, Shimen Hui and Ma Lei would wait for Zhong to slaughter the leaders of these tribes, or convince them to surrender through force, before leading their subordinates in to clean up and maintain order, while transporting the humans and resources over to the valley. With such an aggressive approach, the number of people in Vulture Tribe Valley soon grew explosively, reaching over 50,000 in half a month's time. The rest of the members of the Sun Alliance were swept clean, they either surrendered or were wiped out entirely. After reaching a population of 50,000, Zhong stopped his expansion activities and began the intensive training of his troops while consolidating his government. The troops were messy, with slaves numbering half of the total size. Those factions that he conquered formed the other half, where fishes and dragons mixed. The combat strength and loyalty was an issue. If the forces were not trained properly at signs of trouble, they would quickly crumble. Thus, Zhong could only enforce training to raise their discipline and combat strength. On the government side, Sun Lan had also crafted a system for the unwilling slaves, allowing them to hand in their workload in exchange for merit points. Once their points were sufficient, they could exchange them for their freedom. The moment such an initiative was announced, the work ethics and morale of the slaves rose greatly. At the same time, their treatment became better, and their eyes were filled with hope once again. Under such conditions, various structures and fortification were built quickly within Vulture Valley, causing some semblance of a city to appear. With such measures, Qiong gained the approval and support of many slaves. At the same time, the countless victories also caused his prestige to rise in the eyes of his subordinates. The chaotic mixture of various tribe members among his soldiers also prevented anyone from having funny ideas. At least, before Qiong fell, no one dared to raise any thoughts of rebellion, instead following his orders obediently. Qiong knew that such a method would only cause some unhappiness and unwillingness to breed, but he could only make do for now. Qiong's actions over at the Vulture tribe were too huge and earth-shaking. Soon he received an invitation. Chapter 797, Prehistoric Technology. Gridwood Village was a small place about 20 kilometers away from the Velociraptor Valley. The village was at an optimal location in terms of transportation, thus, it was an area often contested for. At the entrance of the village, there was a banquet being held, as a handsome young man sat quietly and enjoyed his wine, accompanied by 2 rows of beauties. Qiong came out slowly from the forest, walking directly to a table and sat down. The handsome man with a refined demeanor stood up and bowed to Qiong. "You really came. Hi, I'm one of the sub-leaders of the Sun Alliance, Nishigakit. I'm pleased to finally meet you, Qiong. What did you invite me here for?" Nishigakit lifted his head and sat down before smiling. "Qiong, our Sun Alliance hopes that you can join us and become part of us. With the strength of a Type 4 Divine Warrior, as long as you join us, you can definitely become the Vice Chief. Power and women will be aplenty." The Sun Alliance had not yet acted because they wanted to test and investigate Qiong's true might for themselves. After all, someone who was able to conquer so many factions in such a short time and raise a powerful faction of his own was definitely not some random riffraff. If Qiong had not evolved to the peak of the Type 4 realm, he could not have subjugated over 1,000 warriors with ease, forcing multiple factions to cohabit together. Type 4 Divine Warriors were truly peak existences among the humans, even in this third world where experts were aplenty. The Sun Alliance had no choice but to tread carefully. Qiong shook his head. "I've no interest in joining your alliance. However, I'm very interested in whatever technology you might have. If you can provide me any, I will fork out an adequate payment." On this planet, where there were countless forests, prehistoric animals and mutant beasts, it is likely that the world had already undergone its apocalypse once. After that, humans had fallen off the food chain, and the Dino people rose to dominance on land, while the Sea Clan rose to dominance in the sea, turning into 2 powers vying for control. After the apocalypse, human civilization declined rapidly, and those without adequate education could not carry out even the simplest of maths. However, there were still those who possessed some technology of the world before the collapse of humanity, which had allowed them to stand on par with the Dino people and Sea Clan as well. Humans were weaker in terms of physique. Without any advanced technology, they would have long since been eradicated. On Earth, if it were not for the firearms and heavy weaponry, a single horde of 1,000,000 zombies could have easily wiped out all human resistance. The Dino people was obviously a tad stronger than the Saint Clan, and since the humans of this world could resist them for so long, the technology they possessed must be extraordinary. After defeating the Vulture tribe, Ma Lei had already disclosed some information to Qiong. That was the main reason why he was going around to conquer the factions. It was a pity that such technology posed too much of a threat, hence, only the Sun Alliance was in possession of them. Nishigakit's pupils contracted, but he still maintained a smile. "Prehistoric technology, you sure know how to jest. Such valuable things, what would you use to exchange?" Qiong replied indifferently, "Type 4 mutant beast nuclei." Type 4 mutant beast nuclei. Nishigakit immediately sat up, obviously rocked by those words. Mutant beasts were stronger than humans of the same realm. If a Type 4 mutant beast were to clash with a Type 4 human, there was an 80% chance that the human would either die or be forced to flee. Only 20% of the time could a human successfully kill a Type 4 mutant beast. In this world, the Type 4 mutant beasts were rampant, but few humans had Type 4 nuclei. Every single one of them was beyond precious, and the most important thing was that they were the energy source of the prehistoric technology. Of the technology in this third world, almost all required mutant beast nuclei to activate. A single Type 4 nucleus could support a powerful weapon. Nishigakite forced a smile in the end and countered Yu Zhong's offer. Yu Zhong, our Sun Alliance is willing to use 3 absolutely breathtaking beauties, 500 pretty virgins and 20,000 slaves in exchange for that Type 4 nucleus. What do you think? I can guarantee you, those 3 beauties are all highly coveted after, more than 10 times as attractive as these women by my side right now. You'll definitely love them. The death rate of males was high in this world, causing an imbalance in terms of gender. However, pretty women were still traded as commodities, and within the various factions, there were still plenty of lustful men. Furthermore, men were still largely in control, only a rare few factions were controlled by women. Yu Zhong laughed indifferently and stood up to leave. I'm not interested in those. Forget it, I think the Storm Valley might be more interested in my Type 4 nucleus. Nishikajite's face turned as he exclaimed, Wait! Yu Zhong, please give me a week. Let me go report this to the chief. I will definitely give you an answer in a week. These women are a gift to you, every one of them has been trained. They're all virgins as well and can fulfill your every command. Hope you like them. Green Region's mightiest factions were the Sun Alliance, Storm Valley, and Pterosaur Mountain. The 3 groups maintained a balance among each other with Type 4 divine warriors in their ranks. At the same time, they also had their own weapons and technology. No single party dared to attack any other. If either the Storm Valley or Pterosaur Mountain were to gain the Type 4 nucleus, then the balance would be destroyed. Yu Zhong swept the ladies a glance and laughed, All right, fine. Since this gift is decent, I'll give you 2 days to consider. During then, I will not go seek an audience with the other 2 factions. Nishigakite struggled to maintain a smile. Isn't 2 days a little too short? How about 3? Yu Zhong's face turned wooden and he retorted coldly, If you're not willing, forget it. Nishigakite continued to smile and replied, All right, 2 days it is. I hope we can become friends. Let's go. Yu Zhong turned around and headed towards the forest. The ladies behind bowed once towards Nishigakite before following Yu Zhong. Out here, where mutant beasts and bugs were everywhere, if these ladies were caught by themselves they would surely die. They had been trained to follow their master's wishes regardless of their personality, thus they could only follow behind Yu Zhong. After Yu Zhong left, the smiling Nishigakite turned sullen, and he entered the village, quickly getting on his Velociraptor and galloped towards the distance. In the middle of a lush forest there was a huge mountain range. At the corner, there was a small valley that was only accessible through a small tunnel. This valley was 20 times larger than the area of the Vulture tribe. A number of majestic stone structures stood tall, forming a vibrant city. At the same time, the architecture was exquisite and beautiful, obviously the handiwork of an expert. Even on Earth it was hard to compare. In the center of the city, the buildings were different, made out of white jade-like materials, giving an even more resplendent feel to it. This entire region formed the inner city. Atop a platform in the palace, a man of about 2 m in height, bulging muscles and a crown on his head, sat on a huge golden throne. Below him, there were 2 rows of men in black uniform. At that moment, Nishigakite was kneeling on the ground, reporting everything to the man seated on the throne. He was the chief of the Sun Alliance, Type 4 divine warrior Takahiko Shinya. Takahiko Shinya mulled over the report for a while before asking sternly, Type 4 nuclei? How many does he have? Nishigakite replied respectfully, Chief, he did not specify. However, based on your subject's conjecture, he should possess at least 5, otherwise he would not propose such a trade. He's not someone stupid after all, and he should know the value of the Type 4 nuclei. Type 4 mutant beasts had terrifying combat strength, with strange innate abilities and monstrous physiques. Even Type 5 divine warriors could not afford to underestimate them. If a Type 5 divine warrior were to be careless, he or she could even be killed. This made the Type 4 nuclei all the more valuable. Takahiko Shinya's eyes glinted coldly as he ordered, Good. Since he wants our technology, then let him experience the might of the technology. Kisame Shinji, go take 100 Sun Warriors to go wipe this Yu Zhong out and get that Type 4 nucleus. A burly man with a few scars on his face stepped forward, getting on one knee and responded loudly, Yes, Chief. I will make sure to get his head and present it to you. Chapter 798, Sun Warriors. Vulture Valley. Inside the forest, amidst silence, 100 soldiers in white armor, wielding white battle spears were following the lead of a general in silver armor. Attack the city, get Yu Zhong's head, you'll be free to do whatever you want for a week. The leader wearing the silver armor and holding a huge battle axe was Kisame Shinji, tasked by Takahiko Shinya for this mission. He pointed to the wall and barked out. Kill? Kill? Hearing his words, the 100 warriors immediately radiated a bloodthirsty aura. As they all got excited and charged down the hill, their fighting spirit pushed to the extreme. The 1-week free period meant that after they conquered the city, they could pillage and rape without any punishment. Such a reward was extremely effective in raising morale, causing them all to be extremely motivated. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The moment the 100 spear-wielding warriors appeared, the soldiers patrolling on top the city wall discovered them and sounded the alarm. 8 warriors knocked their bows and fired down. 8 arrows shot out towards the white-armored warriors, appearing in front of them in an instant. The 8 targeted soldiers thrust out with their spears, knocking the arrows away. The arrows continued to rain down on the warriors below, but they were deflected easily. In a few breaths, the warriors under the lead of Kisame Shinji had already reached the city wall. He roared out loud, his voice traveling throughout the entire camp. We are the Sun Warriors deployed here to arrest Yu Zhong. Those who belong to the Sun Alliance, as long as you return to us, we will forego your past offenses. Those who dare to resist will be put to death immediately. It's the Sun Alliance. The Sun Warriors, they're the strongest warriors of the Sun Alliance. That's great. The Sun Warriors are here. Yu Zhong is doomed. Hearing Kisame Shinji's voice, the many fellows with hidden agendas or dissatisfaction immediately rejoiced. Qianlong pulled out his blade and killed a Shiman village warrior, roaring loudly, "It's time to rebel. Our Velociraptor tribe will rebel. All brothers. Follow me. Time to kill that bastard Yu Zhong." Rebel. The Velociraptor tribe has rebelled. Our ferocious tiger tribe is also rebelling. Following many enraged shouts, the various ambitious upstarts began to lead their troops and chaos broke out within the walls of the city. Since Yu Zhong had forcefully conquered these tribes, and the time was too short for him to have made an impact on them, the moment the Sun Warriors appeared, these leaders jumped on the opportunity to rebel. The Sun Alliance had relied on this fact, that was why they decided to send 100 of their elites to assault the city. Yu Zhong watched this with a disdainful look as he chuckled slightly, "Seems like I'm still unpopular. Ma Lei, aren't you going to lead the Vulture tribe against me?" Ma Lei bowed and spoke solemnly, "Leader, you must be joking. The Vulture tribe is no more. Ma Lei is loyal only to you, and I'm willing to act on your behalf to quell the chaos." Yu Zhong swept a glance towards the Sun Warriors that had barged into the city, grinning. "Sun Warriors, eh? Interesting." Yu Zhong was currently at the center of the Vulture town, and many of the rebel troops gathered together with Kisame Shinji's troops as they marched over. Through this period of governance and victories, there were a number of warriors who decided to swear by him, and these people gathered behind him. Han Qiong led 300 slaves as well as the Vulture tribe warriors to stand beside Yu Zhong. When they all saw Yu Zhong himself, some of the rebels could not help but falter and take a few steps back. They were once again reminded of what he had done the past few weeks, single-handedly conquering tribes himself. They knew clearly his vicious and decisive methods. If it were not for the Sun Warriors' presence, they would not have dared to step out like so. Yu Zhong swept his eyes across them and recognized two. "Interesting. Huangpu Liahua and Shiman Hui, I don't think I've treated you unfairly. Why would you choose to betray me?" They were his first few experts that he subjugated, and treated them with respect and gave them responsibilities. He had never expected them to rebel at such a crucial time. Huangpu Liahua retreated a few steps and laughed coldly. "Yu Zhong, you might not have mistreated me, but forcefully conquering my crazy wolf troops, I've always bore that hatred in mind. Compared to the Sun Alliance, you're just a mouse. Today's your death day." Shiman Hui's eyes flashed with a complicated glance before sighing. Yu Zhong, you might be strong. But compared to the Sun Alliance, you definitely can't win. I choose to stand on the victor's side. Yu Zhong swept a glance across the rebels, before turning to his own side, and saw many familiar faces. Ma Lei of the Vulture tribe, Han Qiong, 2 commanders he raised from the slaves, even Sun Lan Lan had led dozens of medics to stand behind him. There were over 1,000 who had chosen to rebel, and many of them were elite soldiers. On Yu Zhong's side there were 3,000, however their combat strength was lacking. This was because most of them had been slaves prior, and their physique and constitution required time to recover. Yu Zhong looked at the rebels and declared cruelly, "Not bad. I still have some support at least. Not too bad. As for those idiots over there, since you guys have chosen to stand out, you can all die today." When the rebels saw Yu Zhong smiling, their hearts ran cold. They could not help but turn their gazes towards the Sun Warriors. Kisame Shinji stared at Yu Zhong and laughed coldly. "Yu Zhong. I'm Kisame Shinji from the Sun Alliance. You can choose to kneel and submit, otherwise when I retrieve your head later, all your women and subordinates will be tortured to death." Sun Warriors, using the prehistoric technology to become the strongest warriors of the Sun Alliance. All who have been chosen are at least a Type 2 Divine Warrior. Your armor comes from the past era, and with its enhancement, even the weakest soldier possesses a strength of a Type 3 Divine Warrior. Let me test just how strong you guys are then. With a cold laugh, Yu Zhong tapped his foot and disappeared, reappearing in front of one Sun Warrior, his fist smashing viciously into his chest. A terrifying force exploded out, causing the armor to sink in, while the soldier was sent blasting towards a wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood, crumpling to the floor while taking ragged breaths. Yu Zhong stared at the soldier in delight. Impressive. This sun armor is truly impressive. Although Yu Zhong's strength could not compare to those Type 4 strength-based races, he was still a force to behold. His fist had not been enhanced by his dark Do Chi, but smashing into a Type 3 Divine Warrior could definitely kill him. However, this sun armor had actually negated part of his force. Under its protection, the Type 2 Sun Warrior did not die. In fact, the armor did not seem damaged, displaying its powerful defensive ability. Everybody, kill him. Those who manage to get his head will be promoted 3 ranks, and given a virgin as well as 50 beauties. Kisame Shinji's body lit up with runes, and a number of air ripples appeared beneath his feet. His speed was pushed to the middle limits of a Type 4 Divine Warrior, as he swung his huge bat leaks towards Yu Zhong at the speed of sound. The armors of the other 99 Sun Warriors also started glowing, through the Type 3 nuclei, and enhanced by the armor, their combat strength was enhanced to the peak of a Type 3 Divine Warrior. They all charged right at Yu Zhong. With a mid-level Type 4 Divine Warrior and 99 Type 3 Divine Warriors acting, even if Yu Zhong was at the peak of the Type 4 realm, he had to devote 120% to the fight, otherwise he might perish. Qianlong's eyes flashed with a savage glint. Attack! Let's go kill those lowly slaves. Huangpu Liehua eyed Han Qiong and Sun Lan Lan, pointing at them and roaring, "Capture those 2 as long as we get them, Yu Zhong can't flee." Shimin Hui's eyes turned red as he shouted, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Yu Zhong had already set his mind on killing us. The only way to survive is to kill him. Under the various shouts and roars, the maddened rebels began to launch their assault. Chapter 799, Silencing Kisame Shinji. Seeing the wildness of the rebels, a number of Yu Zhong's supporters felt threatened and began to flee. After all, many of them had been slaves, their combat strength and will could not compare to these rebels. Yu Zhong waved his hands and slammed a Sun Warrior backward, roaring in a low voice, "Kill these rebels! Boleus!" The ever-silent puppet Boleus that had been standing at one corner, shot out with his cape flying behind him, giving an impression of a specter as he charged right into the midst of the rebels. In his hands were 2 2m-long mutant beast bone, used like hammers as he swung them wildly at the rebels. As long as any rebel soldier got within 5 meters of Boleus, they would be smashed into meat paste. Everywhere he passed by, he was like a devastating killing machine churning out chunks of meat. As he continued to terrorize the rebels, the elite Sun Warriors were engaged by Yu Zhong and had no chance to impede him. In merely 3 breaths, Boleus had appeared in front of the handsome Huangpu Liehua. The moment Huangpu Liehua caught sight of Boleus in front of him, His eyes flashed with despair and regret as he screamed shrilly, "Don't kill me! I surrender. I'm willing to lead the crazy wolf troops to swear loyalty to leader Yu Zhong. I'm willing to be a slave. I'm willing to be the lowest slave. Don't kill me. I will lead my men to quell the chaos. I was beguiled by Shimenhui, that was why." Before his words finished, there was a loud swing of the bone mace, smashing into his head. His brains exploded out at that instant, splattering all over the ground. Having killed Huangpu Liehua, Boleus continued to charge into the crowd, resuming his meat-grinding actions as he arrived in front of Shimenhui. Shimenhui was full of regret as he sighed before slashing his own neck. "Seems like I was wrong. I will use my death to atone for my sins. I plead for you to have mercy on my clansmen." Boleus charged right in front of him and smashed down, turning his body into meat paste, before continuing on to the 8 other members of the Shimen village. He then turned and charged back into the crowd. Qianlong continued to shout while in fear, leading his Velociraptor tribe to flee. "Attack! Hold the fort!" Having seen the terrifying fate of Huangpu Liehua and Shimenhui, as well as Qianlong's attempts to flee, the rebels started to crumble, trying their best to escape. They had heard Yu Zhong's orders to kill them all, and they did not wish to die. Seeing the collapse of the rebel army, Ma Lei shouted in excitement, waving his blade as he took the lead to chase after them, "Kill! Leave none of these traitors alive." One of the slave leaders also roared as he charged after the rebel, "Kill! Kill the traitors!" The 3,000-strong army immediately felt their morale rise as they rushed forward, slaughtering those rebels that had lost their commanders and will to fight. Qianlong managed to extract himself from the battlefield, but after 5 breaths, the meat-grinding Boleus had appeared right in front of him. In a single swing he managed to turn this Type 3 divine warrior into a squash as well. With Qianlong's death, Boleus continued on his rampage among the rebels, tearing through them and slaughtering their commanders or leaders, causing sprays of blood every second. This led to even more mayhem and chaos. Kisame Shinji felt his heartbeat quicken as he fought Yu Zhong. Damn it, there are 2 Type 4 divine warriors here. He had led this group of 100 Type 3 divine warriors under the assumption that it would not be hard dealing with an ordinary Type 4 divine warrior. However, Yu Zhong was a peak-level Type 4 divine warrior, and even if they all combined their strength, it would merely be enough to keep him occupied, not having any leeway to deal with Boleus. If they fought on like that, they would all die. Everyone mad drive. Under his roar, the Type 4 mutant beast Nucleus in his silver sun armor glowed, and the runes expanded out, as boundless strength poured into him, turning his muscles tighter. His countenance grimaced in pain. Mad drive was a last resort. Once they used it, the Nucleus power source would be sucked dry, enhancing the armor for a last-ditch power boost. Since the strength of mutant beasts was stronger than humans of the same realm, with such a force entering the human body, while it gave them more power for a short period of time, the backlash would be an extremely heavy price to pay, sometimes even crippling a person. Under his orders, the Sun Warriors all unleashed their mad drive, forcing themselves to absorb a large amount of power. At the next instant, dozens of them suddenly spat out blood, crumpling on the floor, their orifices bleeding. Due to most of them being at the Type 2 realm, the peak of the Type 3 realm was their absolute limit. Their bodies could not handle even greater power. One of them immediately died as blood flowed out all of his orifices. However, there were some who managed to grit through the pain and began to emit a dangerous aura. They had actually gained the might of an initial Type 4 divine warrior. Mad drive, what fools. Yu Zhong looked at them and laughed coldly, activating his art of fear, as a powerful spiritual attack spread out and enveloped all of them. Ah! These Sun Warriors might possess the strength of a Type 4 divine warrior now, but they did not have the same spirit. Faced with such a powerful spirit attack, they all hugged their heads and let out screams. Even though the armor had some abilities to protect against spirit attacks somewhat, the Sun Warriors were mostly only at Type 2 realm, thus the gap was too huge. Under that duress, Kisame Shinji stepped towards Yu Zhong with a countenance full of pain, swinging his axe at him. Yu Zhong pulled out his black-toothed blade and blocked. Dang. With a loud clang, Yu Zhong was actually forced back dozens of meters from that impact, the Type 5 black-toothed blade in his hands trembling without stop. There was even a slight dent in the blade. Apparently, the Type 5 black-tooth blade could not compare to the Sun Battle Axe in Kisame Shinji's hands. Having sent Yu Zhong away, Kisame Shinji was like a fiend god, charging towards Yu Zhong, every step of his causing a heavy footprint on the ground. In a breath, he had already appeared in front of Yu Zhong, swinging his bat leeks at him. What a pity your actual strength is lacking a little, otherwise, you could contend against me with this added strength. Yu Zhong's pupils narrowed and enveloped himself with his dark do chi, dodging towards the right with a sudden burst of speed, evading the blow from Kisame Shinji. At the same time he pulled out his stinger and pointed it at Kisame Shinji's head. A bad feeling arose in Kisame Shinji's heart, and he twisted his body in order to dodge that imminent killing blow. Puh. Following the loud gunshot, Kisame Shinji's brains were blown apart, his body crumpling to the ground, and the Silver Sun armor on his body lost its luster. He had borrowed the might of the Silver Sun armor to boost his strength, but his personal ability was still lacking and could not control the power well. As for Yu Zhong, he was at the peak of Type 4, together with the Dark Dochi, he almost neared the level of a Type 5 Divine Warrior. The differences between them were too huge. With Kisame Shinji's death, the rebel army immediately fell apart and tried to flee, while the morale of the Vulture tribe rose even higher. They displayed 120% of their combat strength, slaughtering all the traitors. After paying a painful price, a few hundred of them managed to reach the entrance. However, the sight there caused them to despair even further. Lightning, which had reached Type 4, was currently lying in wait. Yu Zhong had already gained a large number of nuclei from the battle at the sea. After swallowing a number of Type 4 mutant beast nuclei, lightning had evolved pretty soon after. Seeing the appearance of the traitors, lightning flashed forward into their midst, and their heads were all removed in a shower of blood. With lightning guarding the entrance and many chasing warriors from the back, the rebels were plunged into despair. Some tried to push their way through the entrance with numbers, however, the moment they got close, their heads were separated from their bodies. A Type 4 mutant beast was an invincible existence to these Type 2 divine warriors. Many of them threw down their weapons in a bid to surrender but were met with countless spears thrusting into their bodies, turning them into sieves. In their despair, many of them decided to fight to their deaths. They were still wiped out in the end, although they managed to slay a few slave warriors. However, any of them who revealed their abilities would almost be immediately dealt with by Boleus. After 3 hours, every single rebel soldier was killed. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.